to 2024 PMSL SEA Fall, and I'm gonna be your host for today. I'm Winnie, by the way. And joining me on stage, we have two amazing players from Boom Esports. Please welcome Razy and also Yami. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So let's start with Razy first. Razy, as 2 times consecutive champions, the expectations were incredibly high. But as we know, the first 2 weeks have been challenging for Boom Esports. And what do you think went wrong and how are you addressing it?
Ya, bagi Boom Esports kan kalian juara 2 kali beruntun kemarin ya. Nah, jadi mungkin ada tekanan lebih buat kalian sebagai juara bertahan. Performa kalian juga sangat goyang, kurang bagus lah dari ekspektasi kalian sendiri. Apa cara kalian biar bisa melewatin itu, biar bisa performa lebih baik lagi minggu ini?
Ya mungkin kita ngerasa kita kehilangan jati diri lah. Dan kita juga udah banyak ngobrol satu sama lain. Insya Allah di week 3 ini kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik.
Yeah, we feel lost sense of ourselves, but we have been talking a lot with our teammates and hopefully we will bring our best performance this week.
Great, and I want to know like how you personally see like the expectation from a netizen. Like, is it like a motivation for you or sometimes it feel like a pressure for you personally?
Ya, personal bagi kamu pribadi itu gimana? Harapan-harapan dari netizennya apa kerasa jadi kayak motivasi atau justru bahkan jadi tekanan buat kamu?
Kalau buat kita harusnya enggak sih, karena kita fokus memperbaiki diri sendiri sama tim.
For us, it doesn't really mean much because we are focused more on improving ourselves and just be a better team overall.
So you just like keep that as a motivation for your teams. And next, let's talk about your team condition for Boom Esports, Razy. What has the team morale been like during this rough patch and how are you staying motivated?
Ya, nah sekarang kalian kan lagi di posisi yang sangat sulit. Gimana kondisi moral tim kalian? Apakah kalian bisa ketemu cara buat bisa comeback lagi lah, bisa jadi lebih baik seperti kemarin dulu?
Kita udah banyak ngobrol yang aku bilang tadi, kayak pasti bisa lah. Karena kita yakin buat di week 3 ini bakal bisa lolos.
Yeah, just like I said before, we have a lot of talks between our teams, so we believe we can come back to bring our old performances in this victory.
Yes, but for me, like one important thing is also like to maintain like a good mood. So I want to know, is there any special treatment to help you to keep your mood up, Razy?
Ya, karena kan punya mood yang bagus itu kan juga penting. Kira-kira apa cara pribadi kamu biar bisa mempertahankan mood kamu tetap bagus selama main?
Mungkin untuk sekarang ya kayak kita yang target aja lah. Karena kita juga pasti pengen juara dan pengen lolos ke PMGC. Itu sih motivasinya.
For me, I just try to keep on remembering what our target is and keep on pursuing it because it will help me to stay motivated to chase that target.
Yes, and I also hope like you guys can achieve your target. So good luck, Razy. And now let's move on to Yami. So Yami, do you believe that your past success is putting extra pressure on the teams? And if so, how are you coping with that?
Iya, kalian apakah sukses-sukses kalian yang kemarin itu justru jadi memberikan tekanan ekstra bagi kamu, Yami? Dan kalau enggak, kira-kira gimana kalian menghadapi situasi baru kalian sekarang ini?
Kalau tekanan nggak ada sih. Kalau misalkan kita menghadapi situasi kayak gini ya lebih solid timnya terus lebih banyak tim ngobrol gitu. Jadi semoga hari ini bisa baik.
Yeah, if pressure, not really. So we just try to, just like what Razy said, to always talk between our teams, how we will manage the situation. Hopefully we can come back solid as before.
Yes, because like every team has ups and downs, and one thing important is like how you bounce back in this situation. And I want to know how many targets for your points for today, Yami?
Berapa target poinnya hari ini?
Kalau target nggak terlalu mikirin sih, yang paling penting itu ngasih yang terbaik aja tiap match-nya.
Yeah, we don't really think much about any point target. We focus more on just giving our best in every match today.
Always giving your best at every match. And tell me, Yami, how are you planning to regain the confidence and momentum that led you to victory in the past 2 seasons?
Ya, jadi kira-kira rencana kamu apa biar bisa dapetin performa itu lagi yang seperti kemarin dulu bisa sukses sampai jadi juara?
Yang paling pertama yang pasti kita ingat lah standar kita di mana, terus yang kedua kita naikin tingkat percaya diri kita.
Yeah, we just need to remind ourselves what's our standard of gameplay, and then we just try to be more confident like we used to.
Oh, and lastly, any words you want to say to your fans, Yami?
Kata-kata buat fans,
Dukung terus BOOM Esports, semoga bisa jadi bisa ngasih yang terbaik lah di season ini.
keep on supporting BOOM Esports so we can give our best in this season.
How about Rezi? Anything you want to say to your fans, ya Rezi?
Gimana Rezi? Kalau kamu kata-kata buat fans?
Ya, tetap dukung kita terus lah. Percaya kita pasti bakal bisa lolos.
Keep on supporting us. Keep believing in us that we will be able to qualify to the grand finals.
Yes, keep believing at BOOM Esports, everyone. So thank you so much, Rezi. Thank you so much, Yami. So as we know, today marks the final day of the seasons to directly secure a spot in Super Sunday. And for many teams, as we know, it's also their last chance to make it to the grand final. The pressure now is at its peak and everything is on the line. And now let's hand it over to our casters to guide us through the matches.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia. It's going to be the PMSL, of course, the full season here. With me, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. And always going to be the goofy Sir Cloud. They're going to make a lot of fun facts later on in the game. But, Cloud, that was a nice interview that we needed from BOOM. After such how do I say it? Such a fall. We've seen their rise before, and this is their current fall. They're hitting rock bottom, and we can see they are trying to figure it out, but the solution feels like still not there yet.
Yeah, at least we got some answers from them, right? I mean, we've always been asking for like, okay, I wish we could hear from some of the bottom teams, so it's nice to hear from them themselves. And for me, Esports, they are in the danger zone right now. If they do not make it into Super Sunday this week, they are out because their Super Sunday points are not much. In fact, they're out of the top 16, so that will automatically disqualify them from being in the grand finals. So their performance today or maybe even later in the last chance qualifiers will be very important. So they have to put in the pace here, and they need to find back the rhythm, the championship winning rhythm of BOOM Esports.
Yeah, but which is going to be a bit awkward because we do know that there's going to be a lot at stake here for the teams, including for BOOM. There's going to be PMGC points at stake for them as well. But we're done with Group C run yesterday. So today we're going to starting off with coming back Group A, BOOM Esports, PEA, PANDUM, Vampire Esports, Alliance, XERXIA, GEEK and the Xaviers. But Group B also is going to be hitting their last run of group stage back to RQ, to Esports, BIGETRON Knights, FAZE Clan, MORPH, the Infinity, Sam9 and Team Flash. So far when it comes to the groups, a lot of group coming up from C do have the Super Sunday slot. It's going to be 3 teams confirmed now.
Yeah, but there are teams that are not confirmed yet. That is a PEA. But we'll talk about them in a little bit more as we go through our format here. So today we are on Friday, so we're going to focus on the A and B, and then we will find out who will be exactly the top 8 teams and move on directly to Super Sunday. The rest of them will still play the last chance qualifiers tomorrow.
Yeah, but when it comes to the yesterday's highlight, one of the best team performing was TALON. They're shooting up the numbers in the very last minute. Quite a consistent day as well. And when it comes to week number 3, right now they're standing at third place in the week 3 group stage at 90 points. That's 100% going to Super Sunday. When it comes to TALON, yesterday Linux has been amazing as well.
Oh yeah, Linux, the rest of TALON, I mean, they've been putting up the work here. They even came through a very difficult circle. So they merit themselves with a lot of points now, and they should be able to go directly into Super Sunday from here once we get a confirmation by the end of the day. Anyway, if we look through all these highlights, you can see that they work well all together. Every single player within it, like even Yoru, even like what we see on screen, you mentioned about Linux, he takes these interesting off angles, especially on this rooftop. This is a good testament to how they performed yesterday.
True. And also don't forget about the other teams that are already rising up the occasion. Yeah, we're waiting for the others to compete and contest, which also Vampire is coming back when it comes today. So Vampires, we do know they are quite strong themselves. Despite not playing yesterday, they still stay at top 8. Now that's pretty much straightforward direct translation Super Sunday, I guess, in this point. So from Group C, all of them finished their run. Most of them are actually in page number 1. The last one will be NKT at the very bottom, 12th place. So we assume that those coming up from Group C, which already finished off their 12 matches, Team Secret, Cree, VIP, and KT definitely will have to prepare in their last chance tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's locked in, but at least they have an okay start in the last chance qualifiers. And for the other closer teams here, like Alliance, like FaZe Clan, they will be looking to be in the top 8 since they're still on page number 1. Their points aren't too far away, and we also need to take into consideration the magical number of 80 for them to achieve. Now, everyone else on page number 2 will be playing here today, and of course, we do have some of the teams that have not touched Super Sunday at all still playing here. It's the Infinity and PEA.
I mean, for Infinity, of course, we do see them in a better light when it comes to week number 3, but when it comes to scores, there's still going to be a lot of work to put into it, and 50 to 60 points you have to chase up for today. There's going to be a lot of work too, but coming up from the side of PA, 15 starting off the day, and including Boom as well. I mean, like, Boom, the same spot as PA. This is a bit awkward for us to even call it out here. 15 points. That means they cannot afford to even lose one single map out there.
Well, at least PA, they show up big in one of the other stats department, which is the Top 4 Explorers. So PA, the most traveled team, 33.3 kilometers, and then you have a pretty big gap here, a gap of 2.7 with Sem9 31, and then you got Vampire 30.09, so that's just 0.1 difference, and XERXIA 0.1 difference as well, 30.8. So this just shows that PA, they really like to navigate around the map, but the thing is that based on what we've seen as well, as they navigate around the map, they are not able to survive that long still.
Yeah, I mean, they try to go traveling to find experience. In real life, it might actually work, but I don't think it will work in the game here. But for Vampire Esports, Tony K still taking the lead of top fraggers. I mean, I want to compare him and Rosemary, but Altigo not playing, so we got to compare with Chua. Now, despite Chua just entered in this week, he managed to push himself top 4 fraggers up here.
Yeah, he hit the gun running there, right? And in fact, he's above Adeluk. And Adeluk has been playing all the games from week 1 for Alliance, and followed by Onsen for FaZe Clan, also up in the charts here. But here are our top sign-up performers. So we do not have Alter Ego, who definitely dominates this chart. Instead, we do have Sem9, Xavier, GEEK, and also Vampire Esports.
Yep. For Sanhok, I mean, this open up for everybody, I assume. Between these two groups, because we do know when it comes to Altigo, they're always the one who dominates over for Sanhok as well, but they're not here playing today, so it's pretty much open up to anybody for the chicken here to grab it away as their first pointer. We're starting off our map rotation as per usual. Sanhok, triple Erangel, and wrapping our day with double Mirama. Don't forget to adjust your time zone. It's going to be GMT +7, so wherever you are, make sure you adjust according to the time zone as well. And we're going to have the break time in between the second and third match of Erangel, just to give everybody a breather to reset their mind as well.
Yeah, so the one and only Sanhok will be played, and last we saw some of the top performing teams in Sanhok. Sem9 is up there and number 1 with those stats, and no chicken needed. So no chicken, no problem for them to perform well inside of Sanhok. Of course, they wouldn't mind a chicken dinner for sure, because right now Sem9 is one of those teams on page number 2 towards the end. And came second after that is Vampire Esports, the team that had chicken dinners before inside of Sanhok, so they are pretty comfortable there as well. Right now, with the amount of points that they have collected so far, they only need like a few more points and not too far away from the magical number, and we should be able to see Vampire Esports this weekend on Sunday.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I think we kind of confirm probably 4 teams by now. I think it's safe to assume that Vampires will get into this Super Sunday. Well, with their points right now, and still getting themselves in the top 8 despite they not playing yesterday. So it's safe to have 4 teams right now confirm. VOIN, Donkey, Alter Ego, Talon 3 out of Group C itself, including 1 from Group A. That's going to be Vampire Esports. I assume we're going to have also the Xaviers. High chance they will make it through this Super Sunday. It's going to be 5. So 3 more slots open up for the rest. Will Roy and TODAK, especially TODAK, have a better future when it comes to the final week here?
Yeah, so here comes our team to focus. So, well, I guess we have the same narrative. So, obviously, Infinity PA never been in Super Sunday before, so gotta put the support up here for them. At least every team gets to see the light of Super Sunday at least once. For me, Esports, I mean, previous champions, multiple champions, if they don't make it to this Super Sunday, they'll be out, and that will be an awkward situation not to see them in Grand Final.
Yeah, you know what? It's the same storyline that which I have in mind here today, bro. I mean, there's a chance they're gonna go for PMGC based on the PMGC points, right? Because we do know they are one of the top teams up there. But it's a bit awkward to not have them in the grand finals. Right now, their points, that one Super Sunday they had answered before, which was week 1, wouldn't be enough and will not definitely be enough.
Yeah, so definitely for that it will be very hard, because we also have to consider that their closest rivals, closest contender, Outer Eagle, they're doing still very well here. And even like previous seasons, they came in close to Outer Eagle. So I guess the rough numbers, although we have not tabulated this yet, it will be kind of obvious that Outer Eagle will be the one to overtake them in terms of the PMGC points. And if they don't even make it to Super Sunday, that is boom, that is. Even for them to grab that top 5 slots in the Super Sunday straight to PMGC will also be gone for them.
I mean, for Boom, right now for their points, I'm looking at it, it's quite far when it comes to the gaps between Alter Ego and Boom. But the one that can actually push them down, we do have BIGETRON Knights and TALON Esports on the rise. So I assume when it comes to MGC points, Boom definitely will be still one of top 5 teams of the Indonesia region. But to maintain up there, they have to perform well here just to get into grand finals. It's going to be do now or do nothing at all. It's make it or break it time for the teams, especially for Boom, PEA, and the teams that didn't make it through the Super Sunday. But let's go straight into first map, Sanhok.
First map, Sanhok, and a lot of eyes on Boom Esports. I know a lot of you fans out there very concerned about their performance, and you definitely want to see them do well just as much as we do. That's why we have them on our teams to watch. Let's see how will they perform. How will they kickstart a campaign inside of Sanhok? Because based on previous Sanhoks that they have played, Boom Esports, they're not really big fans of Sanhok.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, based on the spread here, right now, everyone for themselves on the side of Boom. Now, we don't have O2 Esports. We do have O2 Esports, so they might actually try to venture out towards Kampong if they want to. But the spread coming out from Boom is 1-2-1 formation across Langkawi, Kampong, down to the very south of it as well, where we do have GEEK fam also quite a spread. Probably try to find those vehicles, but Audrey will have to cut across the rest of Team Flash. Hopefully no pick off way early, but speaking of picking up too early, we have a skirmish going on this time.
Oh, it's some of our bottom teams here against each other. 7-9 and PA. Okay, so we're getting Yuhai on the micro Uzi, and Yuhai gets a first knock, but he has his teammate Kenny to follow up for him to take care of the backstab from PA. Yuhai's pretty low though, he doesn't have any healing utilities. So he's dependent on his trusty micro Uzi, his AK right now that's pretty low, and that's his own teammate. So don't worry, Yuhai. But great teamwork by Sam9. They backed up each other, now leaving PA with only Adam.
Speaking of PA, they are the one that in die is already understatement here. It's like have to, must, like this is the main sole reason why they are in this season. And now with one player left, they're going to play for their survivability and probably just try to survive. But speaking of survival, I mean, Sam9 will not let them go yet. They're still on the leash where Firen is charging in with the Molly even. Now, Adam, how to exit out from here?
Yeah, even his building doesn't
MORPH.
have a back window. And yeah, oh, wait a second. Yeah, MORPH. Okay, somewhat involved in this area. And Bobo who got one. Alright, but that could probably be a long-range knock. Yuhai is knocked, but he should be able to be saved. It's going to be a bit more worrying for Adam. I mean, if he goes out, 0 points for PEA, and they will still be stuck at number 24.
Now, Firen's rifle's pretty low when it comes to ammunition, so Adam might actually be saved by that. But he needs to get out now. And Sam9, I do love the fact they are putting back Fear and U high, but additional to Kenny, this time Dap not playing for the lineup. So Sam9 feels like they're trying to restart their lineup here just to make it through their day 4 today. We saw the experiment coming up since last week, early this week from 7-9. But unfortunately, I don't see Adam get a way out of this based on how he's being surrounded and cornered down by 7-9 players.
Yeah, nowhere to go, and they know exactly where he is. He's very low as well in health. He does have a TBS, but I mean, a simple spray from any of these weapons that they have will take him down. So 7-9 is just waiting for time to execute their plan. Yuhai will lead the charge. He does this with AK, 23 bullets, but he does not need to use it, as Viren will land the final blow with a Vector and PEA 0 points.
Speaking of cannot afford to lose any maps, PEA just gonna make it even difficult for themselves here with 0 points. First team to be ousted from this lobby, so they have to figure out how to make a comeback based on what they have left. That's gonna be 5 more maps to go. On the side of BTR, they spotted our FaZe Clan. We have very hard team circles. Speaking of the last day group stage, the circle always surprises us.
Yeah, Team PANDUM will love this circle since they have it on their drop. But right now, BTR, one of the teams that need to make a cross, they bump into FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan are trying to get up onto the high ground, but at the same time, BTR, they have them covered from multiple angles, so it's pretty hard for FaZe Clan. Finn Torres is down to 50% of health. Nothing much he can do. 10% of health left from the side. Zuxi should be able to knock him down.
I think FaZe Clan was trying to migrate themselves to it from bootcamp to the south of Chem Alpha, and BTR happened to love to wait there sometimes. So this is going to be a big hole coming up from the side of BTR if they can secure all the eliminations against FaZe Clan members. Onza is pretty low himself, still diving into the water area. There's only going to be 3 teams on top of Chem Alpha Island right now. That's going to be the Infinity, RRQ, and you mentioned about PANDUM, I agree. But it's going to be fun to watch RRQ try to gatekeep those coming up from the northern side. Where there's going to be a couple of bridge. Probably they will do that right now. And PANDUM will probably just bridge camping on the south side of Chem Alpha, just like how BTR did. But speaking of another crashing in, MORPH just now was butting the business of Sam9. XERXIA coming in strong this time.
And here we go, FaZe Clan. Oh, FaZe Clan is out. Okay, that was the last man eliminated. MORPH lost a player as well to the hands of XERXIA. Megamind was not, but it was a worthwhile trade, so it's okay for them. Now they just need to plan out how to move into the circle since they're about 500 meters away.
A bit late for the rescue for MORPH, Zero and Yule. Hazel have finished off just now. 3v4. I don't know if they should commit to this fight or not. Based on the circle, it's still quite far from them, so they need to leave as well. Maybe they're waiting out for XERXIA to show themselves. Mega Earth on the ground. It's going to be Zero spraying over that side. Not translate into a point yet. They're trying to stop and deny their mobility with shooting towards their buggy. And Zero here comes in it to finish off the job. And then Megamind, XERXIA, the rest of them cannot actually save Mega Earth right now. So Chuyul reposition himself off the angle.
Yeah, and from the high ground here, Zero pretty much have a decent view except for the smoke. But Flippy will make sure Mega Earth will not be revived. The blue will say hello to these 2 teams though. But MORPH, they're waiting for exit frags now. Waiting for the blue to do its work. Flippy, however, realizing that he does not have any first aids, he will not be staying around.
There's also a kill fit coming up from the Infinity, taking down Vampire Esports player, which was the pillar player as well, Tony K. Indicates that Vampire is actually on the move, rotating himself into Chem Alpha Island. But it's not going to be done yet, despite they are waiting for those exit frag. But overstaying themselves will cause the entire team to go down for MORPH. They are spreading out to make sure that they will corner XERXIA every exit route possible. But this is going to be overcommitting towards this fight. Tuyo managed to get down on Megamind, leaving XERXIA with only 2 players left.
Yeah, and XERXIA still stuck inside the building. While the players on the outside, though, making an exit, that's going to be Nui. So unfortunately, you have to leave RNJ behind. And Tuyo will want to make quick work out of it. He's rushing in right now, but Tuyo punished by Nui from the hill.
It's down to 1v1 here. Zero Well, clearing up the corners. Well, we do have Team Flash coming up very soon against XERXIA and MORPH. They need to leave here ASAP. Not even joking about that. Nui actually managed to clutch out the rest of MORPH just now, but I feel like these two teams, whenever a team that overextending their stay in the blue zone, they will not make it out alive. Hopefully, the last player of XERXIA will not collide with Team Flash, which they are migrating right now in the same direction. But speaking of the teams inside of the circle and playing it quite safe, we do have a couple of teams engaging already.
Yeah, including Alliance and Boom Esports here. Boom Esports, so far so good. Alliance, on the other hand, 2 players down. Another 2 players on the hillside. If they want to see their teammates, they have to rush in, and it's going to be quite a risk for them since Boom Esports, they do have the upper hand. But they also need to be aware of the presence of Xavier on the other side, and Boom Esports probably partly managed it.
Pombet. Now for Razy, he's pretty low himself, but Alliance, this seems to be going very south for their tactical approach. Might be a failed attempt to take down on Boom. And Boom, we had an interview early before with Yummy May and Razy. They don't want to aim too much and give themselves too much of a pressure when it comes to getting those points here today. They just want to make what's best for them right now. Trying to find the momentum and trying to find the synchronization within the team. But for Alliance, this is also a game they cannot let go of. They need to push their points as well. They had only one Super Sunday, and Leon Dizzy might spot out Yummy May, but the firing back towards Leon Dizzy is a bit more painful than Yummy May, who got this some slight damage. But Alliance, they kind of stuck themselves to a wall here if they don't start to move.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that the circle will move away from them. They are still on the main peninsula though, so that's one thing to consider. Boom Esports, they do have vehicles, so they can make a quick run, and that's what they're planning to do. As for Pombit, still managing other teams passing by, and that's GEEK Fam, who's now ahead of them.
GEEK Fam taking some advantage with those elevations. Might spot out the rest of Boom as well. I don't know if Alliance still around the corner. If they are, it's best to actually get out from this crossfire, since Boom seems to be quite distracted. But we do have another contender nearby. I saw some Xavier's player just around the corner here. If GEEK Fam reposition himself, we can have visualization over the bridge side. Yep, they're just crossing the bridge. Well, some of the players of GEEK Fam resort to swimming, knowing the fact, hey, if we take on the surface area, we're gonna crossing around the bridge, there's gonna be a lot of bridge campers.
Yeah, wise move by them, right? I mean, if they looking at the timing, they're coming in at like what, stage 2, stage 3, so expecting to be up there, so swimming is a better option for them. As for Alliance and Boom, what will be the option? We'll find out in about 20 more seconds. They're still locked in with each other, and Alliance with 2 players. Boom Esports, they definitely know that. It's a matter of whether they will force the fight or not, depending on how the next circle will go, and we'll find it out in about 5 more seconds.
Yep. In 5 more seconds, the circle probably going to shift to hard team. We are already waited there for the longest time. So Infinity, they were gatekeeping against vampires. Like we mentioned, it's going to be the bridge on top that's going to be gatekept by a lot of teams, including the Xaviers down there. GEEK Fam managed to swim over. BTR, they come out from south of Cam Alpha just now. Finally get into the circle. Might actually have a glimpse on the teams that try to cross the bridge later on. They can take fights from afar. I mean, that's their specialty for BTR sometimes. But for the Xaviers, how long they're willing to wait? GEEK Fam is gonna be surprising them with some greetings down there. Gonna be a lot of sprays into the water area.
Yeah, the moment they show themselves, then the Xavier will want to take that shot. So right now, Chua is taking a different angle inside the building, a bit more safer for him. Mika is still on ground though, so Mika can fire back. Lamborghini is just above Mika, but obviously with this sort of angle, Lamborghini cannot possibly see him. But instead, Lamborghini can prepare himself for the possible incoming of Boom Esports.
But he's definitely tempted with the footsteps from below. Coming up from GEEK Fam, we can see Lamborghini is like trying to read it out where they're going, what they're thinking here right now. But I agree, yeah, he can actually get so many points just by staying around the bridge, which they are still inside of a circle, so they don't really need to move yet. Boom, on the other hand, might be spotted out by Sem9. Sem9 coming up from across the other side of the island will slowly get into the circle. We do know BTR is quite near to us where Sem9 is going. And if they open fire, I'm not surprised if even PANDUM will try to go out of their way and going back to the edge of the circle, trying to get some eliminations from afar.
Yeah, so PANDUM, they do have that opportunity to try to gatekeep teams, right? Since that's a regular, or yeah, pretty much a regular drop spot in the area of Camp Alpha, especially without the presence of Alter Ego. So let's see if they will start to make any big moves like that. But speaking about big moves, Nui definitely not going to make any of those since he's the final member of XERXIA, so he stays as quiet as possible. But by popping the smoke, that might give a signal to BTR that he's there.
Yep, hopefully nobody seems to be interested there because they are quite busy themselves to focus on those high ground teams. It seems to be giving them some warning shots from above. But Team Flash, well, they're taking their own sweet time for first 8. It's going to be the hospital team coming and running for the first 8 only. They're still in the blue zone. We're talking about station number 4 heading in less than 30 seconds. But Vampires taking a charge against RRQ. They were being charged down by Infinity before. They were back down from that fight, but taking a fight straight on top of our team.
Yeah, and here we go. Vampire Esports came from ruins. RRQ now in a defensive stance. Vampire Esports trying to sniff out the members of RRQ. Everyone's cooking up their own nade. And this is going to be a slight urban warfare here. Interesting movement by Fnatic to try to go in for the flank on the left side. Let's see if we can get anything out of this. TODAK will be the one to knock down the POCO. So this is an opening here for Vampire Esports.
Siege been broken for RRQ, but the Infinity seems to be moving as well. And we want to see if they will stop by. They will not actually. They're taking a compound straight across the other side of the street. So it's going to be a clear 2 teams fighting on top of our team right now. Vampires, they did not trade off with anybody yet. Napego's still bleeding out left to dry. While Johnny K aggressively trying to find Snape. And it's around the corner, ring around Rosie, and surprise. And that's going to be the end of it. Johnny K finish off another play of RRQ. Now down to only 1 player left, I think, because Napeko, there's no way to save him.
Yeah, that's going to be Fnatic on the other end. He tried to go in for the flank, but it looks like the plan did not happen for him. Now he repositions himself on the other end of Hartin just to stay away from the competition, hoping for him to be able to stay alive as long as possible. Cool, as an airdrop here, he will definitely be able to pick up level 3 helmet and vest, but that's going to be about it. Now he's going to stay as quiet as possible.
Game is like, take it. We do know you're the solo player here. Take it. We're gonna help you a bit, Fnatic. But how much longer with this airdrop will help him though? Because we do know for a fact he's alone. There's gonna be more than 1 team later on, not just Vampires. GEEK fam coming up from behind, but what a golden nade by Porigin, dropping down. What a discount day for these Avis. 2 for 1 with a nade drop towards the entry on OT spot. But will there be any steals from the back as well?
Wow, steal by Porigin, maybe onto Alliance this time. Long range knock, and Porigin looking to end this round for O2. O2, they're trying to revive each other. Fredo will be eliminated, and more nades being rained down on the O2. Amazal is still in the game. As always, he is always the final member of O2 to survive, and this time he has to do it again.
You know, unfortunately, GEEK fam also taking some shots to the side of last player of O2 here. It's not going to be great for Amazal, but as always, survivability-wise, well, it's a very high reliable player. That's going to be OT Esport left with Amazal, but unfortunately these Xaviers caught a glimpse of it and they will chase him down. Sam9 on the other hand having a battlefield against goes in the deep valleys between these mountains. Team Flash, you don't want to slip down, have to be extra careful for Zeus, the last remaining survivor for Team Flash.
Yeah, from this top, as long as he does not have any butterfeet, he should be fine. But it also depends on where the circle will go. Okay, it's going to be circle time, and it moves towards the northern side, where part of Hartin is still there, and Vampire Esports have Hartin locked in.
Circle make it so difficult for the players as well, moving away from the main area of Hartin, which will not be having those buildings in between. But speaking of the teams that are being finished off by the blue, one of them included in O2 Esport, but Sam9 still chasing the tails of Team Flash Zeus. How to fight against the entirety of Sam9. Here comes a nade, 1 boom down, half HP gone. Now it's down to Yuha and the rest of them to finish off, and Firen with the DBS easily just executed the last play of Team Flash, but at least he scored himself 3 eliminations by now.
And no sweat there for Sam9 to eliminate Zeus. And now Sam9, they have this high ground, but this high ground is no longer valuable as it's out of the circle. GEEK fam, Damroot is here. Oh, Damroot, now he's the one going fishing with Boom.
That's what he has been shooting from afar. I've been wondering where did he actually stand. You don't see him in the minimap. But he barely got himself inside of a circle. He have to figure out how to just drop himself on land. But Sam9 Boo slipped down. He got a very buttery feed indeed. BTR on the other hand taking the charge towards PANDUM. This giving opportunity for Sam9 from above as well to butt into this business. But unfortunately due to the high grounds seems to be difficult. It's going to be a fish eat fish world up there. The highest of them all will take it away. But BTR still secures PANDUM who got sandwiched just now.
And now the next challenger is going to be Sam9 coming onto BTR. Sam9 has this high ground, but the nades from BTR are landing onto the members of Sam9. Kenny down to 50%. He's rushing in. And the moment he rushed, he saw Satar. He got Satar. But the other members of BTR are still around. Satar will be ended by Kenny. But the follow-up came by GenForce. And Kenny is out.
That was close to being finished off entirely thanks to GenForce who made a turn of events for the side of VTR, but we're not done yet with Boom. They cannot afford to lose any single map here. They have to secure the position placement points. But speaking of which, we're talking about these Avies. We're trying the lineup. Now we can see they're going wild. Yesterday, Chua wasn't this. I mean, like, when it comes to their first day, these Avies in week number 3, Chua just readapting. But now he's pretty warm up, if you must say. Right now, these Avies is one scary team.
Yeah, with 4 eliminations by himself, and they managed to make it into the Camp Alpha Island, stopping Boom Esports at the tracks. Damroot is still behind that curve, so I wonder if these Avies will put importance on the Damroot. Now, probably not, since the blue can do its work. Damroot, his only way up is by going front, and that is where these Avies will be prepared for him.
Speaking of preparation, they have to be prepared for the next stage of circle as well. In less than 1 second now, it's going to be go time for the blue to shrink. We're heading stage number 6. In less than a minute, they have to figure out how to get into the center of the circle. And speaking of the center of circle, there's quite an open space where after they cross the street for vampires and they're going to leave these compounds, I feel like it won't be in the next circle. But Alliance, I'm still surprised by Alliance performance, despite they only have 2 players left since the early of the start of this map, and managed to survive longer.
Yeah, when they clash with Boom Esports, and they survive longer than Boom Esports. Oh, Damroot denied away this point. He drowned himself, and they are out at number 7 with 4 elimination points. These even they're not stopping yet now. They got GenForce.
Yeah, that's not going to be great. GenForce down to 2 players for BTR, but Vampires also on the run and on the hunt. They still have a full squad. The numbers still going up for them. 5 elimination across the board. Same goes for the Avies. But unfortunately, Paragen being finished off by Niwi of XERXIA. That one particular player of XERXIA making such difficulties for the teams, including the Avies. The entire crew being wiped out thanks to XERXIA and Infinity.
Ah, there you go. And the Xavier did not make it. But look who made it into the circle. The Infinity, a full squad. They have a good chance now. They have this compound, a lot of open space in front of them. So if teams wants to charge in, it's not going to be that easy. Man, this is going to be real interesting on how they defend this. Okay, Vampire Esports going to cross the road. Vampire Esports sees BTR, came down from the high ground. Knew we finished off by Nuzi. 3 teams left.
Now I want to see, can Infinity close the game against Vampires, knowing that BTR only have 2 players left? That gives so much room and opportunity with the teams with full squad here right now. When Vampires, we know that they're how well experienced they are. It's a no problem for them to close the game, but for Infinity to go against Vampires, how would they fare? 6 elimination across the board on the side of Vampires. They try to get a double digit here with a nade over tossed by BTR. Zaxi and Lapa left on that side, but Nuzi and Tony K got knocked down by Zaxi. Lapa, he tried to actually drop a nade on top of where the revival is going on. Schweppes, can he actually deal with this team of Infinity himself? Not so much. Vampires, they are in shambles. 2-way war. They have to swing it if they want to survive this.
Oh, and look at this. The Infinity, they're coming out of the shell right now. They want to collect elimination points. They don't want to stay put. From the inside, it's going to be Tiger X. It's AGA3 trying to hit the target. Tony K comes in from the front. Nuzi will score a couple of elimination points for himself. Stone gets 1 member of the Infinity. And now Stone, together with Nuzi, will need to come out with a big one against the Infinity. BTR, there's still 1 player left behind them. That's going to be Lapa. They could potentially backstab, and Stone knocked down by Logan.
They managed to revive on Tony K, but the nade of the collateral damage will knock him back down. Vampires have refused to die, but they have to face that they will settle down at third place for now with 7 eliminations. It's down to Infinity 3v1. One play of BTR. This cannot actually be botched at all, and they secured it. A chicken dinner to a team that is compulsory to get the points away, and Infinity scores it. Will they finally get into the Super Sunday with this performance?
Yeah, at least a great start here for the Infinity by scoring this chicken dinner, and it wiped out the two teams towards the end to get this chicken dinner. And also great positioning by them. The circle did favor them with the compound, all the open space in front, and I do like the sportsmanship here. Look at this, Newsy passed by to give high fives to his former teammates.
Yep, despite they lost to them just now, they still give some encouragement towards each other. That's nice sportsmanship, I agree. And also, speaking of brotherhood, I mean, these guys, they are rivals in the game, but when it comes to outside of the game, they're back to be buddies. But when it comes to eliminations, 7 eliminations secured by the side of Infinity. I don't know if we have any double-digit teams down there, but some of them close enough, around 7 to 9 eliminations, including Vampires as well as the Xaviers.
Yeah, and those are some of the teams that we will highlight soon. But for now, we'll highlight Tiger X as our MVP. Though only 1 elimination, but he scored 423 damage. The ratio versus 1 elimination is pretty high. 102 damage received, 28% team contribution, and a survival time of 21 minutes 52 seconds. And with 102 damage received, technically he was not knocked in this game. And besides Vampire, BTR, we also have the Xavier up here.
The Xaviers, surprisingly, they got quite a number of eliminations, but they have one of the least amount of full squad time. Same goes for BTR, by the way. But let's rewatch it. When it comes to Infinity, got himself the chicken dinner first map of today.
Wow, quick move there from Tatmo all the way to the end to be in Camp Alpha Island for the Infinity. And with that, the chicken dinner brought them 17 points in total, followed by BTR 12 points, Vampire Esports 12 points as well, edging them closer to the magical number of 80. And we got the Xavier with 10 points, although they did not score as high of a placement as the others, but because of their 7 eliminations, they are in the double-digit club.
Now, speaking of 7, 6, and 8 eliminations, there's quite a number on top of this board here, including Sam 9, no placement points, no problem. He's got himself 8 eliminations. That's going to be the main focus of the day. But speaking of the second page, PANDUM, FAZE Clan, PEA did not score anything just now. Unfortunately, especially for PEA, I don't know how they will try to come back from this loss.
Yeah, it's looking pretty hard for them. 5 more games to go. I guess PA right now, it's more for setting themselves up for the last chance qualifiers. That is probably the best that PA can do at this moment. But we'll review the overall rankings besides only PA. So at this point, Yudu Alliance, which is no longer Yudu, by the way. Gotta retune that. Alliance, that is. Okay, congratulations to them. They are now in top 8 and they're 1 point above Team Secret, and Team Secret got pushed down and they are no longer having any more games, so they will be playing last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, but when it comes to getting into straight Super Sunday, we're looking eyes locked towards the first page. They are the highest chance to get themselves straight into the Super Sundays, down to the Xaviers, I assume, which they're going to hit into the 80s anytime now. But for the teams on second page, how much can they push to get themselves in the last chance qualifiers? Because feels like the gap between the first and second page is significantly a huge gap right now.
Yeah, even like Boom Esports, the highlight team, 18 points, not even breaking the 20-point mark. So there is a high likeliness that they will be in the last chance qualifiers later on. Teams like maybe SERXIA, BTR, maybe SERXIA, maybe. I mean, 43 points, magical number 80. At least they're above the 50% mark as of now. So 5 more games to go. It could still happen for teams like SERXIA.
Yep, SERXIA still have some light by the end of the tunnel, but Tony K and damn rude. I mean, like, I love the comparison between the top players of Top Fragger, each respective teams, which we have Vampire, Tony K, GEEK, Fam for damn rude. 3 and 4 eliminations. Damage-wise is more towards damn rude, but only 8 of a difference there. Assist just 1. Basically, these two players are very similar when it comes to how they play. But props to the side of Damroot, he do contribute more towards the team, maybe based on his performance itself. Mostly the elimination points are just by Damroot.
Yeah, and that was thanks to his camping near the bridge at the river, and some of his targets were Boom Esports that scored him a couple of elimination points. But at the end of the day, it is the Infinity that had the biggest laugh, and they scored the first chicken dinner for today. Infinity, a team that has not been in Super Sunday, they are desperate for points, whether to start off well in the last chance qualifiers or even better to qualify directly into Super Sunday. The Infinity, they are on a hunt.
Yeah, but speaking of a hunt, don't forget about the teams that love those numbers to go up to, especially the Xaviers with Chua playing here today and the rest of the week of grouping stage in the final week. You can see a bit of aggressiveness, not a bit, plenty of aggression showcased by the Xaviers with this lineup here right now. I don't know, maybe Chua has been saved for the Bass, or, you know, trying to do some secret strat coming in with Chua despite his, like, what, how many seasons we haven't seen him playing, but he's still warmed up enough that, you know, he doesn't need those practice and too much of a warm-up to just adapting it himself into the last week, final week group stage here.
Yeah, the last I saw him, he was involved in the off-season tournaments. So I had the thought that time, like, okay, he's going to be a starter, but he wasn't the starter. But when he came in week 3, he hit the ground running. So he has been keeping himself abreast with the game as well in a semi-competitive setting. So yeah, it does shows that, you know, some of these players, they do have that talent. They just need that little spark. Maybe the 2 weeks away for him was what he needed to, like, spark himself up. And when he came back on, he's like a full force, refreshed Chua.
I'm loving this because back in the days when they don't actually put in Chua in the starter lineup, we did question why is Chua not playing, because we do know when it comes to firepower, he's as high caliber as Lamborghini when it comes to one of the best players in the Xavier's lineup, right? We do know that he is actively engaging into those fights, trying to open up angles as much as he can. When it comes to initiating as entry fragger, he's always there to do the work for Chua. Now finding his back, I want to see this lineup of the Xaviers, how much further can they go? If we finally get a scenario where the Xaviers full squad versus Vampires, now that feels like a grand final matchup.
Well, they could still possibly happen. I mean, it is a mix of 16 teams together, so the chance for them to bump into each other is definitely there. And it will be exciting to see, right? Not gonna lie there. The Xavier, of course, being the best team in Vietnam, hands down. Vampire Esports, arguably the best team in Thailand, going up against each other. It will be pretty fun to watch in a, say, a 4v4 finale for the chicken dinner. That would be the best scenario.
Yep, we can't wait to see for that to happen, but will we get to see, depending on the circle and flight path as always, because flight path wise, sometimes, you know, it's going to be difficult for us to have that meetup and gathering for Vampires and the Xaviers. Same goes for the side of circle, so gotta have to wait and see who's in favor or not. Like it or not, it's still going to be that 5% of luck in place by the end of the day.
Yeah, so 5% luck, 50% skill, 100%. Okay, never mind. I forgot the lyrics to that. But here we go. Anyway, it's not about the song, it's all about the tune inside the game. Let's head on to it.
Tuning into the PMSL final week here, guys. It's going to be our first Erangel here for our last day of the group stage. You will go straight to Super Sunday, who's going to have the off day tomorrow, and who have to work for their last draw to get into the grand finals. But we do have a northern flight path cutting across straight. I love this flight path. It's pretty straight itself towards the right side of the map. But it's going to be probably SMB. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, possibly. But Lipovka will be the ending destination for the most teams in this flight path. But speaking of which, experiment-wise, right, Cloud, Vampires, they drop into Primos, definitely better when it comes to performance here.
Yeah, and I guess they're getting that that vibe, right? Like with this vibe, they have the option of, okay, we can go Zaki, it's fine, it's one of their alternate drop spots, but when you have that 50-50 option, it's like, okay, let's just go Primos. It's like our feng shui place, and it got them through hard times to score chicken dinners when even circles are like on all the way on the right side. They somehow work it out by starting off in Primos. So I guess that's why they're dropping there. The closest competition is going to be MORPH, but so far from what we have seen, there hasn't been an early clash between MORPH or even GEEK who takes Barry here.
I think maybe due to the circle transition as well, so it kind of not making these teams to go in the same direction. But speaking of the circle, we have very similar circle just like yesterday. It kind of centralizing around the Medusa intersection area, and if we ended up there again, we saw how difficult for the teams to actually decide to segregate themselves whether to go which part of the intersection of that Medusa area there. So it's down to the IGL to call the shot by the end of the day whether they want to pick and choose their plays early on or not. But no pick off early this time. Depending on the scout, if there's any, we might actually have some first few bloods going on.
Yeah, and as of now, not yet. So looks like everyone's pretty chill. I guess it's because of the okay or kind of nice flight path for everyone. Everyone's pretty much able to get to their regular drop spot. So we might see more fights when it comes to like stage maybe 2 when they start to migrate towards the right, or maybe 3 when the circle is small enough for these teams to compete with each other for checkpoints. And speaking about checkpoint, we're going to highlight Damru here, who is trying to find the next checkpoint perhaps, or scout out for vehicles, and he came up big in the previous round for GEEK fam.
I feel like Damrit is doing a lot of work by himself most of the times. The last surviving player for GEEK fam, always scouting out for the team, always go for the off angle to do the work. It feels like Rosemary and Damrud pretty much in the same spot sometimes, you know, for Rosemary sometimes, because we do know the rise of Altigo, and now it's best to compare with Tony K since they are playing right. But the difference between Tony K and also Damrit in certain sense is that Tony K is more daring when it comes to decision making sometimes. You know, he doesn't hesitate. That's the difference between Tony K and Damrit from my perspective.
Yeah. Though they probably play different roles, right? Like Damrut, he plays a more support-ish role because he's the IGL, so he has to like control the team from the back, get a good view, and provide the next instructions on what are they supposed to do or what the plan is. Whereas for Rosemary, he's more of like a frontline fragger. Although we see him like doing like his solo stuff alone, which is fine, right? Because at some point you also want to like open up the space to gather information. So a bit different when it comes to their roles, but when it comes to the capability of what they're able to do, definitely Damroot has some I would say attributes that are able to match up to Rosemary.
I agree. I mean, like, okay, that's a pretty keyword that you just mentioned just now. We talked about the IGL role, right? With Damroot, also have to figure out what's best for the team. I mean, that add on another responsibility for his decision making in the game. He couldn't just think for himself compared to Tony K and Rosemary that don't really have the responsibility as an IGL to have to think for the team. He's thinking about how to score for the points of the team. But for the side of GEEK Fam's IGL, which is going to be Damroot, he have to put into consideration that if I decide to go and entry in, I'm the IGL. These boys have 100% trust with me taking the line as a frontliner as well when certain cases happens. So he cannot miscalculate himself too much. That's more responsibility on Damroot for him to actually perform this level still with that additional role on his shoulders. I mean, that's something else. He's multitasking at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, this guy have been the IGL for the longest time, right? So I'm sure that's like no, it's a role that's no stranger for him, and it's great that the fact that he has like good frontline fraggers, right? At least on paper, that is. So like Mika is an amazing frontline fragger, Aizen as well, and of course Audrey. So he has like these three militants that he can like deploy. Like, okay, just do that. Okay, trust me, just do that. And he just controls it from the back. And one of the reasons why he always survives long is because he stays in the back, which is fine because as an IGL, you gotta get a good view of what's happening on ground. So that's why not only the fact that he has the multitask doing that, but also the survivability of Damroot is shown like in the Sanhok match.
Now, speaking of survivability, can Chua survive this by himself? The entire crew of MORPH just gushing in with their guns blazing around. Unfortunately, despite he got himself such a great round in Sanhok, Chua will be taken out in an instant the moment MORPH got a glimpse of him trying to run away. That's going to be a huge loss on the side of the Xaviers based on their last performance. One of their top frag has been taken out and is down to 3, but we do know the capability of these Xaviers. It's more than enough for them to have 3 sets of hands to still work in the game here.
Yeah, the Xavier could still run with 3. And plus, if you think about it, objectively for the Xavier, magical number 80, they are 13 points away, 5 more games to go. 3 players, they could still score that amount. So that would be like the key objective for the Xavier, which is absolutely, I'm sure they'll be fine with that. Of course, ideally they would want a full squad. Who doesn't, right? But they are pushed to the fact that they have to play with 3 players. The Xavier being this sort of team, they'll be okay.
Speaking of the teams that's not okay, we're going to talk about bit for Boom, BA example. Now, the case of what we're going to have here today, Cloud, it's going to be a deja vu, rinse and repeat things all over again. Number 1 spot, I'm not surprised if Vampires overtake the number 1 spot by end of today when it comes to the group stage for week 3, because they're close enough to go there anyway. And I assume when they got themselves in the top spot, including these areas, they are the one that will make it difficult for the teams at the bottom too. Because, you know, when you know that you're going to get into Super Sunday anyway, there's no more pressure on the side of these teams. So they will try to go for the hunt just to push their numbers up.
Yeah, we saw that like in previous weeks, right? So we had the BTR situation. I believe there was a Vampire situation and there was a Xavier situation in the week 1 as well. That once they're up there with 1 million points, it's like they can do anything they want. Like what you said, no pressure, but they still seem to want to go for it, even though the last round doesn't really matter for them anymore. And they just wreak havoc to the other teams, and other teams that are struggling for points will still need to meet these guys that have no pressure. So psychologically, the upper hand will be to the teams that don't really matter when it comes to points.
Yeah, I mean, well, the lesser stress they have, the lesser expectations, the more they can actually do in the game. Less is always more, like they say. And speaking of lesser circle, we do have the circle heart shape all the way to southwest, and this is going to be interesting. The migration coming up from the northern side is going to be massive. wild, early, scrappy fights here coming on the northern side. I do want to see when it comes to XERXIA, Team Flash, PA will come in super late. I assume they're going to tank the blue for a bit. But the rest on the north, feels like a lot of gatekeeping might be happening soon.
I also wanted to mention that, remember that we talked about the feng shui of Primos for Vampire? Yep, it's happening again. Circle goes down. Vampire has one of the easiest entry into the circle. Last we saw when the map was open, they were coming from the left side, and they will be unchallenged to come into the circle. So again, more and more reason for Vampire to try to go to Primos as much as possible.
Yeah, if you get yourself in the top ranks up there, probably bought the circle now. Circles favors you all the time. The team that don't really need the points anymore, always being favored by the circle. I think that's how the feng shui of PUBG Mobile actually works, just to make it difficult for the teams at the very bottom and push themselves beyond their limit. And speaking of beyond their limit, now Boom seems to be hitting a stagnant performance when it comes to this season. We barely get to see them to actually progress for every single week. We had the interview before. I can see that they had lost themselves. They definitely had lost themselves. We don't see them as confident as they used to in their previous season's interview. I just hope they figured it out, because it will be a shame knowing how high caliber the players of Booms are, but it's just something else that they need to work things out. Maybe there's going to be, a silver lining by the end of the season. Maybe it's a boost for their next season's performance after they figure out the solution for this mystery of their downfall.
Yeah, next season will be all the way next year, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe March, and that's going to be a big gap there if they do miss out on the PMGC, which is going to be somewhere in between. So yeah, I mean, a team like Boom Esports would feel kind of weird to not have their calendar filled up, because they've been really busy before this. Winning one tournament, going to the next one, going to PMWC, and all other off-season tournaments in between that they get invited just because they were the champions. So they had a really busy calendar. I'm sure they wouldn't want to take that break, but if the circumstances are so, then I guess the bright side is that taking a break sometimes isn't too bad.
Yeah, just to refresh and take a step back to review and reassess what went wrong all the way. See a bigger picture out of the small wall that you have been looking at as big because you're too close to the wall. Taking a step back can actually figure out the exit way out from their current condition. But the circle shifted again. It's going to be farm this time, not the usual that we've seen before. Probably one of the very first few around this area, but very similar circle. But high chance if the circle pulled all the way down south, it's going to be some part of water in it, and PANDUM already got himself down there. Speaking of the shoreline, we might actually have the battle between PANDUM and GEEK fam if both having the same mindset of taking the shoreline.
And maybe even O2, since they make a long rotation from the Saverni down to the left side. But we're going to see a fight here. MORPH against FaZe Clan. Mela gets eliminated by Tuyo. And Vintores is down. The other members of his team, FaZe Clan, nowhere to be found. They managed to get away for now. But the Infinity is around the corner. So it looks like the potato here is getting pretty popular.
Oh, speaking of popular, Hazel is a popular target too for the teams down there. And speaking of Onzans, FaZe Clan, they want to open fire. Trigger discipline is at play here. They do know they are spreading out quite thin among themselves. If they're being knocked down by the teams that seems to be transitioning, they might not have the rescue mission going on. RRQ take down Sam9. And speaking of RRQ, which lineup do they actually deploy this time? And Hazel still managed to survive. But unfortunately, a bit of lower ground. Infinity already taken capitalization on that potato heels of Puchinki.
And yeah, you asked about RRQ. So it's Fnatic, No Mercy, Snape, and Nebeko in the lineup. So looks like they'll be playing this round with this one. Their sign-out match in Hatin wasn't that great. They got sieged down by Vampire Esports and they lost that fight. Failed to defend against them. This has to be a redemption round for RRQ, because if we look at their points, they are at, as of now, 27 points. So still pretty far off the 80 golden number mark. If they don't make it to that, obviously it's all about getting a good start in the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ definitely changed when it comes to the strategy this week compared to last week. I personally love their previous strategy, which they gate cap a lot of teams and breach camp multiple times and then hunt them down, being aggressive since the start. A bit more tactical this week. It's not entirely wrong. It feels like they're holding their back for a bit more than they used to. But XERXIA are not holding back any much longer. They're taking out on FaZe Clan, but unfortunately, we have another three-way war. XERXIA do have some elevations, but unfortunately it's not the same ground as MORPH. They do have better elevations here, and they open fire against MORPH and FaZe Clan. And lucky enough, at least FaZe Clan don't try to force them for the fight as well. If not for XERXIA, they might get sandwiched in between these two teams.
If not by the teams, by the blue right now on the lower ground. So very difficult position for XERXIA to be in. But we're going to see the circle as well, and it moves further down south. Even worse for XERXIA.
But hey, say hello to GEEK fam. Can they score this chicken? This is supposed to be their circle, and DZave is already in there. And XERXIA unfortunately will take the fight in the blue. Infinity will pass by. Look at how Team Flash go all the way out into the blues, and just because they want to take those eliminations. Speaking of third party, my oh my, this guy's really taking advantage of this.
Well, let's see if XERXIA will be able to take advantage of anything. Looks like the answer is no. And in the end of the day, it's going to be Team Flash. Like what you said, went up, took a couple of elimination points in the back, and eliminating XERXIA in the process. Now it's going to be MORPH heading on to Team Flash. Nice jump shot by Flippy to get a knockdown to Kwang. The other members of Team Flash behind him in the blue still. And Flippy, who tried to go in for the loot, goes to punish him.
We're gonna wait and see. Will Team Flash get punished for their greediness just now, getting out from the safe zone just to get those couple of eliminations across the other teams that are having those fight before. Now Zeus will try to make damage control for the side of Team Flash, taking down on Flippy. Here comes the rise of Team Flash arriving. But can they finish things off? Because Infinity Tiger X is roaring with Tourney-K, get himself already 2 eliminations, and they are on the hunt as well.
Yeah. All these teams, look at the mini-map, right? Circling around each other, finding that opportunity, but time is not on anyone's side. Plus, the last time we saw the circle, it went down south. So teams could be gatekeeping that circle. Okay, I noticed that Vampire Esports is around the corner as well. A bit of chase here by the Infinity onto RRQ, as the members of RRQ trying to get as far as possible from the Infinity.
Infinity trying to figure out reassess and regrouping, and maybe trying to revise the rotations here. Trying to put himself in the different corners for each of the players. But we have to go back to his right side of the circle. Farm it is for our last few circles. Here, Sam9 seems to be passing across Alliance, with RIQ eyeing out as well. And there's also BTR, so Alliance seems to be in the center of attention here as well. And speaking of the attention seeker here, RIQ just gonna butt into the business. To the moment they open fire just now, RIQ respond instantly to go to see who's being shot. Can we be part of this crossfire?
Yeah, assessing that situation, right? But hey, looks like they had a visitor that came by, and it is from BTR. So right now, RRQ at least have an idea that, okay, somebody's down south, Alliance up north, and looks like they're going to pick Alliance as the next target.
Lions, unfortunately, will not be visualized by No Mercy, so RRQ definitely going to feel a bit disappointed by it, but they got themselves quite an open space with that small shack. Jimmy can actually get some covers for now, but MORPH, despite they had such a great run hunting people down, unfortunately that's going to be the end for this round as well, with 5 eliminations across the board. Empire is taking a bit of a jab by the other teams as well. I think that was Infinity. But back to the side of RRQ and Alliance. Alliance still have a full squad. Saying this for RRQ, they're going for 2-2 formation, rushing towards Oleo first.
Yeah, Nate sent across onto Oleo, and that nade by Snape will knock him down. Oleo out, and he's pretty far away from his other teammates. Snape spots the other members of Alliance, now on his vehicle. Looks like they're going to rush in, navigating past the smoke, hoping to find a knock, but unfortunately the knock came from Alliance instead. And another one from Leon's.
Oh, Circle just shrinks away again and Lions. Jimmy, can he actually go for the save as well? When we talked about RRQ, are they okay too? Seems like the entire crew of RRQ be taken out by Alliance, despite they try to force it out just now. Speaking of forcing, these Avis and Infinity add a rumble here. And seems like these Avis left with only one player standing, and he still tried to fight back.
Yeah, one shot is all Paragon needs through his S12K to knock down the member of the Infinity. But Parjin, he's alone. Okay, goes down to the ground floor. Tries to find God Tuni. Needs him on the second floor, but nobody's home. Parjin still fighting. Cooking up this nade now. But look under the horizon. Parjin saw it. He saw Vampire Esports coming. He went back up.
Oh, speaking of third party and housekeeping, Team Vampires here to just clean off. The rest of the teams are still trying to get themselves back up. Origins, on the other hand, still got himself in the second floor. Infinity, they've been bombarded with so many nades left, right, and center. And now here comes the push. Stone and Tony and the rest of Vampire will attempt to clear this building off by themselves.
Oh, yeah. Vampire Esports, third party, having the best situation of them all so far. And looking for more eliminations, hoping to land a nade onto the second floor where Parjin is at. Parjin moved down to the ground floor now and navigates around back onto the second floor as Parjin holding his ground all alone while the other members of the Infinity have been eliminated. But say hey, hello to Team Flash.
Team Flash just arrived and now feels like a fish. Fish will out there. The bigger dog will win this fight. And Team Flash Stone finished off. Thanks to that, Parjin managed to survive a bit more longer than the two teams have been taken down back to back on top of that compound just now. But we're not done yet. Team Flash, Parjin, 2 down. Feels like the person or the team that having the last laugh between those teams that are fighting across this building is going to be these Xaviers.
What? At the end of the day, it was Parjin that won it? Man, this guy is a beast there. To defend against the 3 different teams that still made it out alive.
I don't know how he does it, but he just did. But unfortunately, that's going to be the end of this round. And it's going to be Boom, the bane of the Xaviers for now. Now, Boom, they survive as a 4. This might be one of the longest survival when it comes to each map. Now, can they translate into more points? As so far, they scored himself 3, building up the momentum slowly, but Alliance will also be eliminated. PA next, taking a fight against O2, but we might have a third party coming up from 7-9 if they want to be part of this crossfire.
Well, O2 needs to win this fight first. So far, PA, okay, 1 knock onto them. O2, 3 players left without a Mazal. And Fredo, he's trying to get as close as possible to the action, but his other teammate behind him is quite far away. But he's also having that responsibility of checking whoever or another team that could possibly come by, and that's Team PANDUM. But we are about 10 more seconds to the next stage, and all these teams by the bay very likely will need to move anyway.
Oh, I love the spread coming up from Boom, capitalizing over in the northern side. This might actually give them so much space, but unfortunately the southern teams, though, the lesser land to play with. And with the straight in between, it depends on the last few circles later on to see who will get the chicken dinner. But O2, PA, and Sam9, this scrappy fights between these 3 teams might actually include BTR, who's actually on the way here.
Okay, look at this. Frankie is trying to find or get a visual at least of Fredo, who's on the other end. But Fredo is stuck between not only PA but also Team PANDUM. Jumper is bleeding out. Okay, Fredo shows himself. Nice shot by Fredo from afar to knock down Dimsy. But is he able to secure the elimination point? Yes, he will. So at least he got 1 out of that.
Taking 1 by 1 out. Slowly taking and chip them down. Limb by limb. Not going aggressive and too reckless to the side of what's left with O2 Esports as well. PA is still having a 4. Fredo down to 1. Same goes for the side of 7-9. They're running low in terms of manpower too, down to 2 players down there. But PANDUM got himself quite a comfortable compound. So they will wait it out for the teams to fight it out. Now the arrival of BTR. Can they change the standstill between 7-9 and PA?
Nice angle there by Satar to finish off Frankie. And BTR will continue on right now. They're surrounding the members of PA. Adam will be the next one to fall. Kido from the other side will be shut down by GEEK fam all the way from the building. And PEA eliminated 3 points this round.
Speaking of the 5th party, not even the 3rd party anymore at this point, GEEK fam taking advantage. Despite it's quite a very far shot indeed. It was over 200 meters just now. But for BTR, this is quite an open space, a flat plane with barely enough structure to cover themselves. So they have to tread this very carefully. Coming in as a trio, left and right, they have to deal with 2 different players and 2 different teams. Left side, it's Dumdale. Now focusing on towards Sam9, who just clustered up together just nearby the street, but they got some structure to cover themselves.
Satar's on his way right now, navigating towards the left side. Looks like they're trying to clean up the bay here. Next it could be Team PANDUM. But we'll hold that thought for a second. We have Boom Esports now against GEEK Fam.
GEEK Fam, they were focusing on the teams across the other side of the street. Now they have to focus what's in front of their nose. There's going to be an exchange of nades. Yeah, wait a minute. It's PANDUM against the side of GEEK Fam as well. Jibranki, the nade toss and fire make them capitalize by Boom right now. Decapitating and just taking the rest of GEEK Fam out of this equation. I mean, thanks to PANDUM for that. Boom, they managed to just win this over.
Yeah, all the way from the other side. Man, that is a really, really long range shot. So Boom Esports have Team PANDUM to thank there. But Sam9 has no one to thank for now. Definitely not BTR as they try to rain down the nades onto Sam9 to knock them down. Smoke is being utilized by Sam9 to get an extra cover. BTR, they don't have a good view yet, but they do have vehicles and looks like they're setting themselves up to possibly rush in onto them, but might as well wait for the next circle.
If the circle moves slightly to the north and just favors the other side of the street, now that's going to be difficult. The only team will get that circle probably just going to be Boom right now. So it does favors Boom for now. It's not too far from them, but PANDUM will be having the most difficulty to transition himself into the circle. If they go across the street, look at how the angles open up by Boom, waiting for PANDUM to move. The moment they try to pick out and cross, all three teams will start firing down towards only their direction here.
Yeah, so this is where they need to prep themselves up, right? But Sam9, if you gotta think about it, where are they going to go, right? If they go behind, Boom is there. Go front, BTR, they go towards the side, it's Team PANDUM. I mean, Sam9 is now very surrounded. Sata finally gets Kenny, but from the side, Firen, super duper low here, she gets a knockdown to Gen Force. Firen, evade that nade, very, very lucky of him. But Boom Esports now, giving an assist to Firen.
Yep, lucky enough, Boom seems to be spotting out the business between BTR and Sam9. That gave opportunity for Firen to re-heal himself, but I think his first aid did not actually have too much in his pocket. It just gave away his position. A clear shot to Frenzy and Razy as well. That's more in the pocket of Boom. They are coming back this time at 7 eliminations, down to PANDUM versus Boom now.
Only one more challenger now, that is Team PANDUM. And Team PANDUM, they do have the circle. It's looking good right now for Boom Esports with a full team against a trio. That is Team PANDUM. And Pombe is going to be the one to hold the line down. Playing by the edge of it. Team PANDUM finds a space to come into the circle at least. Utilizing their smoke. Yummy with the long range. Putting a lot of pressure back on the Team PANDUM.
Razy, the only one without eliminations, but he's been putting up a lot of damage with the opening team so far. But the nade of Bombit chipped down PANDUM players down to very low HP. They cluttered up together. Can Bombit do another toss? That's now be a knockdown for now. Go time for Boom. It's going to be the rush hour. Coming in, Bombit with another nade dropping. Can he drop it big? But will he be chipped down as well? As Jabranki naded down on Bombit. That's going to be short-handed when it comes to the front line of both teams. But Razy here to save the day, and Boom is back finally in the last day with their first chicken dinner.
Oh man, a lot of fans have been missing this logo to come up just right next to the WWCD, and the Boom Esports came up with this chicken dinner. They still need to come up big with the remaining 4 rounds in order to qualify directly onto Super Sunday, but at least this is a great start for Boom Esports.
With 4 more maps remaining, if they keep this consistency and can manage to secure double digit all the way throughout the entire day, which is possible for them, it's doable for them to get into the Super Sunday for the last Super Sunday here. With 7-10 eliminations, there you go, double digit it is. So they score 100% 20 points by now. And that's definitely going to boost when it comes to the numbers. If they keep this going the entire day, it's still possible here, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? 20 points collected. Let's see. 4 more games to go. But we got to give it to the guy who hold on the front line for Boom Esports. Bombit. 3 eliminations, 613 damage, 312 damage received. Man, this guy's a tanker. 23% team contribution, 25 minutes, 22 seconds survival time for Boom Esports. He made a big contribution by not only holding on the line, but towards the end, he made a trade that did not end up giving away the point, just a knock that opened up the space for his other teammates to rush in to finish off Team PANDUM.
But I say we have some Indonesia domination when it comes to the last 4 teams just now. Don't forget about the rotations. PANDUM, despite they had a 4, unfortunately, the circle just moves away from them as well. It's down to Boom and Panda by the end of the day, and BTR still put up a good fight. And don't forget Team Flash still squeeze in the top 4 teams here. With the least amount of full squad time. But let's finally rewatch Boom get their chicken dinner. Will this be their rise?
Circle went away from them, no problem, as they navigated through the left side to come in to score the chicken dinner. That is Boom Esports with 20 points this round. It's been a long time since we saw Boom Esports scoring that chicken dinner. And beside them, it's going to be BTR that scored 6 eliminations, 11 points. But Team Flash, interesting, number 4, no place on points needed, and they're up there.
Same goes for the side of Empire, 6 eliminations with no placement points as well. But the only team that got himself double-digit eliminations is going to be Boom, which means not many teams down there actually progress as much as they do right now. Due to distribution of the points and elimination across the board is quite pretty much the same for everybody else. Down to even 9th place, we have 5 points here for MORPH, 4 points for O2 Esports with 2 elimination points. Infinity also the teams without placement points. Same goes for MORPH, second page. The Xaviers and XERXIA, unfortunately, Chwabi taken out early did impact on the Xavier side.
Yeah, so it only brought them 1 point. But the interesting one as well is FaZe Clan. No points at all collected this round. And the last we checked, FaZe Clan, they could still use points to be in the top 8 directly. If not, it's probably going to be last chance qualifiers for them. But we're going to look at the numbers as of now. No big movement on the top, and at the borderline of 8, no movement at all as well. So Alliance is still up there at number 8. Now they open up a 7-point gap between them and Team Secret. Well, obviously because Team Secret is not going to add any more points since they're done. So their next contender is going to be Infinity and BTR.
Yep, and for Creep VIP, I assume they're going to get pushed all the way by end of today. For BTR, of course, when it comes to 49 points, it's close to getting those 80 magical numbers. Also, don't forget about these Xaviers. I assume these Xaviers, surprisingly, across 2 maps now, they barely got enough points. I mean, like, barely got even 3 points there today.
Yeah, I know, right? Still, with the remaining games to go, it's going to be pretty hard, but not all hope is lost yet. But for page number 2, let's see here. Boom Esports, after that chicken dinner, they jumped up to number 17, so they have 38 points now. Okay, 4 more games to go. They have to come up with a similar performance in order to qualify directly to Super Sunday.
Yeah, for DZ, sorry, I stand corrected. They scored around 10 points, 11 points today. Yeah, I agree. When it comes to second page teams, yeah, we should be concerned about PEA. Right now, we talked about how they cannot afford to make any mistake, but that's going to be the one that they keep on making mistakes and blunders. And hopefully they can come back and bounce back. But speaking of bouncing back, boom! Bouncing it big with 10 eliminations this time. And Team Flash follow pursuit at 8 eliminations. 6 for BTR and Vampires at 6 as well.
Yeah, so a decent gap there between Boom and the others. 2, and it goes down all the way. Vampire Esports, well, also to point out that with the points that they collected this round, they should be pretty safe now into the Super Sunday directly. And speaking of Vampire Esports, we're gonna get Mr. Handsome on the board, Stone, with the most eliminations next to Yummy with 4.
Yeah, but welcome back, Yummy Mate. It's been a while without glasses this time, of course, when it comes to his poster. And for Alliance, I mean, K-Look or Adik Look always going to push himself up to the numbers too. And surprisingly, we don't have Tony K this time, maybe because he's being eliminated early. That's a rare sight, by the way. But we have Stone to, subs for Tony K when it comes to the fraggers as well. VTL Satan, nonetheless, also squeezing in at 4th place.
Yeah, and here is a recap in case you just joined us. Boom Esports got the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. So fans of Boom Esports, rejoice, be positive, because this chicken dinner could probably push them even further up with this kind of momentum. But they will have to keep the momentum up themselves as well, because the competition will be tight as we head on to our next Erangel before the break.
Just to recap as well, Klaus, so far it has been a bullseye for our prediction here today. When it comes to our predictions, all that's left is going to be the Infinity. One more team for our chicken and team to focus here. It depends on how they will play the next Erangel map. And they were close enough just now. They got quite a good number of eliminations too.
Yeah, the Infinity actually scored the first chicken dinner. So it's
PA
that we're waiting. And PA, well, the previous round, I mean, to be fair to them, they were in the open space, they were caught with so many teams, BTR rushing to them, so it was pretty hard. But they managed O2 at least pretty nicely at some point, and they maintained all 4 their players until BTR came. So at least they're showing some level of potential. And if they can score the chicken dinner, I mean, we'll be scoring our perfect day as well.
Yeah, perfect prediction and perfect teams to focus here, because these are going to be the teams that are eyeing out for the points. They're in more desperate need. They have the drive. As long as they keep themselves positive and have the confidence with their own performance. It's just, the worst enemy and the biggest enemy is going to be within themselves, their own self there. So they have to fight against their own confidence or even their doubts inside of their minds. And coming up from Boom, I want to see, can they carry forward this momentum throughout the entire day? Is it still possible for them at 16th place starting off today, climbing up, not 16, we call it 23rd place, because we have 24 teams competing, right? And they are in the 23rd place starting off today.
And if they are somehow able to be in the top 8, like as of by the end of the day, it will be one of the biggest comebacks that we have seen in this season's PMSL. But even if they are not, they still have the last chance qualifiers to play. So it's still not all doom and gloom for any of the teams at all. Even those teams that are confirmed not going through, like Crit, not going through directly, there's still the last chance qualifiers for them to be in. But of course, every team will want to have the extra day break. They wouldn't mind that. So this round is going to be important for teams like Boom Esports.
Yep, we want to see, can they yo-yo their way in, which means we saw their rise and we saw their fall, and now can they bounce back towards their rise? They are definitely building up. For PA though, it's gonna be all the way fall for this season. While we do know it's a fall season, but you don't have to fall when it comes to your performance too, guys.
Yeah. The only one that needs to fall is, other teams besides you. Yeah, of course, that's what the competition is all about, right? However, for Alliance, they're doing okay, I would say. We would likely see them in the last chance in the Super Sunday, but of course they just need to rank in a good amount of points left with the remaining 4 games, and they are still on track with that. Wouldn't be too worried about Alliance for now. XERXIA, interesting enough, one of the teams that still need to collect points, so hopefully we'll be able to get to see a good performance by them, and they're actually not playing with my favorite player, Diehard.
Yeah, we saw the bump and we saw the sudden rise of occasion here when XERXIA actually put up Diehard in their lineup. And I feel like it's a high valuable player. Maybe they, probably they will planning out to just deploy Diehard later, second half of the day, and try to keep him as fresh as possible, not over exhaust the player that need the most focus, especially the second half of the day where everything can change in the very last minute. But speaking of which, Cloud, we have plenty of teams that actually have only one Super Sunday. When it comes to the points, everybody needs it.
Yeah, that's where it will be exciting for us to see this week's Super Sunday as well. So make sure you guys tune in on Sunday, because that will be the time where we will lock in our top 16 teams in the grand finals, because this season is way tighter than the seasons before. So we're going to start off again inside Erangel, the one before the break. Let's head on to it.
Buckle off, ladies and gents, because the players will drop themselves right now as we're heading into Nova Rybnoye and up towards the northwest side of the circle. Probably going to be on the southern side or around hospital area for our ending of flight path here based on this south flight. Now we might actually have, I personally wish we can have Stalber peak again, because we had only once, and that was a fun rotation by a lot of teams. I mean, a lot of teams have been taken out before heading into stage number 5 and 6, before they even get into peak of Stalber. But it was a very rough decision by the IGL to decide how the rotation to get into the circle. And it was definitely challenging for the players, and we get to see their growth from there.
Yeah, if it's at the peak of Stalber, the team that would love that is going to be PEA. Since Stalber Kaminsky is their regular drop spot, they might just go back there again, and they'll be hoping for that kind of circle. But the last time they were given that circle, didn't particularly do well. But of course, if they're given a second chance, we do expect them to learn from the past and do well with that kind of circle again, if we do get a Stalber peak circle. And I do like a Stalber peak circle as well. We don't get to see that all the time, so at least one of those rare circles that we get to enjoy.
Yep, especially the gondola fight, but unfortunately we will say no to the cable car and the gondolas, because it's probably going to be maybe Gatka Mountains will be one of the most valuable spot here, or maybe you're going to hot ship all the way to the Gatka fields as well. So as per usual, it's probably going to be right on top of the playing field of Gatka. That's going to be the normal common circle. But if any consolation for us, if we do actually Gatka Mountains for the last few circle, we get that will be one of the most interesting match of Erangel when it comes to the week 3.
Yeah, we haven't got like a circle that ends on the peak of Gatka Mountain. So that would be pretty nice if we get that too, at least for this season, that is. And some of the teams that really like the Gatka Mountain, I would say FaZe Clan. They normally make a quick rotation there as their pit stop, and they'll be one of the earlier teams on Gatka Mountain, rotating from South Jogopo, which is not too far away. So even with this kind of circle, I would expect FaZe Clan to be up there quick. So if any team wants to take over the Gatka Mountain entirely, that is, although it's still able to be shared with each corner, they need to be prepared to face up with FaZe Clan.
Yep, I mean, whoever get there up first will get the advantage, depending on the circle rotation, of course. But just now we saw Team Flash Batman score himself a Daisy and get that vehicle up. And it's been a while, it's quite a long time since I saw a player to deny the other team's mobility by taking out the tires or punctured the tires of the other vehicle he bumped into. Just to, you know, make the other teams not having those vehicles will impact a lot when it comes to this map. But we do have Pombit stats just now when it comes to his weapons. We don't see a lot of DBS this day when it comes to preferred weapons. Maybe a lot of the reasons they prefer mid-range and long-range fights just to steal those points away.
Yeah, since we have like the balance of percentage, right? So maybe DBS will fall somewhere in between. And I guess looking at like how the teams are playing, DBS seems to be like a situational weapon now. It's not like that. Oh, no matter what, we must have it from the start. And times have changed, times have moved on, so it became a situational weapon. And I can understand that as well, because if you have a DBS, trying to get the mid to long range is not going to be as easy, since DBS is a shotgun type and it's very short range focused. So DBS is now the optional weapon. So we can't really call now the PUBG Mobile Shotgun League. It's no longer that.
So we're gonna have to change a new word then. We'll think about it. We'll think about it,
PUBG
guys.
Mobile, Scar L League. There's a lot of Scar Ls.
Oh, well, true, but not all of them yet. Not to the point where, you know, that weapon seems to be dominating. But I miss Micro Uzi. I love the fact there's still some Micro Uzis plays here. But it won't be long till the players actually change to a better rifle, of course. And it's like Khan to 8K, also one of the sniper rifle that I've missed for a long time. You don't see it a lot. Back in the days, there's a lot in Miramar. But due to how the circle shifts so fast these days, there's no sniping time at all for the players to use it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why the Kar 98K is no longer favorite is because it's a single shot weapon. Like, you shoot once, you have to reclock the weapon. And even though if you get a knock with the Kar 98K, let's say if it's direct headshot, no helmet, something like that, if you want to end your opponent, it's not going to be easy because of the reclock. By that time, you reclock, you re-aim again, the fallen opponent might have like have moved away from that spot, and it becomes difficult. So that's why the Mini 14 is more popular instead. If you get a knock, you can immediately still tap to try to get the elimination.
Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to DMRs, definitely, like, Mini 14 is one of the best weapon to use, and depending on how much scope you can actually get, especially in Miramar, it is one of the most crucial weapon for any flankers to use with, or off-angle players that love to pick and steals points away. But okay, if you guys just join us, don't be surprised by the numbers on the right side. The teams not playing definitely got the points up there, including VOIN, Donkey, Alter Ego, and Talon, which going to be the top 3 teams right now. So 4th place Vampires. Can we assume? I think we probably can assume Bass, like Vampires might ended up in the top 3 by end of today. But we're waiting for the other teams to hitting the 80 points digit there, including these Xaviers and Lies will be the closest one. But based on last performance of Boom, look at how the big jump they've just made from 24th and 23rd place before, straight up to the middle pack here.
Yeah, they're almost at the halfway mark of the golden 80 number, right? 38, so they're like 42 to go, 4 more games, so that's an average of like 10-ish points. So if you break that down to 10-ish points, a team like Boom Esports should be able to pull it off. But 10-ish points also means that they have to be super duper consistent every round, and that's like make it into like what, top 5 with a good amount of eliminations for them to gain that. And for Boom Esports, it still sounds like a tall order at the end of the day. But I mean, we're talking about Boom Esports here. They have shown their capability in previous seasons, so I would still put some level of hope to the fans of Boom Esports.
Yeah, speaking of hope, don't forget FaZe Clan also can do that. Like, these gonna be the 2 teams. We had that kind of team, like how Boom is playing now, coming up from FaZe Clan. They surprised us in the last minute, but unfortunately, the one that also surprised us with their performance here right now, it's gonna be RRQ. Yesterday seems to be their rise. I don't know what happened here today. Seems like they're back to the default setting of the early stages of this season.
Yeah, it's a wonder, right? So I remember there was that 1 week on Super Sunday that they did not do well, and then they just did not come back from that. They just went all the way down. So RRQ, okay, let's say worst case scenario for RRQ, right? If they don't make it into this week's Super Sunday. Their points in the league standings is actually okay, right? Okay. Risk going down, I would say on the lower side, since there are a lot more teams that only join Super Sunday once. So that's a big advantage to teams who join twice, even though one of the weeks they did not do really well. But because of that one day with a lot of teams, that's why they put themselves in an okay position.
Yeah, I mean, it's still shaky. Like, we don't feel like entirely halfway into, I feel like, for the side of RRQ, because of, you mentioned there's a lot of teams that only entered once for Super Sunday, but that one time they entered, they scored themselves quite big. So if the same team entered again this week, now that's going to be difficult, especially when it comes to this circle. My god. Speaking of tucking into one direction and corner, everybody going to the left.
I love this circle. I love this circle. Okay, if it goes all the way to the left, there's only a few houses there. That is key in this circle. Everything else is pretty much flat land. Vampire Esports quick to move to the left side, taking some of those houses on the left. So that is a great spot for Vampire Esports to be in. FaZe Clan, they still have that Gaka Mountain. They still have that circle for now, but they will most likely need to move away on stage 3.
And we do know FaZe Clan love to drop around Joggle Pool, right? They're definitely thinking, why did we leave those areas just now? But these Avians and FaZe Clan, surprise, surprise, motherfucker! And it's gonna be Chua taking down the rest of FaZe Clan! Are you kidding me? A 1v3! And making the entire squad Chua!
Wow.
FaZe Clan, what is going on?
Wow, they just came down for the Gaka Mountain. And Chua had to be Chua. I mean, this guy is still at his peak performance here. Opening up the round with 3 eliminations for Team Xavier. FaZe Clan stood no chance, and another 0-point round for them.
Good luck getting the cars out, by the way. It was right on top of each other, but, well, I guess they needed Chua for the Xaviers, just like how Vampires needed Tony K. We assume right now they are definitely going for a hunt with 3 points secured. Chua, those shotgun fights, just taking one by one, willingly giving their bodies away in front of him for FaZe Clan. That was questionable.
Yeah, but what is not questionable is Chua's performance. I mean, we just gotta highlight this guy again, right? If we look at like earlier today, he came up as one of the top fragging stats, and then now one of the rounds he was the top fragger for D Xavier, although they didn't score the chicken dinner, and now again opening up with this clutch against FaZe Clan. I mean, this guy, all of a sudden, like, you don't see him for 2 weeks and a few seasons, and he just shows up and it's like, hey, welcome back. And it feels like he has never been away.
And that's the thing, how did he manage to adapt so fast within just the same week? We talked about the other teams trying to build up chemistry, trying to build up synergy when it comes to the first few weeks of the interviews. Like, even teams like Crave VIP, they had Helton, a boy, and they did mention about trying to build up chemistry between them. But for Chua, it's like, what chemistry? We don't need that. We always had it going anyways. That's what he's been portrayed right now. But for PA, speaking of RRQ, one by one, limb by limb, taken out here with one knockdown. Lucky for them, the shot's quite far, but Frankie repositioned himself to force the fight confrontation here. But the circle will determine who will be favored. It's not going to be too much around the water area, but we might have some bridge cam coming up from the south Jogopool area, perhaps.
Wow, and the Gaka Mountain still has the circle. Interesting enough, Team Flash is now on the peak of the Gaka Mountain. But the elimination fee seems to be rolling. I noticed that RQ lost one player, but we do have on screen right now MORPH besieged down by BTR. BTR getting one by one of the members of MORPH now. BTR, a bit of a trade there. Lapa goes down. Zaxi has to follow up with the DBS. One more to go, and it's going to be BTR securing this compound, and MORPH went out with 0.
Zaxi, Gus is gonna be not done yet. We have another team coming through. Alliance, Adik, look, and the rest of Leon's of Alliance coming in as well. Still licking their wounds, and Labosti bleeding out. They cannot have a reset at all. And surprised by the entire whole crew of Alliance. Just finish off a good run by Zaxi just now, taken away by the hands of Alliance, leaving Satan, the last man standing on the side of BTR.
Oh man, the third party by Alliance again. And it's going to be a quick cleanup here as BTR gets eliminated by Alliance. Alliance 4 points collected clean, just like that.
I don't know, feels like another crew might actually try to jump themselves on top of this hospital, South Hospital small compounds here, because we saw a couple of shots coming up from PANDUM, and Infinity just now try to steal a couple of points on the side of Alliance too. But coming up on the northern side of where Alliance actually stands, we do see, I think that's going to be the Xavier's players trying to ring around and just try to bait out all the other shots from the positions, yeah, make a U-turn. He definitely will relay back the information. I think that's probably going to be Lamborghini doing scouting work. But Infinity, their higher ground do give some slight advantage when it comes to trying to control over that side of a circle. GEEK fam, they're going to take it slow and steady for now.
Yeah, so GEEK fam, who came from Ferry Pier, looks like they're going to take the slow approach. Unlike Vampire Esports, to take the quick approach, to go straight into as close as possible to the middle of the circle earlier. As so far, both teams, no right, no wrong. Both of them are still a full squad, so they're A-OK. GEEK fam, the difference is that they just need to plan to move forward right now because we are moving on stage 4 real soon, about 30 more seconds. Welcome PEA to the circle, who came from Starbuck Kameshki, and they're going to take a similar slow approach.
Things didn't work out for them for quite a long time here for PEA. I think when it comes to learning from another team, everybody can learn from Boom just now of how one game and one map can turn things around for them, and PEA definitely should have that encouragement coming up from the performance of Boom. If they can do it, they can do it too. So, over to Esports on the side of XERXIA, they do have a truce to share compounds there for now, but the street of dividing the north and south, speaking of Gaka Mountains, well, Team Flash still got it in their hands, but they have to climb down either way.
Yeah, at some point, right? At some point, at least they can still hold on to this one. And look at the spread on the Gaka Mountain. They will have a lot of information on what's happening down there. And they're hoping for the elimination feed to roll so they have more space when they come down. As for the Infinity, okay, what are highlight teams here? They do have Team PANDUM to deal with. And the Infinity, they are inside a hospital. So it's quite a fortress for them as they keep eyes on to Team PANDUM. But we look at the elimination feed. I noticed that XERXIA is in the fight with O2.
But I'm looking at PANDUM and Infinity right now. Some warning taps going on, but well, all of a sudden the other side, slightly north, is going to be Vampires taking on Infinity as well. PANDUM too. It seems like going to be a three-way war between these three teams on the left side of the circle. Northern side, XERXIA and O2 Esports, like how you mentioned, seems like to having their own crisis as well. Now, Megamind can be revived and can resuscitate himself and reset to full HP. But O2, how to actually get out from there? Unfortunately, PA from the pan to the fire, they go crashing into these Xaviers that we're talking about that had such a great fight early on.
Wow, Parajin from the side as well, providing cover for his other teammates. And PEA looks like they are in a very critical situation now. Only one player left for PEA. It's going to be Frankie in the same house as Levi's. Lamborghini on the other building. Goes up to the second floor. Frankie tries to find his target. He does it for S12K. Final member of PA right now. If he goes out, it's going to be only 1 point for them. So he has to pull off a big clutch here against the two members of D Xavier in this area.
Levi prep himself with the DBS. Lamborghini prepared to toss that Molly. Will force Frankie out here, flushing him out. Frankie tried to bait around the staircase, so they will take the fight anyhow. But the problem is the building is just next to each other. So despite Frankie trying to go for the second floor, Lamborghini can spot him out across the other side of the window. Team Flash taking on GEEK fam at the same time inside of the inner circle. But Frankie, how to get out? Well, there's windows around. He can jump out without being viewed by Lamborghini, of course. But problem is the moment he jumped down, boom, and XERXIA's waiting to open fire.
And so it looks like he's still going to hold on to the second floor. But Nate sent across, and by Levi's, he will fall. PEA out, eliminated. 1 point only collected this round.
Hey, hello, and ding dong, it's gonna be 7-9 knocking the doors of Team Flash. You got himself those high grounds of Gaka Mountains for quite some time. Can they actually force the fight here? They did manage to get some knockdowns across Team Flash players. It was Ghosty before, but he will heal himself back up. PANDUM, on the other hand, the three-way war of Infinity, Vampires, and PANDUM is still going on.
Yeah, but this time, it might end because Team PANDUM, they need to move. They do not circle. We're back onto the Gaka Mountain. 7-9 and Team Flash. And both of them not wanting to share this area. But this area might not be in the next phase of the circle. But still, they don't want to let go. Okay, let's see who will get the first knock. Both of these teams searching for it. And looks like it's not going to come from this side. It's going to come from the Infinity of the Team PANDUM. But anyway, Team Flash is going in.
Also, there's going to be GEEK fam around the corner. And the moment they are busy against each other, the nade and the sprays Sam9 U-High knocked down on Team Flash. They are in shambles. And this business is making such a space for GEEK to take advantage to be at the foot of the mountain here right now. So Team Flash, despite their busy times against Sam9, this two team might actually be wiped out by GEEK depending what they want to rotate next. But Gosu and also Sam9 is still having a full squad, no trade-off. At the right-hand corner, we have PANDUM versus Infinity just rushing charge right in for the side of PANDUM too.
Well, Sam9 winning the fight right now. Only Batman left. Batman gets a knockdown. Hoping to secure the elimination point, but Kenny came with a jump shot from the higher ground, and Kenny will be able to save Fearless. Sam9 back as a 4 by winning the fight, but we move over to the hospital. The Circle is not in the hospital at all, and Vampire Esports is in it as well.
Speaking of third party coming in, Alliance from the sidelines, waiting from the outside to hope for any exit fright coming up from these teams that's trying to run away from their enemy. But God Tunny is holding the staircase by himself. Logan is nowhere to be seen, probably just beneath him as well. And Alliance repositioning himself. Vampire is sharing the same news. Hello, and he's not going to go up. He knows what's waiting for him.
And here we go. God Tunny, the moment he showed himself, immediately gets knocked down and eliminated by Schweppes. Now it's only one more for the side of the Infinity. Team PANDUM gets eliminated at number 11. And the Infinity, the final member, is still holding on strongly. Tony K almost knocked down, and it's going to be Logan, the former teammate of Newsy, now inside hospital. And they will all say hello to the Blue soon.
The Blue will force them out to go against the Lions, and advantage been taken by Olu, dropping down Nates. Couple of them taking it out on Newsy. Zerja's taking on OT Esports on the right-hand corner as well. They're taking and flushing out the players out. But for Infinity's side, they're left with Logan. Can Logan get out here safely? While Newsy being revived, Schweppes trying to make space for his team members to reset himself. But the reposition of the Lions making it so difficult for Infinity and Vampire players to get out from the hospital.
Yeah, and Logan pretty much has no chance but to fight. And Logan dancing around. Vampire Esports know exactly where he is. They're going in for the chase right now. Logan is very low, but Logan gets a knock onto Schweppes in the blue. He managed to figure out Schweppes. Logan fighting back, but finally taken out by Newsy. And now Tony gets a hike up to the high ground, but Alliance is there waiting for him. Vampire Esports, no chance against Alliance.
Thanks to the Blue, they're playing alongside with the Lions. I mean, speaking of cleaning up the crew, I mean, the Lions is doing the best job out here as the cleaners out there. Squeaky clean when it comes to wiping the teams off the surface of this map. But Newsy, there's no way to get out of there, so the play zone will happen alongside with Vampires to finish the job for Lions instead. But I don't know if he actually translated into one score or not. I don't think they did. But Lions, they still managed to get 7 eliminations across the board. Same goes for Sam9.
Yeah, Sam9 doing so far so good after the fight with Team Flash on top of the Gaka Mountain. But we have to go all the way down to the other side where XERXIA and O2 is fighting right now while we observe the next circle. And the circle is still within the northern side. There is a road in between, but at least for O2 and XERXIA, they have somewhat of it.
Playing around the corners. The walls will separate them amongst the other teams out there. Segregated between the compounds. XERXIA, they need to find a way out of these walls. How to get out with Blue being so close, but Alliance seems like Karma finally hit, and the Karma is gonna be Knock Knock. Who's there? It's Sam9 taking the rage out to the side of Alliance. Olio's down first. Boo Boo coming up from the center, and it's gonna be Fearing coming up from flank. He's been caught out. Next is gonna be Boo Boo on the ground. Will they fight back? And can they manage to do so? I mean, even the Karma won't wrap around Alliance. Alliance defied their own death just now.
Knock Knock, who's there? Sam9, Sam9 who? Sam9, you lose to Alliance. Well, that's what they probably said. But
Ouch!
great one by Alliance to defend against Sam9 when Sam9 was the one rushing onto them. Wow, gotta give it to Alliance. They have peak performance now.
11 eliminations. They're definitely going to say thanks for the points, boys. But the Xaviers is also on the rise here with full squad intact still. 6 eliminations. And they got themselves quite a few as well. In the center of the circle, get the best compound and the most space to play. They don't even have to budge now for these Xaviers. They're just waiting for the victims to fly over across that side of the street. How to cross the street if you don't have smokes for jumper?
Yeah, he's out. And his other teammate Fredo and Kid probably have utilized it all in this area, in this compound. But now the focus is on to taking out XERXIA. Let's see if they can do that. One needs sent into the building by Fredo, and nothing will hit. Jumper is still looking at RNJ on the other side, as we will observe the next stage of the circle in about 1 minute 20 more seconds. And I believe that the circle should move away from these houses.
Well, it favors, if there's any god of circles that favors and PT displays that without smokes and barely got enough space, maybe the circle move up north. Who knows, right? Sometimes it will surprise us by the end of the day. But Alliance, unfortunately, losing their knockdown members, leaving it only 2 left. These Xaviers, they're still taking the reign of the highest spot of across all the teams that still survive when it comes to their points. And they got the compound. The warehouse will last long enough. Definitely will be in the circle. Unless stage 7 and 8 will make a difference for the teams waiting out around the rim of the circle.
Yeah, they're praying hard that they still get somewhat of the circle. But praying will not only work if they just sit down and pray. They have to do the business here. So the business now is between O2 and XERXIA, still having a standoff between each other. But at the same time, notice on the map that these Xavier is putting pressure onto these two teams from afar. So that's going to be quite hard for them to get out of this sticky situation. But we'll find out in 10 more seconds whether they'll get the circle or not.
Jumper, that's a lot of bullets, by the way, in his Scar L, but nothing can be deployed here since he got no smokes to just pick out. If he got one smoke, it actually makes such a big difference, but RNG prepping out the nade. In 3 seconds, we get to know whether Jumper will hit or not, but XERXIA RNJ overtossed that one. They managed to knock down on Fredo, but RNJ, they need to reposition himself, but time is not on their side. The blue will shrink, and it will take their life out as well, as these Xaviers, Gothams are still inside of the circle. They got the best compound. Now, how to get out here for these two teams?
This is where, well, praying is probably the best way for them. It's so difficult right now for them to just cut across. Okay, if the Xavier is distracted, then maybe either one of these teams will still be able to make it across. But still, it's going to be really hard. I mean, these Xavier, they have a fortress right now. The only team that could really disrupt them is going to be either PUBG Esports or Alliance. But even so, both of them are not making those big bold moves.
Worst case scenario, they're blocked by a wall here. If they want to get out, they have to climb, which takes them a couple of seconds. But they managed to go through. That's what happens when you climb out. And RNJ might be the next one to be knocked down as well. XERXIA and O2 Esports feels like both of them will go down because the winner by the end of the day is still going to be the Xaviers, who's taking a bit of those bullets flying through those nook and crannies here.
Wow, okay, beautiful jump shot there by Kid. Okay, still not out of it just yet. He does not have any first aids. And now look at the Blues chipping his health down. And it's going to be an easy cleanup here by Nui from the other side. O2 lost the fight against XERXIA. And interesting enough, after all that, they actually did not score any elimination points.
Thanks to these Xaviers stolen it away just now. Levi managed to drop a couple of bullets through those corners. And it's going to be Nui crying. Now, why circle? And that's going to be the loss of XERXIA, leaving us with 3 teams. Boom is still up here. This is definitely their rise moment. And we do see Boom coming up strong this time when it comes to the last day of the group stage. But can they score another chicken?
Oh, wait a second. Alliance got a knock onto a member of the Xavier. Okay, but no big moves yet by Alliance. Okay, right now they're prepping up their route, creating that smoke bridge with whatever that they have. But PUBG Esports, they move themselves into the circle. We can see Pondbit at the forefront. Alliance using whatever that they have now. Even stage 8 circle still favors the Xavier.
At least on side of Alliance, when it comes to the utilities, Jimmy has plenty of it. So he can just toss those smokes around to build up the bridge to cross over to the other side, which they're planning to go and deal with Boom first. Unfortunately for Boom, there's barely any structures for them. But with the Xaviers managed to reset themselves, the one that might have to go down little bit early than the rest, it probably with the Lions last play, Jimmy that stands now. But they scored double digit already for Lions though.
Well, but Lamborghini wouldn't mind scoring this against Pondbit, knocking him down with that nade. And now the frontliner of PUBG Esports will need to be saved. These Xavier, they're taking the active approach. They're coming out of their compound looking for elimination points while managing Alliance at the same time. Another nade set across. Will this nade be able to land? Nope, a little bit too short. But this next one looks far enough. Nade all the way by Parajet to take out POM Esports.
And boom, they go down. And down to only one player left for the side of Boom. And the other one is crawling for help. These Avis, on the other hand, they're gonna have a full squad. I feel like they're definitely gonna secure this chicken no matter what the situation is. Thanks to the circle that still favors them for the last stage as well. Now it's all about waiting time. Can they try to translate the points for a double digit? Unfortunately, Lamborghini gets shot down. But it's gonna be only Boom and these Avis left. These Avis, can they score for the last player here?
Yeah, Razy has a track to the front. Okay, took a bit of damage there. He tries to secure that point at least out of Lamborghini, but not able to get close enough. And Paragin again, through the nade, will eliminate the final member of POM Esports. And Xavier did it. This chicken did could shoot them directly onto Super Sunday.
And that is Chua for you when he's alive. The chicken dinner feels like going to be almost 100% in these Avises, and that's going to be Chua's impact in this lineup. Unfortunately, I think Razy from Boom just now did not score the last elimination that they had the knockdown on these Avis player due to the right time restriction and the blue zone kicking in. So they did not get extra another point till the very end, but it's gonna be 10 eliminations out of these Avis, and this time with, as per usual, this time it's gonna be Lamborghini with the most damage out there.
Yeah, Lamborghini, highest damage with only 2 eliminations, just shows that how much work this guy did for the team based on the stats. And of course, because of that damage, Lamborghini is our MVP this round. 918 damage with 2 eliminations, 226 damage received, 34% team contribution, and a survival time of 27 minutes 13 seconds. And by now, probably everyone in these area has got an MVP for themselves. Maybe except for Chua, because he has lesser playing time.
Hey, but he made it for the top frags starting off our day here today. So he still made it to the board coming up from Chua, despite he only played the final week here. So, I mean, it's going to be no time for Chua to finally pull himself out in the top leaderboard as well. But don't forget about the Lions, Boom and Sam9. And Boom, what a performance here after that interview. But we're going to have to rewatch the highlight to see how things turn when it comes to the second Erangel map of the day.
from Pachinki, ignoring the Gakhan Mountain, moved straight onto South Jogo Pool, and they defended against FaZe Clan when they came down for the Gakhan Mountain. That led them to scoring this chicken dinner with 20 points collected by them. But the highest fragging team in this round is Alliance with 12, and they brought home 17 points.
Yep, the cleaners of the map, as I call it for Alliance, cleaning up every single fight between the other teams here and taking advantage of it. It was pretty smart coming from Alliance. But for Boom, though, this is going to be their rise. But will it be enough with 12 points only? Because we do know there's only 3 more maps remaining. Can they actually do it by the end of today? And BTR is the only team without any placement points up here as well.
Yeah, so the target per round, last we calculated, was more than 10 points for Boom. So 12 points, still pretty on track there. But on the second page, the team that's not really on track is going to be FaZe Clan. When they came down, Chua happened, and the rest was history, and they scored another 0 point. It's 2 0 points back-to-back for FaZe Clan right now. So 3 more games to go. Let's see what they can come up with. Other than that, MORPH and GEEK fam is in the 0 point department as well. And the PA, all the highlight teams, only 1 point.
Now, speaking of the first page, we're going to have BIGETRON and these Xaviers definitely going to be on top. When it comes to Super Sunny, they are 100% in by now. Follow Pursuit is going to be Alliance, who's pushing up their numbers with their last performance with 12 eliminations. Definitely a big impact when it comes to overall rankings. Unfortunately, the teams who will be pushed down is going to be the teams not playing here today. Roy and TODAK coming up from Group C, but Infinity and BTR is pushing their numbers up here.
Yeah, and some of the numbers that pushed up as well on this page is Boom Esports. They're now at number 13, 50 points collected. 30 points away with 3 more games to go. So exactly 30 points needed. 10 points per round. That is like the average to hit that, at least that golden number of 80. And then we have 7-9, who in this round actually did pretty well by taking out Team Flash on the Gakhan Mountain. So they move up to number 17 as of now with 41 points. So doing not too bad, I must say. But on the other end, PA is still the only team to not even break the 20-point mark. But this guy have been breaking numbers. Are they? Look.
Oh, I mean, we definitely know who's going to be the top contenders of the Gunslingers by the final MVP of across the entirety of the tournament here. Adik, look, Tony K, Roseberry, definitely one of the names you guys should remember. But don't forget about Lamborghini too at 918 damage this time with the top 4 Gunslingers alongside with Lions against Leon DZ with 899 with Parjin coming in as the 4th place. But the gap is quite significant here at 646 damage.
Yeah, the best part is that it is split between Alliance and also the Xavier. Only in that stat. So, yeah, I mean, these two teams, one of them got the chicken dinner, the other one was in all-in action. Lots of different situations. Alliance still managed to make it through, eliminating other teams, so they definitely merit themselves up there.
But we don't want to see how much Boom can actually push himself. I mean, from 23rd place to go all the way towards the top 8, it seems like very far. 15 points was their start of the day, and now already in the 50, like exactly at 50 points. They cannot even drop one single map after this. If not, it's a done deal for them to go to the last chance stage.
Yeah, the map is an average of 10 points per round, so keep an eye on those numbers there for Boom Esports. So far, they are still on track. So looking good for Boom Esports. They are showing that they are still able to be on track to come back. But whatever it is, if and only if they go, they have to play the last chance qualifier. Starting off with 50 points is actually still pretty nice as well. So whatever it is, 3 more rounds to go. Boom Esports still on the roll. I would love to see the biggest comeback ever this season. But we'll need to wait for that in a bit more because we'll be heading on to break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this for the second half.
Hello everyone, welcome back after the break and back again with me Windy as your host. And now joining me on stage we have player from G Infinity. Please welcome Tiger X. Sawadika. Alright, so Tiger X, your team performance this week have been very much improved from the last 2 weeks. Is it because your team is playing like nothing to lose mentality this week or is there any other reason?
ก็ในวีคนี้นะครับทีมเราเล่นได้ดีขึ้นมากๆจาก2วีคที่ผ่านมาเป็นเพราะว่าทีมเราเล่นโดยไม่มีอะไรจะเสียหรือเปล่าครับ
ผมก็มีส่วนครับแต่ผมว่าตามฟอร์มปกติเราควรจะเล่นได้เหมือนแบบนี้ครับไม่ใช่เหมือน2วีคแรก
In my opinion yes of course but well in our well performance it's not going to be like last 2 weeks it's supposed to be like this today
And one thing I know, like I can wait to see more surprises coming from you. So good luck for today's matches. And from your performance, there is a high chance for your team to direct advance to Super Sunday from the current ranking. And what do you think your team have did well that make this performance for the team so far?
ก็ถ้าดูจากฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราตอนนี้นะครับมีโอกาสเยอะมากๆที่ทีมเราจะได้เข้าไปเล่น Super Sunday เลยโดยไม่ต้องไปเล่นรอบ last chance เรามีการพัฒนาหรือมีการปรับปรุงอะไรมาบ้างครับ
ก็ผมว่าก็เป็นเรื่องแบบเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้เราแบบพลาดเพราะว่าแบบช่วงวีคแรกๆเราแบบตายไวทำให้แบบเสียกำลังใจเลยแบบวีคหลังๆเลยเราไม่มีอะไรจะเสียเราก็เลยเล่นเหมือนเดิมครับเหมือนที่เราเคยซ้อมมา
Last 2 weeks we didn't perform well and this week we tried our best to keep our performance well and we try our best to play like nothing left to lose.
Yes, like can you explain more like about the details? Like why is it only happening right now? What happened in the past 2 weeks?
ก็ช่วยบอกคร่าวๆหน่อยได้ไหมครับว่า2 วีคที่ผ่านมาทีมเรามีปัญหาอะไรกันมาบ้างไหมหรือว่าอะไรที่เป็นปัจจัยที่ทำให้ทีมเรามีการพัฒนาขึ้นในวันนี้
มันตายไวครับเราไฟแพ้อะไรอย่างนี้แล้วมันเสียกำลังใจครับก็เลยแบบพอมันผ่านมานานๆแล้วแบบเราไม่มีอะไรจะเสียครับก็คือเราก็ต้องเล่นเต็มที่เท่าที่เราจะทำได้
We cannot fight with the opponent team well and we die quite fast sometimes and we lost our confidence so that it might be the reason but this time we will try our best.
So it's all about like team fight and I want to know what adjustment or strategies have you implemented for today's matches to secure your top 8 ranking?
ก็ทีมเรานะครับจะปรับปรุงหรือพัฒนาในเรื่องไหนสำหรับวันนี้เพื่อจะการันตีท็อป 8 ครับ
ก็มันก็มีแค่เรื่องเข้าวงกับยิงไฟครับแค่นั้นเลยครับไม่มีอะไรเยอะ
Just try to get into the circle and about the team fight.
And also collect more points for today. And now let's talk about XERXIA and Vasculan that is currently below you for performing. Will they give your team like sort of pressure for Infinity?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับเซอร์เซกับเฟสแพลนเนี่ยเขาอันดับต่ำกว่าเราในตอนรอบนี้เรามีความรู้สึกกดดันอะไรไหมครับ
ไม่มีครับกดดันไม่มีความรู้สึกกดดันอะไรเราต้องทำของเราให้ดีเพื่อที่จะได้เล่นในไฟนอล
I didn't feel any pressure. We just keep focused on ourselves, try to do our best, and try to get to finals.
Alright, and last thing, like any words for your fellow team from your country for XERXIA and Vasculan?
มีอะไรอยากบอกแฟนคลับหรือว่าทีมเซอร์เซียหรือว่าเฟสแพลนไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยนะครับอยากให้ทีมไทยได้แชมป์ PMSL
Just please support all Thai team. I want Thai team to become PMSL champion.
Oh, and I can't wait to see all of 3 of you at the grand final. So thank you so much, Tiger X. And everyone, now it's time to see the highlights.
It's gonna be the confidence, the main key of their progress coming up from the side of Infinity, maybe even Boom at this point.
Yeah, we can't wait to see them in the grand finals as well because if they do, then it's going to be one of also the biggest comebacks here. But true enough, like what's mentioned, Infinity today so far so good for them. They are at least on track right now in terms of the points, and we've seen them coming up with a chicken dinner inside of the first game, which is Sanhok. So if the Infinity can continue this on, who knows, they might finally book their ticket at least for Sunday.
Yep, when it comes to the points, they're not too far as well, because I think it's around 30 more points to go for them to hit into the 18 mark. But don't forget, we do have a high contender here, including Team Secret. No, never mind. Team Secret's not playing anymore. BTR will be one of them. XERXIA, don't exclude them yet. And don't forget about Boom on the rise here today.
Oh yeah, the rise of Boom. That's where teams will need to take care of. Well, these areas, they're definitely up there, and they're past the 80-point mark now. So we would expect them to be in the Super Sunday directly. The bigger question, of course, is for Boom Esports, whether they can make an insane comeback or not with the remaining 3 more games. But we're going to compare the two Thai teams here, the Infinity and XERXIA.
Yeah, when it comes to Nui, I mean, like XERXIA, we don't have any particular player that seems to be standing out. But Infinity, of course, we have 10AK, especially in week number 1. But Infinity, it seems like the entire crew of them, well, rising up the occasion here. Of course, 10AK will always lead the charge of the eliminations across all the 4 members. But XERXIA, Nui, I love this comparison, but we have to favor more to XERXIA this time. But despite of Infinity have better placement and better rankings overall, average elimination points will be more towards Infinity. When it comes to XERXIA, rotation-wise, they're a bit more better in that terms.
And it's in line with how they've been performing yesterday, right? Like we did talk about the Infinity, they were a bit more active yesterday, and it's starting to show the fruits of their labor here today as they scored their first chicken dinner. And there's a recap here, followed by Boom Esports and also D Xavier. So we got 3 different regions up there. So the only region that's not there yet is going to be from the Malaysian region. And because they also predicted at the start of the show here today, some teams to watch, we're also hoping for PEA to pull off a surprise.
Yep, so far our target of teams to focus seems to be almost bullseye all the way, except for PEA, of course. I feel like I want to see PEA for once. They never score any chicken across the entirety of this 3 weeks tournament. And right now, it feels like they might be the only team without stepping into any Super Sunday. It feels like they revert back to their default season. Was it spring season that they definitely had this kind of default settings going on?
Yeah, even at this point, if they were to go to last chance qualifiers, the amount of points collected by them as of now is very low, not even hitting the 20-point mark, 19 to be exact. So they are still in a very, very dangerous zone. So even if they are setting themselves up for the last chance qualifiers, they still need a very good head start. Because competition is really, really tight up there for the teams that maybe by the edge to move towards the last chance qualifiers. And we have seen before, like in previous weeks, previous seasons, if your points are too low, if you're like at the very end, 23, 24, around that area, none of the teams really went through to the Super Sunday. So track record as well, it's not looking good for PEA.
Yeah, at least, you know, there's a last chance stage. That's going to be a second chance being offered for these teams that couldn't make it through during the group stage. But like we mentioned before, the points here will actually portray back to their last chance stage as well. So they want to have a good start. Definitely have around 30-40 points. I think 40 points is going to be the minimum for last chance stage to have a better momentum by the end of the day, because it's going to be only 1 day of fight to get into the last Super Sunday this week. If they cannot make it through, that's going to be a done deal for PA. They won't be in the grand finals.
Yeah, and well, whether we'll see them next year or not, because let's also remember PA is not a partner team. So they qualified here through PMNC way back, right? So we don't know what's going to happen next year, whether there will be a re-qualification for that slot or how it's going to be. We have no idea as of now. But being a team that is not a partner team, at least for this year, it puts them in a bigger risk if they don't perform.
Too much at stake. That's going to be not a lot at stake. It's too much at stake here for PA to just give it away. It's not easy to actually secure 1 slot throughout the entire year of PMSL. That's one reason for them to fight for. And of course, we talked about 2025. There might be change of format or even some surprises coming up from PUBG Mobile in the future too. So we have to anticipate that as well. So for PA, they have to make sure they will try to put their all-in strategy. Whatever they have left, there's nothing else to lose here for them. It's all in or nothing at all. Go big or definitely go home.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, last chance qualifiers is still another 6 games, 3 more games today. Basically, they have 9 games to find their way through, and the bar will be higher in the last chance qualifier. So based on our previous stats, the golden number for the last chance qualifiers will be 90 above. Yeah, you will have a certain amount of starting points, so that kind of shrinks the gap. But still, with PA at the current state, is still quite a tall order, I must say. But also, besides PA, just to give a bit of update as well, you also mentioned about Team Secret. They are not playing here today, and they've been pushed out of the top 8 officially. So Team Secret officially will be playing again tomorrow.
Yeah, for Group C, they're being pushed down below the line of the 8th placement. Definitely going to have to go and greet them again tomorrow. Is going to be the last chance qualifiers, of course, but at least they do have a better standing points compared to the teams that are still at the very bottom, including PANDUM. Unfortunately for PANDUM, yeah. Last week has been a explosive round for them, but when it comes to this week, it feels like probably exhaustion's been kicked in for the teams down there, especially including MORPH, even RRQ. It's a bit more awkward to see a lot of Indonesian teams out there because they're always going to be the most region and the most teams who get into the grand finals, right? But compared to the other teams, including at O2 Esports, now we didn't mention O2 Esports too much here. They definitely have to be highlighted under the spotlight here as well, because when it comes to their Super Sunday points, it's barely enough to get into the grand finals. They have to get in no matter what.
Yeah, it's not great as well for O2 Esports. So this is a must-go for them to be in this week's Super Sunday, to at least give themselves a chance to be in the grand finals. If not, then, well, it's going to be sayonara for them as well. So a lot at stake here because it's the final week, right? If we still have like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or at least another week, then there's still conversations to happen of the chance of being in the grand finals. But this is the final week, so everything's on the table right now. So that's why a cameraman's highlighting some of these teams. Boom Esports, we saw them. Okay, no changes for Boom Esports. Even for BTR, they're still going to stick with the same lineup. But at least for BTR, they are in an okay position as of now. Whatever it is, whether it's playing in the last chance qualifiers or directly onto Super Sunday.
Yeah, for Boom, they don't need to change. I don't see any necessary things for them to actually change. But for Infinity, I don't know. I feel like they're not broken as well, but maybe because this swap probably due to the last 2 maps of the day. But I don't know how it will break their dynamic. Right now, they are on the rise. So I just hope things don't backfire for their side here. But we do have, I do prefer Snape and Assault to play together. But you know what? Maybe they're surprises with Fnatic as well. This is going to be their usual lineup for the past few weeks. This swaps between Snape and Nassar. We had those lineup that I was looking forward for RRQ yesterday, but they didn't manage to fight against the teams when it comes to the clash in the game.
Oh, and we're also going to see Rush coming in for Adam for PEA for their final push here for today. And Rush, obviously, he is more experienced than Adam. Played for Team Malaysia during the Hanoi SEA Games, where they got a bronze medal. So he definitely has experience to bring onto the table. Now it's really down to PA to translate all those stats, all those history into the battleground to be able to bring the points in. Because as of now, to even see PA breaking into the top 10 per round is a struggle.
I mean, not even top 10, even top 12 seems to be a struggle here right now. They barely got any points every time they're being eliminated. And even if they manage to score a point, there's usually going to be maximum, 2 points each. So they have to go back to the drawing board, what needs to be fixed, and hopefully they can make it out in the very last few days during the group stage. At least we still have some little time that can still manage to make a comeback for the teams out there, especially for the teams at the very bottom. But for the side of the Vietnam region, I think we'll definitely see the rise of them this season here. For O2 Esports, we mentioned about them before, but also coming up from Roy. Unfortunately, now Roy is Group C, so we're going to have to meet them again during the last chance stage, which we're probably going to meet up with GEEK Fam as well if they don't make their breakthrough today.
Yeah, we've seen some level of improvement by GEEK Fam today, thanks to Damroot, especially in the Sanhok match, but they need a bigger push than just a small improvement. So if not, then it's again, the same narrative of setting themselves up for the last chance qualifiers. Now we're going to restart the game here inside the final Sanhok for today. Before we wrap the group stage up, let's head on to Erangel.
This is going to be the final map, Erangel, here when it comes to the final week of our group stage, week number 3. Tomorrow we head over to our last chance and finish our round of group and the league stage for our week during this Super Sunday. But the flight path starting off from Stalber, on top of it down to SMB. Quite a generous flight path, really. Can offer any teams and any individuals to drop wherever they fancy, depending on which map they prefer to go for. But it's always going to be the question of a circle when it comes to this sort of flight path.
Yeah, nice flight path. That also would mean that a lot of direct drops and potentially we won't see early first blood per se. But with this flight path, so PA will take Commercially Starboard as usual, and if PA is not around to take that spot, normally it's going to be Vampire Esports. But they have found their feng shui spot, so as much as possible, even though it's going to take them a while for them to land, get back to Primos, and I believe that's what Vampire Esports is going to do.
Yeah, pretty much when it comes to Primos, navigation throughout any part of the map when it comes to the circle, feels more comfy on Vampires, and they definitely will play at their strength. They're not willing to jeopardize too much, like how we saw them in the first week, being a nomad too much. But this is quite a decisive circle. Now, it might end up right on top of Gut Field if it's centralizing till the end there, but there's chances the circle will ping pong all the way to its south too. So you might have a bridge circle till probably stage number 3.
Yeah, that's where the keyword quite is there, right? So if it does go down somehow, down all the way to either the bridge, even if a big surprise made to the base, which I think is highly unlikely, it will be one of the craziest circles that we have seen. So, but at least as a start, you know, it does look like a Gatka-centered area circle, so a lot of teams would expect to play around there. But we're going to see FaZe Clan traveling using a jet ski. Okay, don't see that every day. Momo tries to use that to get to South Jogo Pool, but caught by Boom Esports.
Oh, Boom. You know, people did mention this in real life group, like, money cannot buy you happiness, but jet ski can make you happy. Not in this case, though. Definitely not in the case of Mormon. It was daring for him to actually use the jet ski. It was quite loud, and then it's too open when it comes to vehicles above the surface of the water area. I don't know if they can actually make it in time to save Mormon, but he's definitely screaming for help the way he actually swims towards the rest of his teammate as well. I don't know if Boom will tell him hot from the back too. So the pursuit will not happen, I assume. But that's going to be XERXIA, from Boom to XERXIA. But XERXIA's taking a drop off a swim. I'm surprised so many swimmers early on.
Yeah, taking the water route. Interesting. Okay, so normally XERXIA drops in the north Jogo Pool. So they're probably heading that way. But interesting enough, right? Like what you said, right? The water route is highly utilized instead of the ground route. Okay, finally we see a vehicle. Or maybe it just so happened that the vehicle spawn is rare this time, as much as they would have wanted to. But the vehicle did not spawn, then they have not much of a choice but to resort to just taking the water route.
I mean, I expect O2 to actually take a bit of water route because, we used to have H2O, right, from a Singapore team. But O2 definitely part of water as well. H2O, there's an O in it. O2, well, oxygen. Never mind that. You know what? Too much science, too boring. But when it comes to FaZe Clan, now we saw, did they actually score any points here today for FaZe Clan? Honestly, though.
Well,
0 all the way.
yeah. I was just looking at my cheat sheet, right? Yeah, so 0 all the way for FaZe Clan. It's so different than yesterday when yesterday they came up with a lot of good highlights.
Yeah, and they got themselves quite a very consistent performance as well when it comes to yesterday. They get themselves top 4 multiple times, especially the second half of the day. So I assume the secret technique is going to be second half of the day. First half of the day, they're going to score multiple 16, 15 plays with 0. But Adik Luke, Also, we talked about him before when it comes to the top fragger and top gunslinger across the entirety of this tournament, the entirety of this season. He's probably going to be the top 5 players up there too.
And versatile with his weapons. M4, everyone has an M4. Everyone has like more than 60% M4. But Mini 14 is in his mix as well. So it just shows his versatility in terms of his play style. Not only like just do rushing. And if you gotta reflect on it, right? We don't see that many rushes from Adiluk, but he still pops up. And I guess based on that stat, the weapon stat with the Mini 14, that kind of tells a story of like, okay, sometimes we don't see him doing those sexy moves because he is doing the dirty work, the long range stuff that his team needs.
I mean, that's what works these days, right? Who wants to take advantage of, you know, you're probably going to go for CQC, yes you can, but there's going to be always the case of third party coming in and of almost every single fight that we saw before. It feels like it's a trend this season, especially this season though, because we see every single time 2 teams going and forcing for the fights into a CQC, especially indoors. They're definitely going to be one or minimum one team will try to take advantage. And one of the teams who actually play that one out will be Alliance and the Xavier's here. Don't forget, they always, especially Alliance when it comes to today.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Like Alliance have been a fan of doing the third party thingy. And if I think about it, right, like how would that start off, right? Like based on the drops, okay. So Sanhok is on the right, and if Erangel is in farm, and then Mirama has lost Lowness, so of course it's very circle dependent as well. So it's like circle is like not on top of them, like how we saw in the first 2 Erangels. It's more towards the left side. Then that will give the chance to Alliance to like, oh, come in a little bit later. Oh, there's an opportunity. Oh, they take it, and when they take it well. So it's not only about like, okay, there's a chance in front of you, and you get points. You have to make the best out of it. I'm gotta give it to Alliance when it comes to doing that, coordinating as a team to crash into a compa as a third party. They are masters of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a good strategy to go that way. Like, for example, if I'm one of the IGLs, this is how I actually think for the game. Now, we don't know where to go for the next checkpoint, for example, depending on the circle. If you go straight into the center of the circle, it's quite a risky move. That might be too many teams right in the center too, and you happen to be caught in a fire. That's how a lot of teams at the very bottom always get caught out when they're trying to transition based on the circle's rotation. Now, to actually minimize the risk, I say just play around the rim of the circle and wait it out and see hot spots. Like example, that you do know there's going to be a lot of teams. And we saw every single time before the start of the game, a lot of teams actually do have those boards where they see a map where the other teams will draw themselves, right? So depending on that circle, they definitely will refer back to the map later on. How many teams will pass by this certain area? And we're going to play around the corner and we wait it out for the fires to happen. And they will navigate themselves as a compass based on the gunshot sounds they can hear across them as well. So they try to play it safe, and according to those gunshots, they're slowly getting into the center of circles too and being at a safe spot and safe distance. That's actually one way to do it, and shortens the critical thinking for IGL to decide where to go, you know, because sometimes when nothing is happening, that's going to be the most difficulty for IGL to make a decision where to go next.
Well, looks like the decision for BPR to go somewhere has been called out by Sam9, and Bubuku will be the one to take him out. So that's going to be the first blood this round. Happen to pass by around the area where Sam9 is at, and that is around the area of farm. And Sam9 will be happy with that 1 point. And Sam9, 42 points as of now. 3 more games to go. Could come up with a miracle run too.
Yeah, very doable. They are in the same boat as GEEK Fem right now. Pretty much almost the similar scores. Same goes for FAZE Clan. And speaking of boom, they're taking a fight. Confrontation between them and RQSR. They do have a bit more backup coming up from the back. Boom, surprise them with a surprise attack. That's going to be down to only 1 player left for RQ. He's going to take the vehicle away. But the vehicle, I feel like he doesn't want to exit out. He will commit to this fight anyhow.
Yeah, so commitment by RRQ, because at this moment, wait a second. Hey, bruh, dude, not like this. Hey, kid, come on, man. They wanted to fight. Let them fight. But oh, 2 wants a piece of boom.
And one knockdown equals the number when it comes to 3v3. I don't see the fourth players of O2 Esports yet, but Yummy May with the UMP managed to take down on Fredo. Despite they thought they're gonna take advantage of the third party, they might actually bit more than they can chew. For O2 Esports, a failed attempt to take Boom.
Well, and we thought that, okay, they got the advantage, they got a couple of knocks, they come in, few members of Boom were down, but they did not. I mean, and it happened so quickly. Man, we gotta have a replay of that to break down exactly what happened later on, but that is just mind-boggling for me. I mean, O2 had a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't use it well thanks to the corners that Boom actually hugged themselves the moment they heard those vehicles coming in. And that actually a thank you note from Boom saying that, hey, thanks for the 7 eliminations and no trade-off of any of their players. They're still having a full squad well and alive. So that's definitely a big win as a start, but we're not done for the fights yet. Sam9 Alliance and PEA going in a brawl.
Yeah, PA. Oh, looks like they're winning the fight. Ade Look, last stick of help, and they will take out Ade Look. The other members of Alliance still around the corner. They're searching for them, but PA still needs to reset Kiddo. She'll be fine since they have other teammates to actually do that. While Frankie finishes off Leon's, and they're making sure that their area is clear before moving on to the next spot. But O'Leal is the one that managed to get away. BTR eliminated by GEEK.
How? The entire crew, no less than that. But for Alliance, they left with only one player. I think Karma start to work things out when it comes to the final rank of the day. But we're not done for the fights yet. Vampires greeted by Team Flash. Where are the rest of Vampires? They split into 2 formation when that happened.
Okay. I hope we get a replay of the whole GEEK Fam BTR thingy though. I really want to see what happened earlier. But now with the circle shift, Vampire in the middle, GEEK Fam there as well, since their regular drop is in Ferry Pier, so it's going to be a straightforward navigation by them. But for the other teams, you can see them moving into the circle, including Sam9 passing by. PA is in front. Yuhai will take a long range shot. One bullet did hit, but not enough to get a knock.
A bit ambitious of UI trying to fight from that distance. Now PA taking on GEEK Fam next. Now they're done with BTR just now. They happen to be crossing path between GEEK Fam and PA, but here comes the nade dropping on top of Kido. Did not connect as well. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade so far with one knockdown, but Kido, that's his own teammate he's firing on, so he needs to revive instead of firing towards his own teammate. But the nades come flying over the side of Kido. There's no room for him to actually take a breather. And Audrey coming anyway. We have Sam9 as well. My god, the 3-way war is going real. Make it 4 because PANDUM just arrived.
And this warehouse is going to be big, but Frankie fires back, and Frankie scored one out of the hands of Piran. And he will also take out Bobo Hu. 2 out of Sam9 eliminated in this warehouse. PEA, they score 5 elimination points. And PA with the 2 players left, they had to prepare themselves for the potential incoming of Team PANDUM.
Now this is the first time looking at PA going aggressively, actively trying to find their rotations here. But the nade's coming out here on Frank, and that's a bingo for Dimsy. And make it another one for the nades who is the side of Rush. He tried to finish off with another nade to follow up Frankie. Unfortunately for Frankie, there's no way for Rush to revive him back due to the fires coming up from GEEK from the other side. They're sandwiched between the 2 here for PEA.
He's hopeful right now, navigating past the smoke, okay? At the same time, he needs to navigate the nades, and he managed to make it into the warehouse. So it looks like his teammate, Frankie, will be saved. And Rush and Frankie, best friends forever. They have been teammates even back in the day, and they're not going to let go of each other. So Rush made it to Frankie, his backup.
PANDUM possibly want to be their BFFs too, since they're not willing to leave and reposition even further. So they want to open up their angles, hoping they will have a peek towards inside of that warehouse. But GEEK Fam, will they just pass by and move on, or will they still stick to their decision making to taking a fight into that warehouse? We're gonna have to wait and see, because if they actually charge towards that warehouse, PANDUM might take advantage from the front there.
Yeah, so PANDUM, but they're still holding their ground. So probably waiting for the next stage. Might as well, right? Just to see whether that warehouse is still going to be important or not. But speaking about the next stage, okay, Gaka Fields, perhaps. There you go. Open field. A lot of teams already in there, but there's still a good amount of teams on the southern side that needs to move up, including PEA.
for MORPH and GEEK fam definitely scored himself quite a comfortable compound with the most grounds and a lot of walls and structures in between. But for the rest of them in the center, there's going to be haystacks. That's going to be the only covers for them, and a couple of shacks. Very small shacks indeed. Back to the side of Boom. Now they're circling around MORPH. I think they try to pay out the positions here. MORPH, I think they're still having a full squad. Yes, they do. Infinity taking on Team Flash. What is going on the left side of the map?
Okay, and Team Flash fires back though, so a bit of a trade between the two. And no follow-up yet. It could be a long range, while Boom Esports in the circle just checking their flanks. But Oleo got Razy, the final member of Alliance, and now he's not able to secure that elimination point just yet. So Razy should be able to be picked up. There you go. His teammate Pombe is with him. Hold his hand!
It's definitely going to do some CPRs, but not so much of CPR coming off the same 9. They need to call an ambulance with their current situation. Kind of stuck up for Kenny. Stick between his friends of PANDUM there. Dimsy have a chat with Kenny for a bit, but Kenny, he will do the cleaning up job. Try to secure those eliminations, but boom! And Kenny, he finally goes down, but they have to sacrifice their own teammate for PANDUM to nade it that knockdown players.
For the greater good, to have this area entirely for themselves. So, gotta give the salute there. But yeah, I guess it happens. Sacrifices need to be made, and Team PANDUM has the entire right side to themselves. So, I guess that's all right.
But that's meaning that they're left with only 2 players. Next we have FaZe Clan charging into this small shack and a very small compound there. But they managed to successfully eliminate the rest of these Xaviers. Unfortunately, Xaviers, their progress when it comes to the last Erangel map will not be as much as they hoped for. But Team Flash taking the fight against FaZe Clan just now definitely caused them quite heavily, since they lost 2 of their very valuable members on the 7 Tories as well. And now they might actually need to find an exit out, but thankfully the smoke will try to fog up the rest of the team that tried to see them through. So FaZe Clan, they have plenty of troubles since they got a couple of death boxes inside of that very small shack. So it's a doable exit out for them right now.
Well, the good news for FaZe Clan is that they finally scored their first few points today. Took them a while. It took them 4 rounds to finally score something. And by Xavier going out, Xavier, they're at least at the amount of points that's like, yeah, they're okay. 2 more rounds, they'll be fine. So not to worry about Xavier. But big up for FaZe Clan to doing that. But of course, the next team for us to be a little bit more worried is going to be PEA. By the edge of the circle, and from our view, there's another team in front of them. Infinity is also another team that we'll be looking forward to.
I don't know who we're rooting for here, because both teams, Infinity and Boom, need to go to this Super Sunday. Infinity, of course, they haven't touched any Super Sunday. They're close enough when it comes to this week as well. But the circle will shrink. It will be XERXIA taking the center, and they're still favored by the circle as well as the FaZe Clan. And for GEEK fam, this is a well-controlled compound as long as they can defend themselves against PEA. And that's going to be the only biggest compound there is to work with in this sort of circle.
Well, but this is a small compound, more like a shack. FaZe Clan will need to defend. Mela is currently down, only Moment left, and Moment will try to secure the elimination point. He did against Yummy, but he went out. But still, able to lock in the points. So 4 for FaZe Clan.
Across 4 maps, that average of 1 point each of the map here today. Boom, they're swarming around FaZe Clan just now just to get this small shot, but unfortunately that given away so many points and so many information towards the other teams that are trading here. Next is going to be Infinity 3 touch, position himself just behind the haystack nearby the shack, but the rest of Infinity will follow pursuit. It's going to be Tiger X and Gods and Eternity kind of go for the off angle, but thanks to the barricade of so many vehicles in front of that shack, the nades will be hard to be connected here.
And plus the smoke as well, so a bit more time bought for Boom Esports, but still the Infinity wants to go in for it. Tiger X will be knocked down immediately, same goes for Turney K. Now it's only 3 touch to get with Turney. Frenzy's pretty low, he's healing up right now. Frenzy is going to be the final member of Boom Esports, and the Infinity only got Turney left as well, hoping to land a nade into the shack, but because of the smoke, it's not going to be that easy. In fact, let's take it as he denied the point.
Yeah, I mean, we can't take the points. We will deny the points for the teams that managed to knock down on our team members. But what a mess on northwest side of a circle with no information regarding the teams on the south right now. We do see a couple of stills from GEEK from this across this other side of the circle. But for Boone, they managed to take the compound still in their hands, defending it with Infinity God Sunny taken out by that golden nade of Bombit. Unfortunately, Infinity did not score anything for this one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a team that really needs the points. But on the other hand, Boom Esports collected 10 elimination points so far. And that also means that they are still on the mark here. But let's look at what's going to happen here. Where Team Flash is involved against MORPH. And nice long range by Kwang to knock down Tuyo from that distance.
And Boom is in the center of attention here as well. But what a comeback here today for Boom. Definitely bounced back all the way from the very bottom up to probably going to be the top 8 in time now. For MORPH, Hazel crashed into the trees just now, forced to be crashed into the trees due to how smoke up his vehicle exploded even. But unfortunately, there's barely any covers for his side too. So MORPH Tuyo will try to reach out to his team members, but how to get there without being harmed by the other teams that's eyeing them out. There's gonna be Boom, there's gonna be XERXIA as well, and there's also another Team Flash on the left side. So how to get out from the pickle they're in for MORPH.
Yeah, I know, right? Just look at this, right? They circled around, tried to find space, but the moment they did that, they were shot at. So, too many eyes onto them. But they will still need to make it happen. Because next circle... Oh, wait a second. Circle went up north. So, MORPH still has it.
But they need to retrieve Hazel. Now their resuscitation is going on, I assume. Well, Boom still keeping a tight shot towards the side of a MORPH. Same goes for Flash. Oh, Boom definitely giving away the position with a pop of smoke too. Goes to spot out Flippy. XERXIA stealing away that shot coming up from the other angles all the way. What a steal coming up from XERXIA in the last minute too.
And XERXIA, at least they're the team that needs the points, so it's okay if they steal, right? If it's Vampire that's stolen it away, then we're like, come on, Vampire. The other teams need it a bit more. And speaking about Vampire, they're on the southern side, so they will be on the clear for now. A lot more focus will be given to teams on the north. We have at least 4 teams there, with Vampire just poking from the south. Let's see what's going to happen here with Rush now. It's been a while since we last saw him. They rotated down south. Now, there's going to be quite a long route for them to be in the circle.
For PEA, well, this is the best round for PEA. But Team Flash, well, managed to eliminate the last member of MORPH, but it was quite a pickle for them in start there. But PA Frankie, well, it's Vampires we're talking about, taking a small shack next, and it's going to be Tony K and Shrubs alive, and this is going to be the deadly duo we talked about before. Vampires, despite they only have 2 players, don't underestimate these guys.
Yep, especially Shrubs, who is still in this game, and looks like they managed to defend the ground. Okay, Vampire. Another rush in onto them and they survived it, but can't see the scene for Bombit. He will be burned down to pieces, leaving Frenzy alone.
It's going to be Kwang pushing in with the DBS, trying to find around the corner of the vehicles. Here comes a jump shot and coming out from Crazy wins! What a jump shot with his rifles just now. Frenzy, he knows what's coming. He's prepared for it. 14 eliminations by Boom.
Yeah, my jaw dropped the moment he did that jump shot. 14 eliminations and they're still collecting placement points. Boom Esports, my oh my, this could be a big miracle run for them. Oh man, this round is still not over yet. He can still continue to collect placement points and he has the circle still. But we're waiting stage 7 and he's praying that he still gets it.
$14 eliminations coming up from Boom. Definitely a bombastic comeback here from whatever bounce they have. I mean, putting everything down to the last day of the group stage and putting up this much of numbers up across the board. That's something else entirely. And as well, speaking of which, this sort of circle will be the battle of the shacks between the Vampires duo and the Boom's solo player. But unfortunately, one of a Vampire player, I think it was Tony, K, been taking out just now.
Yeah, he's not, but he could still be safe, maybe. Okay, but Shrubs is quite far away from Tony K. But Vampire, at least with the comfort that they have with the amount of points, Straps is not really desperate to save Tony K, so they're still fine. But the circle will be a desperado for some of the teams. Okay, Frenzy is somewhat by the edge of the circle, so he can still hold on for time. But the team in the middle, XERXIA, is the happiest of them all now.
Can they hold if all the teams happen to be moving at the same time? Mika, there's gonna be a nade exploding down! GEEK fam, they're down to 2. And they did not anticipate that kind of fight coming up from Maxius, and they did not expect that angle to have somebody else as well. Thought everybody will be on the northern side or even in the center. Unfortunately, that surprised them so much that they don't have to revive their teammate for now because the blue zone will hit any time now.
Yeah, waiting for the timer to start. 5 more seconds and the zone will start to close. GEEK fam, they do have vehicles though, so at least they have options on how they want to navigate into the circle, but they'll definitely take their time, hoping for other teams to make them move first. Okay, wait a second. Okay, Audrey, at least he has a checkpoint in between. Now Sheps, his turn to move in, and look at the amount of space in between him and the circle. No vehicles, he's on the run.
Yep, GEEK fam definitely will not make it easy for Shrub to cross over the street there. Quite an open space, barely any structures except for vegetations. But those vegetations won't cover him as long. And Shrub, oh, back to the smoke. Oh, that's painful. But for the side of GEEK fam, they finally spot out the last member of Vampires. We're down to 3 teams. It's going to be XERXIA's to hold against Boom. Frenzy will be eliminated as well by Nui. It's going to be a 3v4. XERXIA's versus GEEK fam now.
Oh, but still 14 eliminations for Boom Esports, so they're definitely high on track now. But let's see who will wrap up this round. So Chicken Dinner will, the first Malaysian region Chicken Dinner today will come from GEEK fam. They're playing with 3 players against XERXIA, who's in the middle of the circle. Dambo will get the knockdown to RNJ. 3 more to go, that's still active. RNJ will be finished off by Audrey. So now, all in focus onto 3v3.
Equal field here, but the nade will change so much when it comes to it connecting, and GEEK fam check quite a number. Nui follow up with a shot there. What a shot coming from XERXIA. Nui closing in the distance, going in with shotgun as well, taking a bit of a damage. Back to return his position point. But what a swing they're coming up from Nui. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. GEEK fam, can they secure this chicken? It's going to be 2v1. They turn the tables around despite XERXIA have better numbers before.
1 more to go. Mika is going to come in onto Mega Earth. Mega Earth preparing himself, but it is still GEEK fam to score this Chicken Dinner. And it is GEEK fam to score it for the Malaysian region. And now we have completed all our flags today.
It's not PA, but hey, PA, at least they had a better run than the rest of the teams or the rest of the entirety of the tournament. But GEEK fam, welcome back, we assume, but not as big as a comeback from Boom. I'm sorry, but Boom definitely stole the spotlight here with their crazy amount of eliminations.
Yeah, and they still managed to gain place on points as well. We'll tabulate the official scores in a bit, but for now, GEEK fam's stats, they scored themselves 11 eliminations, so that's going to be 21 points for GEEK fam, and all the highlights are onto Damroot again. And he's definitely pulling his weight here for GEEK fam.
He's hiding himself very well indeed when it comes to dishing out the damage in a very unusual spot. If they compare with the rest, he got the least amount of damage received, while GEEK fam, Mika, Audrey, and Izane seems to be tanking quite a number of damage out there. But trouble-wise, Mika being stacking up those nades the longest and the most all the time.
Yes, and no doubt, despite them stacking up those nades, Damroot is still our MVP. 5 eliminations, 896 damage, 88 damage received. That's an auspicious number. 32% team contribution, 25 minutes, 27 seconds survivor time. The captain, the IGL, although he plays a support position, but he's still able to come up with the damage. This guy's a great all-rounder for GEEK fam.
Yep, GEEK fam definitely needs the best IGL they actually have the entire time, Damroot. But don't forget about Boom when it comes to the travel distance. They're one of the furthest away to travel across the map. Not just that, even the smokes happen to be the most out of all these teams as well. But we re-watch the highlight, how GEEK fam secured their Chicken Dinner, and what a comeback for Boom as well.
GEEK Fam was kept busy at some point with so many teams around their area, the warehouse and also the high ground, but they fended them off to be the top team this round. 21 points for GEEK Fam, but like what you said, Boom Esports, they stole the show away. 14 eliminations, 19 points. They are definitely on track, way on track right now to hit that 80-point mark.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. I assume coming up from Boom as long they keep this momentum going for the next two maps in Miramar later on. But XERXIA balancing out when it comes to placement and eliminations points. It's going to be our third team coming with the double-digit 12 points. Vampire scored a 4-4 and totaled up at 8 points. There's a lot of double digits up there, so there's a lot of zeros down here as well.
Yeah, Infinity, man, Infinity. Alliance, still alright. BTR and also RRQ. Okay, so we got 4 teams here with 0 points, and we got a one with O2. And these area, tons of points by now. Anyway, but those are the points from the round. So this is where it's important. The overall rankings. Alliance, they keep themselves abreast there. 77 points now.
Well, Vampire is chasing number 1. I mean, who cares about the top right now? The most we had was actually week 2 at 116. We wait if Vampires can break the numbers, of course. But when it comes to the top 8, the magical number, we're still waiting for. It's going to be 80. Alliance still not safe. They still can get pushed down by the other teams that's closely behind, which is going to be Boom. And for TODAK and also Roy, unfortunately, I feel like they will be pushed down by end of today.
Yeah, but Boom, they are now at number 9. Knocking on the door there. But on the overalls, on page number 2, well, RRQ, because they scored 0, so they were pushed down by other teams, especially by Team PANDUM, so they're now at number 23 with 32 points. PA, the good news is that they are now above 20 points. The bad news is that everyone else is above 30 points by now. So PA, definitely at this point, they are just prepping themselves up for the last chance qualifiers.
But personally, I feel like that round just now across the entire day will be the most proactive and productive round coming up from PA. If they have been going on like that, they probably get more by end of today. Maybe they can do it in Miramar later too. But for Boom, what a bounce back and what an explosive round it has been for the entire day, consistently getting themselves in the top 4 every single time with a crazy amount of eliminations. 14 this time. GEEK Fam now coming back up as well at 11 eliminations. Team Flash and XERXIA, they are the middle pack. We get to see how can they fare when it comes to Miramar later.
And we got 2 players from Boom Esports. Yummy. It's been a while since his poster is like the main poster, right? So 6 eliminations by Yummy, but we also got to give it to Captain Damru with 5 eliminations and his right-hand soldier Mika 4 eliminations as well. And Pombe have been a strong pillar for Boom Esports, being the one to always hold down the lines. He scored 4 eliminations this round, and the rest of them, of course, split with the other team members. But overall, Boom Esports, this is now arguably one of the craziest potential comebacks here for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, even with the top fraggers, it feels like there's only 2 teams fighting in the previous map. Only GEEK Fam and Boom players that happen to be on top. Now we're going to have to wait and see what will be the same fate here when it comes to Miramar. Boom, when it comes to Erangel-wise, we do know they have been consistently getting themselves in the top 4, but Miramar will offer a different place entirely. We do know when it comes to the ties, especially teams like Vampires or even the Infinity, and XERXIA still will be one of the best teams to watch out for when it comes to Miramar. Can they still get themselves in the top 4? Because it's super crucial right now for Boom. They are very close in getting themselves in the top 8.
Yeah, very close right now, right? They are officially now at number 9, so that is how close they are for Boom Esports. It is just insane today. It's like if they make it through today directly, everyone else will forget about whatever happened like the days before. That's fine. And then it's going to be the story of the Super Sunday. That will be a different story altogether. So it's going to be a very interesting one. I mean, week 3 so far, you think about it, right? Lots of narratives because it's the last week and these teams are going up and down and we're getting some level of comeback performances. So there's a lot of story to tell for week 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest comeback that I feel privileged to actually witness this as well, because 23rd place, we talk about 15 points as a start, and now they are, how many points were they just now? Around 60 or almost 70, right? Around there somewhere. So that's like what? 60 points plus minus in a day, and we're not even finished for our run here yet with 2 more Miramar maps to go.
Yep. So now if we were to make the calculation, right? Last we saw they were at 69 points, so they're only 11 points away. So 2 games at an average of like what, 6 points to hit the magical 80 number, and that's like the magical number that we have been looking at for like the past season, this season. 11 points in 2 games, average about 6 points. I mean, with Boom Esports on a roll like this to collect those elimination points, it's still early to call, of course. I'm still holding my horses. We are going for a new map. We don't want to jinx it, but they are statistically looking like they will be able to get it.
I was counting how much the average points they actually gain in the map for the progress of Boom here today. It's going to be 13.5 points each map. Now we're talking about those crazy run with double-digit eliminations. That definitely will contribute towards that statistic here. But 54 points in 4 maps, that's crazy, man. That's basically more than 10 points in each of the map. And they have this very strong mental fortitude, despite they were in one of the most bottom pit, that abyss of Vortex back before you even start the day here.
Well, the team that needs that kind of vortex is going to be RRQ as they make their swap. So No Mercy is going to be taking a break this round, and Snape is going to be back in the lineup replacing Kim. And we're also going to reintroduce Adam, but this time Nizi is the one that's going to be taking a break for PUA. So PA clearly right now, we talked about it, they are just setting up themselves for the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, probably finding the best starter for tomorrow. But I feel just now was one of their best lineup. We're going to have to wait and see, can Adam change the dynamic into a more productive PA in that terms. But coming up from the side of Infinity, I mean, they had a great run here earlier today, but unfortunately last Erangel map scored them a 0. And that's definitely going to be a significant impact when it comes to their progress for the overall ranking points.
Yeah, no further changes by the other teams, it seems, including Alliance still sticking with the same lineup. And Alliance, they're still pretty okay. They are very, very close to the top, to the mark with just a few more points to go. So let's see. Inside Lost Learners, that's where Alliance will start. Miramar, let's go.
We're back in Miramar, the miracle map for anybody to take the points away. Yeah, definitely going to have a very southern flight path this time. So it means maybe going to have a bit northern circle, but we don't want to talk a circle here because the circle sometimes just frustrate and disappoint us in certain points. So we're going to have to wait and see, will the teams will have some early collisions and early pickoffs when it comes to those vehicles as well.
Flight path wise though, it's going to be a quick drop here for GEEK fam, as they normally drop in Porto Paraiso / Impala, Lost Learners. We're going to house Alliance, the regular drop spot. Alliance with the amount of points, they're cool. And there's some teams that would like to drop up north, especially for PEA, so they would need to travel a little bit. But I'm also looking at the Miramar average points. Looks like these Xavier, they do love this map, and with the points that they've collected, they're definitely fine. But on the other end, this is not a good stat for Infinity and Boom though. But of course, for Boom, it's a totally different Boom today, so I would expect these numbers not to affect them.
Well, hopefully that's going to be the case because they need every single point they can actually gain here for these two teams, Infinity and Boom. But when it comes to the best player played in Miramar, it's going to be Parjin coming up from the Xaviers. This is the map they want to overtake in the top 3 later on. But RRQ starting off hot when it comes to the early stage of Miramar, taking a fight against MORPH, and they knocked down on Hazel.
Well, that's going to be a start there, but waiting for the follow-up to happen. RRQ still monitoring the situation, and when it comes to utilities, they're still pretty low. I mean, they had to share this spot with MORPH. So if you look at Fnatic, no throwables, only 1 micro Uzi, and even that, the bullets are pretty low. no helmet especially. So to rush in is going to be a risk for him. That's why he's taking that scouting role for now. Hazel finally will be eliminated and Snape will come in. Nice shot by Snape with the shotgun.
Well, you got no vest, no helmet. Who cares? All they need to think about right now, MORPH probably going to be in the same state as they are because they have nothing as well when it comes to the throwables too. Like Flippy, we got ourselves an SLR, but it's going to be one shot to knock him down, and Zero will help along in the process of Flippy trying to bait them out. And it feels like a heavy loss for both Erangel and MORPH. A heavy casualty indeed at a very dairy course. Fnatic and Snape at a standoff with Flippy M0. Now, MORPH can exit out. They do have those high ground, but they will commit to this till the very end.
That was just too bad for Flippy. He did not land his shot and he got punished for it. And the moment his other teammate came into the building, Zero went out, but they scored 2 elimination points. But for O2, they will lose jumper to Levi's from Xavier.
And we expect the Xaviers to be aggressive with this map, knowing the fact they are comfortable in this Miramar run as well. But for O2 Esports, there's no follow-up from the Xaviers Levi, so he will reposition himself not to overcommit and making some mistake and room for O2 Esports to just knock him down. He repositioned because we've seen a lot of cases where there's going to be the bait being set up by the other teams and then the rest of the crew are coming up from the back. So the Xaviers definitely already revised and reviewed the bots in the past of the games before.
Yeah, and even if they don't, right, like they're like what, 89 points right now. It's like, they can afford like, okay, we just blindly play this map. Whoever we see, whatever moves we shoot, that's okay. So these Xavier, yeah, they're more like maybe like just stretching their fingers or just running down the games, just going with the flow and look forward to Sunday. Then tomorrow they'll have a nice off day to truly look at who will be the competitors for the final Super Sunday.
I don't know if they're just chilling because I feel like these Xaviers, they are quite a perfectionist when it comes to their play. So if they're not in the top 3, they feel like they did not perform well. That's what they're aiming for. I feel like they're aiming for at least finish off the week with the top 3 rankings by the end of the day. So number 5 is not a good number for them, I assume, so they will try to go for more. Maybe that's going to be the case, but Alliance also very close to get into the 80s here. And Bro, I mean, like, well, there's no way to... This is going to be the biggest comeback ever. But MORPH, unfortunately, I think we're definitely going to see them in the last chance stage now, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one more game to go, right? So hitting 80, definitely not possible. Unless they wipe out the entire map, like in the plane or something, like 60 points. In 60 elimination points, then maybe, but yeah, not going to be the case. But what's going to be the case is that we're going to check out the previous match replay where GEEK Fam scored the chicken dinner. And XERXIA did put out a good fight towards the end, but the moment it went down to one final member of XERXIA, and it was 2 from GEEK Fam, it became a simple wrap-up for GEEK Fam.
No celebration for for Damroot. Well, they do know that there's still a lot at stake here, with them closing in the gap between them and the 8th place. It's still in the 60s. But don't forget, Cloud, MORPH actually do a crazy run last time. They still hold the most record-breaking in this season at 22 eliminations in a row, and that was Miramar last map of the day. So if they actually push those numbers up again, they might actually have a chance, depending on the 8th place, whether they hit the 80s or not. But even if they had that kind of run, they're still going to have to play last chance stage, but maybe in the 70s.
Yeah, if they do somehow come up with that sort of performance, then they walk in, red carpet, spotlights onto them in the last chance qualifiers. Like spotlight, red carpet, orchestra, confettis, like a boss, with a tuxedo and all that. It's like, oh, we have to play 6 more games today? Sure, we'll do that. We'll just take a chill pill and we'll make it happen. But Yummy Mei is definitely not taking a chill pill here. They are still on a mission to make it happen for them directly.
If they made it directly to Super Sunday, they're the one that actually the big boss coming in with those music, that kind of music. You know that music, right? And Yummy Mei will lead the rest of Boom in the first line when it comes to that grand entrance.
Yeah, he will be the one like dressed up in
Tuxedo?
In a tuxedo. Ponbit will be behind him. He'll be dressed up like in an MMA suit, you know, like one of those
what?
robes. And he will have his
MMA?
boxing gloves on. He'll be like, "Come fight us! Come on, come fight us!" Yeah. You
Yeah, I
dare
mean,
to
like,
fight us.
They defended their compound twice in a row, back to back, not even managed to revive their teammate when that happened. So yeah, I mean, like, they can ask the teams to fight them if they want to. There's definitely going to be this sudden bounce back or coming back into the tournament. I love this drama, and what a mental fortitude they have coming up from the side of Boom to pull this one last day off in such a huge amount of points they gather in a day.
Yeah, I'm imagining, right, like those wrestling shows where they walk in with the music, everyone cheering. It's like, yeah, that is Boom Esports there right now, coming into this map at least. But can't say the same for Batman. No music for him, but music to the ears of BTR as they will look at the elimination feed showing up now.
Team Flash, FaZe Clan, Infinity, and BT are pretty much very close when it comes to the points, but unfortunately none of the teams will actually be in the top 8 yet, so they will have to push in numbers with 2 more Miramar maps, including this one. Cannot afford to have any room of error at all. We're talking about them not willing to get out too soon without any placement points. They have to secure at least 5 points and above, but we do have our usual old friend of the circle. Chumacera will be probably the last few circles. We do know when it comes to this circle, it's going to be the high ground and the low ground compounds to pick by the IGLs which way to go.
Yeah, the town where Choo is the mayor of. So
Yeah.
Choo is just making sure that, okay, you guys can fight as long as you don't break anything. That's the only thing, okay? The taxes have been pretty poor recently, so please don't break anything.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Well, definitely there's a lot of things breaking, including the numbers, of course, coming up from the teams down there. But speaking of which, Cloud, I do want to ask you this question too. I'm looking at PANDUM quite multiple times now, and they only had one run of their Super Sunday, and they did it big in that Super Sunday with 58 points in one Super Sunday. But unfortunately, they have to make it through this Super Sunday just to 100% make sure they will get into the grand finals. Question is, with the points they have right now, is it still doable and possible at this state?
Ooh, that's a good question there. Okay, logical mathematics. I have not done my math yet, so I can't tell from a logical standpoint. But from a current standpoint, I would say it is scary. And why? Because there are so many teams that have only entered once. So there is a big chance that those teams could enter again. So if those teams that entered once enter again, especially the ones below them, Team PANDUM could be pushed down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That kind of makes sense though. But when it comes to, well, this is going to be the team that have nothing else to worry for. With the Xavier's never miss any Super Sundays, and they probably will not miss anyone. We talked about PANDUM here. Unfortunately, this is going to be the two teams that needed this Super Sunday more than ever. Boom and PANDUM. If they clash here right now and force the fight out, I hate to break it, but both teams will lose a lot because there's still going to be a lot of teams they have to pass through to get into the center, and they will not survive to get through that.
Okay, I just did a quick math, right? So for Team PANDUM, to re-answer your question, there have to be 8 teams below them that firstly has to make it into Super Sunday. The 8 teams below them in the overall points, right? So that's number 1. And then those 8 teams below them will need to overtake Team PANDUM. So then becomes the second condition. And is that possible? Well, if I were to look at the average points, maybe Team PANDUM might just make it, but just by the edge. Maybe.
Barely make it in.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important for them to solidify the positions. If they get another Super Sunday, it's a done deal for them to get into the grand finals. But also when it comes to BTR, they are the teams at the very bottom, despite they got 2 Super Sundays there. That's also questionable on the side of BTR Knights, where they actually in 13th place. But for Crave VIP and XERXIA as well, they at the same points at 15 and 16 overall league points. So we're gonna have to wait and see, can they make it through when it comes to the last Super Sunday. It will change so much for the teams that will get into the grand finals with this last Super Sunday. But speaking of XERXIA, they take the fight against Infinity, who's still striving for the points here today.
Both XERXIA and Infinity. And you got GEEK Fam on the other side. So this is going to be quite clustered here. Now, the closest one, of course, is between XERXIA and the Infinity. And it's actually not the first time they meet in this compound. So this has been a regular checkpoint for these two teams. But this time, they have GEEK Fam in the mix here. So that will be an interesting variable to see what GEEK Fam will be able to come out with. They could potentially, like, okay, if anyone's crossed, yes, you have those smokes, but GEEK Fam could spray in the smoke, either damage or knock. It would still give an advantage to the team that is defending.
Did Mega Earth bounce back its own hand grenade, or was it a smoke just now? I didn't see that one. But I do see Mika reposition himself all the way towards their high grounds. It means that GEEK Fam, they still want to play the third party coming up from Audrey and Izane. They reposition themselves as well, knowing the fact it's pretty difficult for them to see what's indoors. So Adamroot and Mika will take those high grounds, while the rest of GEEK Fam will watch out for Infinity versus XERXIA. But next we have PANDUM and PA Adam going in for the rush, but Rush also get knocked down from the back. So this is not a great rush coming up from PEA.
Yeah, they rushed it without an advantage, and they immediately got punished for it. And Jopranki will finish off Adam. And the other member of PEA has been eliminated as well. So not only two players of PEA left. And Team Panda, they're looking for them. Okay, and Team Panda, obviously, they're a team that needs the points in. So they wouldn't mind taking out PEA entirely. But BTR is around the corner as well. So Team Panda, they notice that, oh, there's another team. Okay, we fall back now.
For PEA, it feels like they're being sandwiched and being smothered by the smokes coming up. Probably across is BTR bullets flying over their hats right now. Same goes for PANDUM. So PEA have to get out from the trap they sat themselves with, because they tried to force it out against PANDUM just now. And unfortunately, the position they're starting off with, the engagement and initiation for the fight against PANDUM wasn't that great, like you mentioned, without any advantage of starting off the fight. And they caught himself in the crossfire in a trap. That's no way out of this right now.
Well, I noticed that Vampire Esports had a jab onto one of the players of Team PANDUM as well. So Vampire is around the corner. That's a signal. Okay, as circle shifts, we see them on the right side of the circle. That's where the three teams are at, and they have to fight their way through. And once they pass through, it's going to be FaZe Clan or maybe even 7-9 waiting next.
Stone knocked down on PANDUM. That gives opportunity for Frankie to slowly back off, but unfortunately, Satar spot him out. There's a clear shot. And PA, see you back tomorrow. I feel like it's impossible for them to get into the Super Sunday straight away, but they at least finish off the day with another Miramar map to make sure they got themselves in the 30s or 40s to have a better comfortable position for their last chance stage. But back to us, BTR, PANDUM, and don't forget Vampires around the corner.
And BTR is around the corner of PANDUM as well, and they're still not letting go of them. At the same time, okay, XERXIA and the Infinity looks like it's starting on the other side. Same goes for RRQ to BTR. Wait, RRQ, where are they? They shot onto Gen Force. Okay, they're not even on the minimap the last we saw.
Wait a minute, what is going on? 4 teams across the outside of the circle. RRQ, PANDUM, Vampires taking advantage on PANDUM. And BTR, now they just gonna refocus their positions towards their RRQ side, while Vampires deal with the entire crew of PANDUM. That's gonna be Newsy open up their engagement here, but they're gonna give a clear shot towards Newsy as well when we swap the vision here. But BTR against Fnatic, 2v1. Can Fnatic pull it through? Not really, no. And that's gonna be the last of RRQ, but at least they scored 4 eliminations.
Yep, 4 eliminations, and that's their only point collected. As for 7-9, busy with FaZe Clan now. With a high ground advantage, they managed to knock down Mela. Vintorres is bleeding out and will be taken out by Newey from XERXIA. Okay, so looks like the long range steals are coming in right now as Dimsy naded now. Stone will come in to finish him off.
Wait, there's 7-9 too? How is all the teams that happen to be in the center right now, going all the way out to the edge of the circle because of the shots coming across the other side of the circle entirely. A very long range indeed. Sam9 taking on O2 Esports, and we saw how they managed to steal it away just now. But PANDUM, it's a done deal for Vampires. Next, it's going to be Boom for their target. Vampires, it's going to be Tony K still on the right, straps bleeding out, and who will save him?
Well, who will save O2 from the hands of Sam9 as they were coming onto them to collect those points? And O2 eliminated number 12, no points collected this time. And Sam9 on the roll right now, 4 elimination points, going to pick up their 5th point through the hands of Mela. No way Mela is going to be saved, and Sam9 will be dominating.
Oh, Mela. That's going to be the end of his life. In any second now, we're going to see the kill fit finish off by 7-9 players. Yep, there you go. Vampires next. They're climbing up to his Boom. Bombit will try to leave. They're repositioning himself. Knowing that there's going to be Vampires. They know for a fact these guys have no rest at all. So they might be a bit reckless sometimes. For Boom, they need to reposition to make sure they are at advantage when the fight happens. But BTR still winning over the fights here just now with 5 eliminations. Same goes for Sam9. But 20k spotted out. Yummy made. There's going to be a nade toss over to the side of Vampires. But unfortunately, nothing seems to be connecting. And Boom, they being broken their formation by force of Vampires just now. So it's a bit scattered for Boom. But the circle might just favors them a bit longer.
Yeah, they still have the circle with the compound, so they're still okay as long as they can get away from Vampire Esports, that is. Vampire Esports, they're in a position that they're not too worried about their points. So this is the situation that we have seen before. Vampire Esports, no worries, no stress, and they can still score chicken dinners, and they will be very disruptive to a lot of these teams. Now, Boom Esports, not the right time for them to face Vampire.
Yep. Vampires being a news is just flexing their strength up there. Well, we definitely got 100 points by now. We still want to go for more because we can. But Sam9 spotted out BTR as well. And BTR seems to be in trouble now with left 2 players despite they got 5 eliminations. Sam9 is going on for a hunt with those elevations. I do prefer this lineup of Sam9. They definitely have to have Firen to play because it's definitely just so obvious that when Firen's playing, the numbers going up for Sam9.
Well, I have to agree with that. Every time they put Firen, their chances are higher, especially what we saw in week 1. And the chances is still high for Xavier to collect more points here with this high ground advantage by Paragin. Continue to spray down onto Team Flash as they navigate around to move into the circle. But because of Xavier, they're just being a nuisance. And Kwang is caught out. Oh man, Kwang, bad spot to be in now.
Oh, from the pan to the fire. That put Team Flash at a pause for their rotation. Yeah. Oh, look at the crossfire on the right side with Infinity, Zerg, and GEEK fam. You don't want to cross that road, man, for Team Flash. That's going to be super difficult. And there's also Sam9. I mean, left, right, center. Team Flash being surrounded here right now. They have to play it safe and play it slow. Hopefully they have enough. But unfortunately, Zeus will be taken away as well. But Kwang will try to go for the help. But that gives away his position. These Avis and Sam9 will take a jab on the last player of Team Flash. Now, Levi definitely disappointed that he couldn't score another elimination points. But that also gives a lot of valuable information to the side of these Avis. There's going to be another team nearby.
Yeah, and that's going to be Sam9 close by. A Sam9 full team. And they have to move right now. They don't have the circle. They're moving towards the Xavier from the lower ground. But Levi's is prepared for it as Moboku will be the next one to fall with the defense set up by the Xavier. But it's actually Dabru that stole the point away. Taking out Bobo.
Damn rude, living up to his names down there, but Chua taking a front line against Sam9. Can he exchange some bullets and damage? But it's down to Chua on his knees first. Firen taking on UMP. And this is what we talk about. Firen is such a good play when it comes to these fights. And when it comes to DX, they have the blue zone to deal with. The pressure is on for the Xaviers. We do know they have nothing to worry about when it comes to Super Sunday, but they want the numbers anyhow. Pargent dropped the smoke and hoped for Levi to revive, but wow, Kenny, there's some sharp shooting going on.
Yeah, and he almost got his target, but the gap was just too small for him to land all his shots. But that's okay for them, as long as they're in control right now, because Chua is now being held hostage. No pressure for the Xavier, but pressure might be to the other teams now that the circle has shifted, including Boom Esports, who have to come out of their comfort space.
Yep, last time we saw Vampires keeping a leash on Boom, and they still keeping it up because Newsy and also Schweppes and the rest of Vampires seems to be keeping their distance very close to a side of Boom. But for Sem90 Xavers, these two teams have to cross the street. Plus, they have to wrap around this fight right now. Infinity seems to be checking into their space too, and GEEK Fam as well. And Sem9DX, none of these two teams gonna get anything out of this fight right now because the third party going across the other side of the street is taking all away.
Parajin took a bit of damage there, has to fall back to reset. And now Yuhai is going to be the final member of Sem9. He has a pull off clutch against two members of D Xavier, unable to set the cross by Parajin. And Yuhai didn't even have the time to heal up as Sem9 will be eliminated.
The X seems to be triumph over their win for now with 5 eliminations, but at heavy casualty, of course, with 2 remaining players to cross that street with barely enough smokes to go on to the other side. But BTR, they're at least taking a fight on the northern side. There's so many teams across this compound. XERXIA, Infinity have their own houses. Same goes for GEEK Fam. But these Xaviers, will they share any space with GEEK Fam here? Because damn rude. What a spray close enough to knock down on Parajin.
Oh, Parajin is still alright though. But his vehicle is he's gone. So he'll be out in the open now. Damn, just waiting for that moment. And Damrude, like what you said, living up to his name. Oh, nice headshot by Damrude with a minute 14. Parajin down.
Peekaboo, I see you. Back to Vampires. Now the standoff will finally commence between Boom and Vampires after such a long pause just now. Due to the circle shifted away, so Boom have to get out from the hiding spot, forcing them to take the fight against Vampires. Tony K will try to revive and shot from off angle. While Newsy will chip down a lot of damage by those nade, but the nade flying straight into Tony K, and Boom down to 40% of HP.
Oh, but Boom got 1 though. Vampire down to 3. And Vampire, they're holding down Boom Esports. Boom Esports, very interested in getting this elimination points. Razy got 1 onto Stone. So 2 more active for the side of Vampire Esports. Boom, looking for that angle. It's not going to be that easy. Stone is bleeding out right now. Tony K behind him together with Newsy. 2 big boys of Vampire Esports now will need to go up against Boom Esports, and Boom Esports, they're trying to get as much as possible out of this fight.
The cleaning crew is here. Alliance is here to take the points away against Boom as well. But Vampires and Boom seems to be in the same area of trouble. They get themselves quite in the open space here. We just saw Alliance just arrive. Vampires, they might actually win over Boom right now. But can they reset themselves? There's going to be a new team coming in with a new net flying over the side. Newsy, Tony gets it bleeding out. Newsy, we're too high with the blues and coming in. The nade finish off the rest of them. And speaking of the cleaning up crew, can they clean the mess up for Elias? What a cheeky play.
As always, Alliance and third partying is the type of party that they love. 1 more to go. Newsy's right in front of Leons. You got a good clear shot there by Leons. Been fired back upon by Newsy. Almost knocked down. Now it's time for them to reset. They know that Newsy is still below them.
And they got a couple of nades to utilize here as well. Newsy, there's no run to hide as well. No cover at all. So Vampires have to settle down with 7 elimination. But hey, it's Vampires at 104. What do you expect now with these Xaviers also around the 90s? I mean, Alliance definitely got himself straight into the 80 points right now. We are not including the placement points yet. We're going to have to wait and see who will they interrupt the next business between the 2 teams later on. So we're going to have to wait and see. Watch out for Alliance for the other teams that still survive.
Oh, but watch out there. Mega Earth immediately knocked out the moment he rushed in onto the Infinity. And the Infinity wiped out XERXIA clean just like that. And now their biggest issue is going to be crossing the road with GEEK Fam still in front of them. And the Infinity, 2 players left. Let's see how they're going to navigate around this. While Alliance is looking for the next target. Onsens! And Onsens right back.
Oh, Leo's down on the ground. They didn't finish. Oh, he got finished off in an instant there. At least on the side of FaZe Clan, they managed to secure another elimination in the very last minute. That leaves Alliance down to 3. Infinity with 2 players left. And they barely hanging on into the circle. Not even in yet. Infinity, they're taking their own sweet time. But GEEK Fam keep the gatekeeping on. But due to the elevations, Alliance actually scored this chicken dinner. They even have control of the circle right now.
Yeah, Alliance with the elevation, with the high ground, with the circle. The stars are aligning towards them. But GEEK Fam will score the next elimination. No, it's actually stolen away by Alliance. Man, Damn rude. He did that before, and now he's having a taste of it.
Next is going to be Leon's in trouble, but the nade bounced off of TODAK. And for Alliance, they're still trying to finish off the last player of Infinity down. They're still hoping to survive and get himself a better placement points, waiting for Alliance to be wiped out by GEEK Fam. It's going to be a 3v3, where TODAK still hanging on. It's going to be Izane finish him off, and GEEK Fam secures another eliminations, 4 across the board, where Infinity plays with a better placement compared to the last round, of course, but it's going to be a 3v3 for the Malaysian finale here.
Here we go. Which of these two Malaysian teams will score the chicken dinner this time? And looks like Damn Rude found Leon's, and Leon's will be eliminated. 2 more to go for the side of Alliance. 5 eliminations now for GEEK Fam as they are dominating Alliance. Now they still have the circle, but they do not have the elevation.
Lions. Damn Rude and Alliance. I feel like Damn Rude should be an Alliance based on how he plays as well today. A lot of steals from the side flanks too. But for Alliance, what a cheeky player. It's down to 2 players, unfortunately outnumbered by GEEK Fam, but they do have the circle. So if they can utilize it efficiently, but with the numbers, that's going to be difficult. It depends on their throwables too. If they have a couple of smokes, they will actually buy them time to spot out one by one of GEEK Fam players.
Yeah, so now it's about them buying time. Let the blue do its work as the circle will close entirely. At least for stage 8, about 15 more seconds. So Alliance have to be able to hold this ground. Adelu needs to move a bit forward, but he does have this mini van to give him extra cover in case he's being shot. So, and he has his teammates in the circle, so that's a marker there. Here we go, Damn Rude, but the mini van is pretty tanky.
Back to the side of the push coming from GEEK Fam. Audrey taking the charge. Spotted out. Jimmy take a confrontation. And it's going to be a big look. And Jimmy is down. It feels like GEEK Fam will secure the chicken dinner anyhow. And they did it. GEEK Fam scored a back-to-back chicken dinner. What a comeback. Can they still make it straight to the Super Sunday now?
Wow, that is an interesting question there that only GEEK Fam can answer right now based on their performance. And with this chicken dinner, actually, they are in a very good spot. But we need to look at exactly how many elimination points did they get. But it does look like they could book their ticket directly to Sunday.
Seems possible right now. With the numbers that they managed to secure by end of this round, that's going to be 7 eliminations. Not the most, but enough for them to actually push the numbers up with the addition of that 10 placement points by that chicken dinner. But you have to give respect, a lot of respect for Damn Rude. Not just his IGL, he's taking a very cheeky route when it comes to stealing those eliminations. It's like a junior version of Alliance when it comes to being the third party, you know?
Yep, stealing away eliminations, and that's what brought him the MVP for eliminations. Out of that, maybe like 2, I think, through long range steals, maybe. Okay, but 893 damage, 168 damage received, 42% team contribution, and it's 5 out of 27 minutes, 26 seconds. So Damn Rude, this is the second chicken dinner for GEEK Fam, and also his second MVP today.
Back to back at it, of course. Coming up from our top 4 teams, of course, we cannot deny the fact Alliance have been playing very cheeky, but it was one of the best third party plays coming up from Alliance here today, being super sneaky but super fun as well. I hope they keep this going for the last minute. But Infinity, they close out a better run here today. I mean like Vampires just doing Vampires, but Infinity, can they still make it through as well? Same goes for GEEK Fam. But let's relive the moment of the chicken dinner.
The route less taken, the southern side from the right side of the map, that is the rotation of GEEK Fam to take the high ground, coming back down to score the chicken dinner. 17 points for GEEK Fam. Alliance being the, like Chichu says, a cheeky one, scored 11 points this time, and the Infinity also looking for the ticket into Super Sunday for the first time ever. 11 points collected by them. And Boom Esports, interesting enough, after so much action, they're not on page 1.
At least they got some progress still and didn't ended up at the 0, where PANO2 seems to be the one that actually with no points at all. Team Flash and MORPH scored a couple of points down there, Flash with 1. But aside from that, I mean, we wouldn't worry too much for the teams that already confirmed to get into the Super Sunday. That's going to be the teams that already had over more than 80 points up there. So point-wise, we do have to watch out for like BTR, Infinity. Of course, Infinity, I want to know how much do they need by the end of the last map.
Yeah, we're going to look at the overalls in a little bit more, right? Boom Esports also edging closer to it. But here's the overalls. Okay. So, Boom Esports, they're number 9 right now, 72 points, equalizing Roy. And Roy is not playing, so that's one news. TODAK isn't playing as well, so their closest contender below them is going to be XERXIA and the Infinity. So that's going to be one. Of course, these teams would want to get into Super Sunday as well directly, so we would expect a good performance by them coming up next. As for some of the other teams like Alliance, they're 88 points, so they are very clear. GEEK Fam who scored this chicken dinner 79 points, 1 point away from the golden number of 80. So for them to get that in the final map, we can expect them to do so and see them in Sunday.
I mean, the other teams and on the second page, I mean, like for FAZE, I don't know about BTR. Can they still make it through? We're gonna have to wait and see if they can score a double-digit elimination. That might be the case here. I feel like even up to the first page just now, there's only gonna be one spot available left for the top 8 teams, because we do know, yeah, Roy and TODAK is not. Roy and who has TODAK is not playing, right? So they definitely get pushed down. With Alliance already taking up the lead there, it down to only one spot left, with Boom also quite nearby. But when it comes to head-to-head, we have to give it to these two players. It's going to be 4 elimination each of GEEK Fam, Damroot and Vampire Newsy. Damage-wise, you have to give it to Damroot. He gets more from the off angles, but team contribution is actually Newsy doing so much work for Vampires this time.
Yeah, and overall, Vampire Esports, they actually, we actually have 7 across here. Vampire, GEEK Fam, BTR, and Sam9. So lucky number 7 across the board. I mean, what else can we say about this, right? I guess what I can say is that out of all these teams, GEEK Fam it was quite clear that they're the team that likes to steal away elimination, at least for that round. So out of these 7 in total, probably like 2 or 3 of them were stolen away from afar. So great work. Because of that, they match up with the other teams in terms of eliminations.
But just now, GEEK Fam secures a back-to-back chicken dinner, will push himself up towards the top 8. But when it comes to the race to the top 8 straight into Super Sunday, even the 80 points seems to be a bit of a stretch here. We talked about the teams that have 3 teams competing over for that 1 spot left, and 3 teams in the 70s as well, including, I think it was Boom will be one of them, the closest one. We have GEEK Fam on the rise. So who was the last one just now? It was going to be XERXIA, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So that 1 slot, and how many gap by the end of this last run of Rimrama, or maybe even the second page team will surprise us with 20-ish sort of eliminations. Who knows, right?
Yeah, if a team does come up, they basically do the MORPH of that one Mirama match back then yeah, that could be a big surprise there, and it could be a bit of a heartbreaking time for some of those teams like Boom Esports and so on. But if somehow that happens, anyway, tomorrow, Boom Esports, at this point, whatever happens to them, if they do play tomorrow, they'll be walking in like a superstar. They'll be walking in with like paparazzis around them, with flashlights and crowd cheering and people just tossing them flowers, stuff like that.
And we're starting our day with Boom interview. I'm not surprised if we ended the day with another Boom interview, because they deserve that interview as well. Because starting off the day when Windy asked about the questions regarding their performance here, what happened to their declining of performance so far, and they just said that something they need to work things out, right? It seems like communication is going to be one of the key points as well, and they try to do their best. That's going to be the only objective for Boom today. Just try to do their best. They didn't even try to figure out how to make the points out, but they made it out somehow.
Yeah, you never get specific answers from players. It's always very vague. It's always like, oh, we do our best. Oh, we talk. Oh, yeah, sure. If that's like a MCQ, right? Like multiple choice question, then it'll be like, A, do our best. B, we talk. C, we team chemistry. D,
all of the above.
All of the above, right? So it's like now a cliche answer. Like, come on, guys, it's time for us to, like, when you get an interview, give us something different, right? Give us more insight. I believe the fans would value that.
I think the coaching staff already said, scripted for them, like, if they ask this sort of question, just say something like this. Don't spoil it for us, because the other teams are watching the interview as well. So they're tipping on their toes when there's interview. That's why they drag interviews so much for the players. They're worried that they might overspill the tea towards the interviewers as well. But speaking of which, right, when it comes to these three teams, high contention when it comes to that, only one spot remaining when it comes to the top 8. So we do know that 100% Roy and TODAK will not make it, but at least in the 70s. For Roy, unfortunately, it's going to be another last chance for them. Hopefully they can make it through when it comes to this week. But for Boom, if they can get the ticket straight as Super Sunday, yeah, I agree. One of the biggest comeback ever in the entirety of the league, man.
Yeah, it is. It was like they were like all the way down low, like just above PA, like even at some point sharing the same range of points with PA, but now they're up here. They're already talking about it. Oh, we could get an off day tomorrow. So it is a big turnout event. It only took this day. It only took today. Even if they had to play last year's qualifiers, I mean, Boom Esports will be happy with that performance.
They should. I mean, it's well deserving for, especially when it comes to an off day. I think if they manage to make it through, tomorrow should be the biggest off day for them as well before heading to the last Super Sunday to boost their numbers up. But when it comes to the other team, XERXIA is also at a very close of a finishing line to get into straight Super Sunday too. Speaking of the teams that's in a dire need of points, XERXIA will be one of them, because when it comes to the overall league points for their Super Sunday, only had once, and that was 23 points.
Yep. So it's also a no nego. They have to make it into Super Sunday. If not, it's a goodbye as well. So there will be a lot of these other teams, even though they make it once, they still need to make it again. What so if you have not been in Super Sunday at all? Let's head on to our final match to wrap things up.
This last map of Miramar for the group stage before we head over for tomorrow, last chance stage, and even the Super Sunday on our last Sunday of the league stage here. Will change so much of a course for the many teams that fighting for that one more spot towards the top 8 straight into Super Sunday. But hey, at least we have another 8 more slots for the last chance, right? If they couldn't make it, like you mentioned, Cloud, worst case scenario, they don't have an off day, that's it.
Yeah, they just need to cancel their Bali trip. That's all. It's fine. I mean, like Boom Esports, they can technically go Bali anytime. Not like they need a passport to go there. That's okay. If I have a wish list, right, of which team to get the final chicken dinner, just for us to flex, is for PA to get it.
Yeah, that's kind of true. You know, if we get our bullseye team to focus here, and I think that we want to see their banners for once, right, to get those chicken dinner banners across our monitors and screens. But it's down to the players. We can see they're a bit more aggressive. But I personally, before they had that swap, it was a better, well-organized engagement and fights for the side of PA. I don't know about this, but it feels that way so far.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right, for PA status, but okay, that just happened. Okay, we haven't even We haven't even expanded our screen. Calm down, people. Calm down. And actually, it was MORPH who got eliminated. Who was the one that eliminated them?
With the DBS, if I'm not mistaken, it was O2 probably. We're gonna have to wait and see. Was it between RIQ and O2 Esports, between these two teams? Yeah, it's O2. Fredo actually scored with the DBS just now.
Right. I needed a microscope for that. So, yeah. Or either that or I get I make more money and I make expensive glasses. So hashtag need more money. But yeah. So O2, both O2 more similar situation. Need points. Need a handsome start in the last chance qualifiers. Even if they pull off a MORPH of like 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner, that's like 30 points. That's still not hitting the golden 80 number. So would it be enough for either MORPH or O2 this round?
I don't know, but when it comes to this last, I'm calculating for the scores, right? Okay, right now GEEK Fam at 7th place. As long as they did not get eliminated early, they're going to be fine. So it's super crucial for GEEK Fam, Boom, Serja, Infinity to, even down to BTR, to stay alive till the very last stage. Yeah. Talking about being alive at the very last stage, high chance we might have an urban warfare. If that happens, that's going to be the best case scenario for these teams. Now I definitely don't like urban warfare, but that's gonna be the best case for the side of these 4 teams. But yeah,
I was about to get there, you know. Okay, this is a replay. Okay, pretty straightforward. And it's like, what just happened? But I was about to get to the point where you said about urban warfare and all that, and I'm like, is this the Choo that I know? Oh, okay. Is this the Boom Esports version of Choo that all of a sudden it's a whole different person? Okay. Until you recovered that, then it's fine.
but I do want to see amongst these 4 teams that remaining, Boom, Serja, Infinity, and BTR. For Infinity, I want them to make it into the Super Sunday so much because they're so close of getting into one. For BTR, it's crucial for them to get into the Super Sunday too, because when it comes to the points, like, they're definitely not up there to be in the grand finals if GEEK Fam and Team Flash, even Roy, manage to make through.
Well, the player that's definitely going to Super Sunday is going to be Newsy, our highlight player here. 1.2 in terms of average eliminations. And look at the percentage here. M4, 75%. This is one of the highest that we have seen. Scar L, only a miniature 8%. It's like, if the whole battleground only has M4, he will be the king of M4.
I think that's called just for a decoration, probably, just in case, you know.
Just because you have to have a second weapon.
Yeah, just because of that. I mean, if there's an option for him to get all M4s, maybe that's going to be the case, but maybe the teammate won't like it. So he's just going to resort to, that Scar just have to be there anyhow. But another team that we should focus on as well, Sem9, I feel like they definitely will not make it to the Super Sunday straight away. But we talked about also the last chance stage. So for BTR, back towards the other teams that wouldn't make it through, it's going to be just touching at the finishing line during the last chance stage for the teams that are quite up there as well. That's down to probably towards the 16th place here. Sem9, FaZe Clan. Even though they might be difficult to get straight into Super Sunday, but when it comes to the last chance, well, worst case scenario, they don't have an off day and it's going to be back-to-back days for them to play.
Yeah, totally agree for Sem9. It's going to be hard for them to qualify directly. And now it's just a matter of whether they want to start tomorrow with like the fans like showering them with flowers, or like the media like wanting interviews with them as they walk down the red carpet. People want to take pictures with them. Or they start off tomorrow with like, hi guys, I'm here. Oh, okay. No pictures. Okay, it's okay. I'll take my seat. You know, it's a choice now for Sem9.
Yeah, I mean, they can have a bit of chilling last chance day there. But also, speaking of another team we don't highlight enough, it's going to be Alliance too. Now, Alliance only had one Super Sunday at 51 points within one particular day. So all they need is another entry into the Super Sunday, which already kind of confirmed right now. And they are the only team without any chickens on top of the top 8 here currently. But Boom spotted out D-Xaviers. I mean, it's okay for them. Great start for Boom, because D-Xaviers is definitely going to be okay for them to be taken out anyways.
Yeah, D-Xavier will like, you haven't been in Super Sunday for a while, right? Okay, I'll give you one. And yeah, they won't mind. It's fine. But both PA and O2 in the tussle as well. And PA seems to be winning the fight against O2. Okay, so we do see Kid here alone. And he's the second fighter member of O2, Adam. And Rush going to open up the other side while Frankie's on the opposite side. So they have Kid stuck in between them.
I think the last player was Jumper. Yeah, Jumper was pretty low himself. PA definitely knows his position here, so he couldn't go and open up an off angle. Unfortunately for Kid, there's no covers. There's nothing. It's an open space for them to take him down. And for Jumper, he tried to do some damage control. Unfortunately, it's a bit too late now. PA definitely going to get that one secured. And I love this rotation coming from PA. A bit more aggressive, a bit more daring, have nothing else to lose. But you know, blunders happen when it comes to them initiating fights. If they overcommit to this with only one player backing up on side of PA, they might actually have a reverse point here for O2. Jumper, with his experience, it's doable for him to go 1v1.
Yeah, with his experience, without a proper vehicle, now that he has been punctured, spending time in the blue, Jumper might want to resort to survivability. And I recall back in the day when Jumper is at his absolute peak performance, there were many times inside Miramar that he was the last man standing and he managed to survive.
Wow.
He managed to hide himself. But hiding is not an option for Jumper now. PEA is the team that wants the points.
Committing over to this fight, taking all the way into the blue zone, which going to be so far from the circle, by the way. Hopefully VA don't waste too much time on this and they will try to reloot with all the boxes or that one particular box. But speaking of the circle, at least it still favors around St. Martin. So PA, the moment they left Chris Del Valle after this, it won't be that far for them to reach out towards the circle. But the crowd in the southern side will be sifted through in such a crossfire later. Don't forget about Alliance, by the way.
Oh yeah, Alliance from the south, right? From Lost Learners, as always. But I also want to point out that M249 by PA, I believe it was from Frankie. We don't get to see that many use of M249, and he used that to obliterate O2 Esports earlier. Now let's move on to regular weapons, AK, UMPs here between PANDUM and MORPH.
PANDUM taking a chance for their first entry. One knockdown, make it 2 now, despite they lost one player before. But it's going to be a 2v2 down by the end of the day. Who will decimate who by the end of this fight? You'll be barbecued! And thanks to that barbecue grilling by PANDUM, they're winning over on the side. Oh, wait, what? They actually burned by their own teammates Molotov just now.
Okay. At least they have that space to reset, right? So it's fine. They'll be back. But that also means that MORPH, we won't see a 0 moment again for sure, unless it is going to be in the last chance qualifier. So see you again tomorrow, MORPH.
Yep, careful with the mollies. Just now, there was unnecessary sacrifice, denying the points perhaps. But on the side of PANDUM, there's going to be 2 eliminations due to the 2 denied points coming up from PANDUM from MORPH just now. Kind of takes away their points at the very last minute. For Team Flash, they taking those high elevations at work. We do have 7-9, another side that they are watching out for Flash. So that's going to be a high value information that will relay back towards the rest of the roster by Kwang. So they are deciding for Team Flash whether to take the left or right side of a fight first.
For him to take this fight, okay, first he needs to know that Sam9 is just right below him. Second, if he can find an angle. But looking at Kwang, okay, he's still doing that scouting work just to gather back information. And he's in no rush really to take out Sam9. So he can still take his time up there. And hoping for the circle to land, and it'll be a perfect spot for him. As for FaZe Clan, today has been a rather quiet day for FaZe Clan if you think about it.
Yep, first half of the day, 0 points. Second half got a bit of comeback, but then dropped entirely the next one. Well, probably they try to just find a synchronization between the teams here with their last chance tomorrow, perhaps, for the starter lineup. But also when it comes to Boom, they're already in the top 8. Speaking of which, all they need to do is just keep the boat afloat and stay alive. They're going to be fine, but the circle will shrink now, probably going to be towards their side too, and Boom touching the rim, but PANDUM is in the center of everybody else.
Ooh, a great spot to be in for PANDUM. And Team Flash as well, still with the high ground. So that's another beautiful spot for them to be at. Boom Esports coming from the south side. That's going to be our highlight team here. And they have scored 1 point so far. So from the golden number, it is 80. They're 7 points away. But also, unless if XERXIA can come up with a heartbreaking surprise, or maybe even the Infinity, or maybe even BTR, because as long as they're a full team, they could still do it.
And we have to put in equation as long they still have the bodies. So it's gonna be tough if they just put on hold so much, just wait it out. I mean, they have to engage in the fight when it comes to the top 6 teams. If not, it will not be enough bodies for BTR and FaZe Clan to make it through, including Infinity as well. So sitting it quietly on their hands will not make it well for the teams that want to go for the numbers. But they also cannot afford to put up too much big of the risk. So 14 teams still remains at stage number 3. So they're probably going to sit it up and just wait things to calm down a bit for their side. But watch out for the teams on the high ground. So they are definitely taking the numbers away, including Alliance. We talked about XERXIA before. Then lost 1 player now.
Mega Man Boat. Okay, they trade back with Leon's down, but not eliminated yet. Leo takes a bit of damage. The rest of XERXIA rushing in onto Alliance. Okay, here we go. Let's see a fight between these two teams. They know that they have demand advantage because Leon's is still down. Leo 50% of health. RNJ will finish off Leon's. Adeluke comes by to provide further support.
Lions, despite they have no chicken at all within the team of the top 8, but can they secure their defense? Yeah, but what a need by Olio, putting them on a hold. But wait, Olio clutched it big time by himself.
Wait, what? XERXIA? What? Are you kidding me? But I gotta big up to Olio. This guy did it all by himself, eliminating XERXIA. And now we'll officially be seeing XERXIA again tomorrow.
Now it's down to Infinity whether they want to take this opportunity or not to take some numbers for them to push up. And to take down Boom right now with a full squad still, that's going to be difficult. But it's not impossible. Quite a far reach, but hey, right now it's 100% to see top 8 teams towards the Super Sunday. As long as they're alive here right now for Boom, of course.
Yeah, so as right now, in Boom's mindset is, to a certain extent, hoping for teams below them to be eliminated. So the moment they saw the elimination feed, they see, XERXIA's out. Okay, that's 1 down. Couple more to go. So they're hoping to see Infinity's name show up, BTR's name show up on the right side of the elimination feed, and they'll be cool. Circle-wise, it still favors Boom Esports down south. It's not far away from them, and they have an easy entry.
And BTR in trouble. GEEK fam just seems to be fighting back. Audrey indoors while the rest of GEEK fam also got 1 bleed out. Eyes have been finished off by BTR. Audrey next. Where are the cover fire? But BTR, they are not willing to share this compound at all. But Jeffos being caught by surprise. He's got the eyes in down next. Now, can GEEK fam be eliminated? Yeah, that's the bigger issue. Because if not, it's also opened up opportunity for Infinity and BTR to climb up here.
Oh yeah, and BTR collected those points, so that's not something that Boom wants to see. GEEK fam down to Damroot. Let's see what he can pull off here. The final member, he'll probably play passively this time, hoping for teams to not come to his compound and stay as quiet as possible.
1 point just to secure into the 80s. Seems to be a bit shaky right now for GEEK fam. If they eliminate Damroot, that's going to be BTR start to push the numbers and will take away the 8th position there. But RIQ greeted by Sem9 warmly. It's going to be a back-to-back toss of nades. And U-High, well, quite far, but he's trying.
Well, let's see if we can try to gain those elimination points. Another thing sent by Farron, but it will not eliminate anyone. But they should be able to secure that elimination point out of RRQ. Fnatic should be out as they navigate into the circle, but look at the amount of teams around them. Asa, the moment he arrives, he has to fight, and he won this one. But from the top of the hill, it is Batman to knock Asa back down.
But it's going to be Sem9 having a bigger love by the end of the day, thanks to Yuhai's high elevation of space up there. Can actually just steals away those eliminations from on top. But Team Flash spotted out around the foot of the mountains where he's at for Kwang. It's been a while Kwang has actually been here, but he didn't actually get much out of this place. But RRQ, can they survive? There's only got one corner to actually take covers against Team Flash right now. We have so many teams, including the Infinity up here.
Yeah, everyone has to navigate around the high ground of Picado. But when we move over to Boom Esports, oh, it's Boom and Vampire again. Here we go. And Boom Esports, they have a clear advantage against Vampire. And Stone is being picked up. Pombi is going to come in from the other side. And he's going to come in to surprise them. Okay, he's bringing it to the smoke, but he has to be careful on the right side. The other members of Vampire Esports, Yummy will get a knockdown to Schweppes to give Vampire a little bit of breathing space. Tony K gets Pombit down.
And here comes Alliance again. Are you kidding me? Feels like a deja vu to have a third party when these two teams having a fight. And Boom cannot afford to lose this fight around, but they're knocked down on 2. 2v2 for Vampires and Boom, but Alliance, will they respond to this in an instant? As Stone finish off Razy just now, Yummy May knocked down on Stone. It's still going to be one left from the side of Boom. If they've been eliminated here, the Super Sunday will have to put on hold for their last chance because Infinity is there to survive the day.
Oh man, this is scary now. Yummy is going to be the last man. He does not have any healing utilities. He needs to try to get as many points as possible on this situation. Newsy in front of him. Yummy is bleeding out, down to now 40% of health. And he found one first aid though. This first aid will allow him to last a little bit more longer, but now he'll take extra damage from the stage of the zone.
Alliance is there to steal it away and cleaning up the mess by Boom and Vampires by the end of the day anyhow. But for Boom, Yummy may still survive, so he's still clinging. They are still clinging to the 8th spot. They cannot afford to let Yummy die here. With the Blues are coming in, he doesn't have any first aid anymore, only bandages. But it's stage number 5. It's stage 5. You cannot survive throughout with the bandages only. And Alliance, they might actually find the last member of Boom. Vampires, it's okay, it's fine for them. But for Boom, though, they cannot go out now.
Oh man, that's scary though. Boom Esports, look at this. Yummy is still taking the blue now. His health is going down, and the last we checked, he does not have any healing utilities, so he's down to about 20% health. We move over to the other side. Oh, Leo got it, like what you said. And Boom is out, so now it's the chance for the Infinity BTR to maybe catch up.
Oh man, this what a bummer. I mean, like, even GEEK fam is not safe. If Infinity and BTR can turn and flip the table around, it's doable still, since still enough bodies for them to actually push for their elimination numbers and plus those placement points. All they need to do is just secure over 79 points, around 80 points, and it's going to be the golden number again popping our heads here. 80 is the golden number for Infinity and BTR to go straight towards the Super Sunday.
Man, that is clearly now the golden number for them. Full team, it could still happen. And there's still enough bodies, like what you said. Okay, here we go. We're going to start off with PANDUM right now. Trying to gain as many points as possible for a good start tomorrow. Kwang, something happened? Okay, not sure. But Kwang has been having a good amount of accidents since yesterday.
Yeah, well, I think last time we saw him right on top of this peak of the mountain. So I assume that he overscoped too much. He got slipped down, but for PANDUM though, he's making it so difficult for the teams to get the borders later on. 15 points must be secured by Infinity and BTR to finish off this run. They already secured like 65. From 65, they have to add on another 15. So it's either getting themselves 8-7 placement and elimination, but the elimination must be more than 5 by the end of the day.
Well, let's see if PANDUM will steal away some of those eliminations from the entire ground. Alliance, they are resetting. They do have the space as they are by the edge of the circle, but PANDUM seems really interested in eliminating Alliance now. They are rushing towards them, trying to lock them out. And let's see if Alliance will be able to respond to that. And they'll start off by Jimmy knocking out Billboard.
PANDUM caught by surprise and quite splitted across the side of the street too. So Maxis, I don't see him coming out of this unless he just managed to drive as fast as he can, smoke a vehicle possibly, and they are chasing it hot on the side of PANDUM there. And they know exactly where the others of PANDUM right now, based on the last member of PANDUM running straight into their compound. But PA and Sam 9, speaking of the teams that will fight again in last chance, now taking a bit of a jab. Infinity and BTR. BTR is not in the safest spot, but they're close by to the Xaviers. Infinity, on the other hand, can make use of those high grounds advantage.
Yes, and the high ground is still there, though the circle moved a little bit down. Notice that PEA have been eliminated. Yup, number 9 with 5 elimination points. So see you again tomorrow with 30 points walking into the last chance qualifiers for PEA. As for SEPT9, 6 eliminations by now, and they are at 59 points. Make that 60 by now because they are starting to collect placement points. And they do have a good spot here to start to make their way down to the lower ground.
And speaking of taking the lower ground later, Infinity, like it or not, have to force this fight. Unfortunately, goes to got themselves. Oh, but he dropped himself all the way down. They have to force the fight for Infinity because of how far they are with the rest of the teams. They need to take a couple of eliminations more. And they have to force to get out of their hiding spot. Same goes for the side of BTR. They have to force a fight against these Xaviers. If not, there will not be enough bodies because SEPT9 right now going on a hunt on the northern side. So there will be lesser people when it comes to the next stage of a circle here.
And Boom will be rooting for Team Flash for sure. But on the south side of the circle, okay, where Picado is at, we got Xavier here. And Xavier, obviously they're alright. But let's see how disruptive they'll be to BTR, especially that's beside them. As BTR now planning their next move. But look at the elimination feed. Viren went down to the hands of Alliance.
Oh, speaking of the teams are taking the bodies, are the teams that's not really worrying about the positions here. BTR need to engage. Same goes for Infinity. If they waited out for the top 4, points-wise, it's going to be difficult. One of those teams, only one of them will make it through to the 80-point benchmark. But if Infinity go gun blazing on top, which can be on northern side, there's a possibility. If they score 10 eliminations, that's 100% for them to get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, so they need to be in action. Okay, at least they scored 3 eliminations. For the Infinity, 1 elimination so far, and they are still kind of stuck here. Okay, they need to navigate down without being knocked. But at the same time, they're being shot at from afar as well. Look at Gartuni, took a bit of damage there. So there are other teams looking at the Infinity, and that is where Boom Esports will be rubbing their hands, hoping for them to be eliminated.
Yeah, that's true. Same goes for the side of GEEK Fam. If these 2 teams being eliminated here, especially Infinity, they are the closest one for the numbers. It's 100% for GEEK Fam or Boom to make it through. But if they're still alive, both Infinity and BTR still have a shot. These Xaviers will actually save GEEK Fam and Boom to be in the top 8 here based on their performance. Because BTR seems to be engaging too. But for Alliance, they're also the troublemaker. And SEPT9 and PANDUM seem to be stuck in between. That means the body count seems to be going very low for Infinity and BTR to make a comeback.
Zeus got 30k. Oh my goodness. And this touch went down to Lapa. Okay, not eliminated yet. But still, for Tiger, now he has to save his teammate 30k. But instead of the teammate 3 touch, not too sure about his chances. Especially when the circle went away from them.
And Blues are pretty close as well. The moment they pop their hats to get out from those mountains, it's going to be BTR wiping them clean. And BTR definitely won the numbers up. They can actually secure those elimination with 8 teams remaining. But SEPT9 graded by Team Flash. If they actually spot Team Flash first, Infinity can have a getaway from this.
Yeah, so Infinity now banking on other teams to also kind of help them out. But all eyes onto the Infinity. Zeus got 20k again. For the second time, he went down. And Team Flash still not letting them go. And of course, Team Flash, they have their own objective of wanting to gain as many points as possible in preparation for tomorrow.
But for Infinity, this is so difficult for them to cross over the other side. And the nade on top. Gosu will drop those mollies too. 3 touch and Tiger Axe is a bit too late for them to finally engage in. Zeus already there. Infinity will have to go to last chance stage now. Down to BTR. Can they push down Boom or GEEK Fam? Especially Boom is in the danger zone.
Yeah, the closest contender right now, BTR, is still in the game. But they don't have the circle. Zaxi got knocked down by Gozu. Again, it's Team Flash. That could potentially be the bane for those 2 teams that can catch up to Boom Esports. Okay, Lapa fires back on the Lamborghini, knocking him down, taking down Chua as well. But on screen, we do have Team PANDUM and SEPT9. SEPT9 with a higher ground against Team PANDUM. Clear advantage for Yuhai, but Yuhai being pushed back after Team PANDUM shot him.
BTR still can make it with 5 eliminations across the board. They finish off one of the players of the Xaviers alongside with Team Flash as well. But Flash taking a bit of a jab to the side of BTR. And Sam9 is still a bit busy against Alliance and PANDUM in the center. I mean, there's going to be a 3-way war between these 3 teams. But for Team Flash and BTR, we have to know who will win through that fight, because it's super important for BTR to stay alive. They scored 6 right now. They're currently at 68 points. We're not adding in the placement points yet.
Oh, Neighbor Nexus onto Bobo, who's Sam9 now. Only Erangel high that's active. And look who's here. The cleanup crew, Alliance, appears from behind to indirectly assist Sam9. Taking out Maxius. And now it's going to be Alliance's Sam9.
BTR body count seems to be going low right now. They have to finish off the wrap around with Team Flash. And we'll take a bit of jab against these 2 teams. But Sam9 and Alliance still having a go with the Blues and closing in as well. The circle shrink even further. We're down to stage 9 anytime now. BTR won over Team Flash. Not yet. Seems like they are in trouble too. They need to wrap around with the Blues and hitting the HP of Lapar. Pretty low. Can he revive his teammate? Well, there's 3 teams remaining. BTR managed to triumph. But will it be enough? They need to secure this chicken to 100% go to the Super Sunday. They're close to it. And they're down to 1 player. It's going to be a 2v1v1 for Alliance, BTR and Sam9.
And here we go. Alliance with Ade Luke. If I remember, Ade Luke needs to heal up. He does have the healing utility spirit together with Yuhai now. It's back up again. Kenny's together with Bobo, who is bleeding out. BTR, when will they show up? Lapar together with his other teammates on the other side. It's time for them to be in action. Alliance will be eliminated. Number 3, 9 elimination points. Sam9 stood tall amongst them. And like what you said, here comes BTR.
So Tade Rita himself finally back up to 80% of HP. It's going to be 3v3. Can he re-heal himself? Doesn't have any nade down on Firan. This is the go time. BTR, can they push all the way in the very last minute here? It's down to this chicken dinner to make a comeback. Can they push down? Boom, by the end of the day. Yuhai trying to clutch over to his side of Sam9. Kenny still bleeds out. Well, down to Gen 4 to make a go for Yuhai. He's trying to fight through, but BTR, they scored this chicken. Can they make it? Did they have enough eliminations?
Oh man, my map is failing me right now, but we'll need to wait for officials to make it official, ladies and gentlemen. BTR came in the final round with the chicken dinner. All smiles around for BTR. And look at the relief they had. I'm sure they had a lot of action on the left side of the circle. The elimination feed went wow with BTR's name there. And BTR, they're definitely feeling relief with this. Sata is definitely super happy with it. Let's look at the numbers here. BTR, they scored themselves 11 eliminations and that's 21 points.
It's 100% confirmed. They will go straight to the Super Sunday. Unfortunately for Boom, got pushed down in the last minute since they've been eliminated early and decimated by another teams, which was Vimbize and Alliance at the same time. But for BTR, what a comeback and a flip around they did in the very last minute.
And one of the players that was a pinnacle to that flip is going to be Lapao, MVP. Coming up with 6 eliminations, 960 damage, 179 damage received, 43% team contribution, and 27 minute 3 second survivor time. Our MVP this round for BTR. And like what you said, definitely they are through directly. And they can start booking their party trip.
At least they're going to have a good off day tomorrow, knowing the fact they're going to get into the last Super Sunday. And no Super Sunday missed by BTR so far. Sam9 and Alliance, well, they had a bit of a rowdy fight between them and PANDUM too. And don't forget Team Flash, that makes the Infinity have to forget about straight to Super Sunday. And see you guys back tomorrow, Team Flash, as well as the Infinity for the last chance stage.
Yeah, but what a round this was, right? I mean, we just gotta relive those best moments here through these highlights.
It was down to the very last wire to see who will make it up for the top 8 straight to Super Sunday. BTR made it with the chicken dinner with also 11 eliminations. Thanks to, Sem9 and Lions that did a lot of damage for the other teams. That BTR got a clear path when it comes to the last few stages of the map.
At least for Sem9, they have their own objective of starting well tomorrow. So, yeah, that's cool. But for Alliance, come on, guys. This is one of the example of happenings like, oh, you have nothing much to play for, but you still want to disrupt other teams. But on the other end, RRQ 0, GEEK Fam 0. So that's going to be the 2 teams with 0 points here. Now, GEEK Fam should have been able to make it just by number 8. Yeah, they barely made it out alive.
But for Boom, what a comeback bounce back here. But unfortunately, well, at least they're going to have a grand entrance tomorrow for last chance, right? Here comes the number. The only team without a chicken on the top 8. That's going to be Alliance with one of the most eliminations up there at 102 points. But when it comes to the top 8, GEEK Fam pushed down. That's going to be 3 points of a difference only.
Yeah, it's so tight here. My goodness. Oh man. And what we're looking at is like also very tight for us, but we're not playing today, so can't change the fate. XERXIA, one of the teams that went out early, so they kind of blew their chances as well in the final round to at least overtake GEEK Fam, who's at 79 points. There's like 8 points behind GEEK Fam, so that was really tight as well. But gotta give it to XERXIA. They're on page 1 without chicken dinner, and same goes for Alliance as well. No chicken, no problem for them to be on page 1.
We have to welcome the second page as well when it comes to the last chance tomorrow. So at least for the teams like up to probably Team Secret, they're going to have a great start with 50 points and above. Which means the bottom 8 teams that we have, including Team Secret down there, which is still in the 50s, they need to push their numbers up to overtake the teams on top. But good news, the gap isn't too much for the teams up to probably the 21st place.
Yeah, so we gotta award the MVP here to Ade. Look, honestly, I thought it was Damru because he scored 2 MVPs, but he came up with the most average damage, 585.3, and also second when it comes to average eliminations, 2.5. So those are impressive numbers there. And besides just fragging, he's able to survive as well with a second highest average survival time of 19 minutes 49 seconds. So the heartbeat of Alliance, Ade Luke, is our MVP today.
Yeah, the only reason why he didn't actually score a lot of MVP because they didn't score any chicken, so they didn't get themselves on top of the board for Alliance. They third party all the way, and it works out. And congratulations for Vampire Esports, VOIN, Donkey, Alliance, the Xavier's Alter Ego, TALON, BTR, and GEEK Fam to go straight to as a Super Sunday. But another 8 team will join them as well after we're done for tomorrow's last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, they'll be having a nice off day tomorrow, observing other teams while sipping their drink by the pool, having a good time, and just waiting for the results. Wow, the participating teams for the last chance qualifiers that will need to play tomorrow. POCO Esports is here, and at least they walk in with all spotlight red carpet for them.
Yeah, but when it comes to tomorrow, it's going to be another tight race when it comes to the points gap, up to maybe even the last place. We talked about PA, they had that last push in the very last minute, actually pushed them up in the 30s as well. So 40-point gap doable, but when it comes to the middle pack of this, that's going to be where things get heated up pretty evenly, down to Infinity, even up to possibly PANDUM and NKT. But you know what? We're going to hear the spotlight of the team interview here. It's going to be GEEK
Hello
Fam.
everyone, welcome to our final interview. And 6 matches have passed and we already have 8 teams that directly go to Super Sunday. And now joining on stage we have GEEK Fam Malaysia. Please welcome Damrut and also Mika. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So first Damrut, congratulations on your amazing comeback for today because you guys secured like 2 chicken dinners for today, which skyrocket your ranking now. And what adjustment did you make after the challenges you faced in week 2? Because as we know, we know like you don't have like any coach or analyst.
So dia tanya, pertama sekali tanya kepada Geek Fam sebab dapat winner-winner chicken dinner 2 kali untuk hari ni. So, seperti juga yang kita tahu di minggu kedua korang menghadapi banyak cabaran. So apakah yang korang buat sedangkan juga kita semua tahu yang Geek Fam sekarang ni sedang berjuang tanpa adanya coach dan juga analis?
Kami macam memotivasikan diri supaya macam waktu PMSL Summer itu tak berulang lagi untuk di Indo ni lah. So kami try macam buat perform yang lebih better berbanding itu.
So Dam said they just keep up the momentum, stay motivated, and also even though they don't want to repeat what has happened previously during the previous PMSL, and they just keep the momentum up together and do their best. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I want to know like who is usually like to give any feedback, or you guys like just discuss anything together?
So siapa yang banyak memberikan feedback dekat tim korang sekarang ni antara tim-tim yang ada sekarang lah?
Semua sama lah. Dia setiap orang ada peranan masing-masing. Macam Mika dia selalu bagi info waktu dengan game, and then kalau saya akan bagi info luar game lah gitu. So masing-masing ada peranan.
Alright, Dam said that we just everything we work together. Okay, just trust, put the trust more on the teams, and everyone gives their own opinion, and just more to trust, and they finally made it for today's game. Yeah.
Yes, and look at you guys. You guys directly go to Super Sunday, so congratulations. And we know that you guys keep the second Super Sunday. And after not making it to Super Sunday, we want to know how did you stay motivated to come back so strong this week?
So selepas kita tahu yang minggu lepas korang tak lolos ke Super Sunday di minggu yang kedua. So selepas kejadian tu berlaku, apa benda yang korang buat sampaikan korang berjaya untuk membuat satu perubahan yang lain daripada yang lain lah untuk game hari ni di minggu ketiga?
Kalau bagi saya, kami nak buktikan yang macam walaupun kami tak ada coach dengan analisis, kami masih boleh perform dengan lebih better. And then macam tanahlah perkara yang lepas berulang lagi. Yeah.
Even though we're working or fighting without the coach and the analysis, as where they just keep up the momentum, and also they don't want to repeat what has happened during the previous PMSL, and they really want to work harder and come back stronger this time.
Yes, keep learning from the mistakes. And I want to know, is there any teams that motivate you to become a better this week?
Ada tak mana-mana pasukan ataupun tim yang motivate korang untuk jadi membuatkan performance korang jadi macam hari ni?
Ada Roy.
Yeah, he said Roy.
Right, okay. Yeah. And after today's success, how do you feel about your change moving forward, especially in terms of maintaining this level of performance into grand final?
Selepas perubahan yang korang dah buat untuk game hari ni, macam mana korang nak stay up korang punya momentum kuat dalam satu pasukan ni, dan supaya korang boleh dapat peluang yang cerah lah untuk melangkahkan diri ke grand final?
Kami satu tim akan buat analisis gitulah, dan kalau ada free time kami akan buat team talk. So untuk Super Sunday tu kita orang akan buat macam yang kita orang dah plan lah.
Dam said we'll just stay together during all nights. They are going to analyze each game and study what are their mistakes and prove that they can do it better than today.
Oh, great. And now let's move into Mika.
Yeah.
Hi, Mika.
Yeah, hi.
So, Mika, now that you've gained momentum, what are your expectations for Super Sunday, and how do you plan to maintain this level of performance?
So Mika dia tanya tadi, apa ni, korang dah berjaya meluluskan diri ke Super Sunday kan? And macam mana juga korang akan cuba untuk lagi maintain lagi korang punya performance untuk game yang akan datang ni lah esok. Untuk Super Sunday ni nanti.
Kita orang just trust each other lah. Lepas tu main dengan penuh confident. Itulah.
Mika said it's just the same. It's all about trust together. And it's all about the team. And yeah, I think all of them, they're having the same momentum about trusting their teammates, and that's why they can perform very well today.
And
Yeah.
also confidence, yeah.
Yeah,
Mika?
confidence, yeah.
And Mika, I want to know, since you have the day off, any plans from GEEK family or Malaysia?
Sorry? What was the question again?
Since they have like a day off for tomorrow, any plans from GEEK fam?
Okay, since korang besok akan ada satu hari cuti, apa plans korang yang korang nak buat besok dengan team sebelum pergi ke Super Sunday?
Any plans, Mika, for tomorrow?
Ada apa plan untuk korang main?
Yeah, you can discuss it.
Macam duduk hotel je lah, bincang sekali.
Well, they said they were going to rest, having a good time together, spend their time at the hotel, and then they're going to have a bonding time, going outside, having dinner, lunch together, and also during at night they are going to focus on more their trainings and prepare for Super Sunday.
Yeah, so much plan you have for
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
And plus, BTR also have a great comeback for today and managed to get the direct slot for Super Sunday. Are you impressed with their performance today? And any words to BTR?
So performance BTR pun sangat mengejutkan, luar biasa hari ini. Adakah Mika rasa bangga dengan performance yang BTR tunjukkan hari ini? Dan boleh tak bagi sedikit kata-kata untuk tim BTR?
Congrats.
He said congratulations, good game, and see you at Super Sunday. Hopefully.
All right. Thank you so much, Demru. Thank you so much, Mika. And now let's hear our Castle final words to wrap up the day. And I'll see you again tomorrow for the last chance. Bye.
That is a very elaborative translator we have there. Fun fact, he's actually the content guy for TODAK. His name is Dress. So I guess because TODAK is not playing, so he has time to do a part-time job.
But you know, I think he meant he's born to be a rapper. The way his body language is just, you know, I'm so distracted by it. It's like, do you wanna go here and there? And the last, I look at Damrit when Mika being interviewed as well. There's so many things to be unfolded by the interview, right? I can see that Damrit is like, what the heck are you saying, bro? This is embarrassing. You know, when Mika just responded like, you have to, you know, elaborate your points. Like, what are you saying, brother?
I don't even get what you're saying, right? Like, he would look to the Damru. What are we gonna do tomorrow? Just
We
say
don't know.
anything? We don't know what? Oh man, okay. Maybe they didn't thought that. We have an off day tomorrow. Wow. Okay.
It didn't cross their mind. It means that they're always prepared for every day for their grind, right? But that was a fun interview, and I love that translator as well. So yeah, I mean, he probably should try out for a rapper. I think he's born to do that, you know, just in case.
I'll make sure that I send a message to Dress then. Yeah,
Thank
Dress,
you so much.
if somehow you're watching this, okay, we want your album, okay? Signed by Dress himself. Yeah, doing his part-time work there. But I also noticed one thing that Damru said, right? He was asked like, oh, which team motivated you?
Oh yeah.
It's Roy. And I'll be like, aha! Thanks.
Things just got personal, buddy. If Roy knows exactly what they're saying, I mean, Roy definitely... Well, for Roy, unfortunately, they have to wait Super Sunday to make it happen, right? But we're going to have to wait and see, because if that's going to happen or not for the rivalry between GEEK Fam and Roy, because we're going to wrap our day here, and tomorrow will be the last chance stage. So make sure you guys book your time slot as well. Don't forget the time, same place. But that's going to be the wrap for us. It's going to be Chuchu and Circle Out. We're going to say goodbye now. See you guys tomorrow. Don't forget, last chance, and root up for your teams. Bye-bye.